Chapter 323, Jingwei's Azure Sun. Something appeared to be moving inside Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's life wheel as everyone witnessed it turn into a boundless azure fog. At this time, the initially majestic life wheel that towered like a mountain had turned into a small azure sun. It had the sensation of being the most oppressive sun in this world as it spewed out an endless amount of azure energy. After a loud chirp, an azure bird started to fly around it as if it was nibbling on the life wheel. There was a sun in the sky along with the celestials, but all was shadowed under this supreme azure fog. Inside Zhu Huangwu's life wheel was a giant mountain. The moment the life wheel opened, it was as if a new world was established as an endless, blinding light illuminated the back of his neck. At this time, his life wheel had turned into something mystical, and everyone could see the giant mountain inside. The giant mountain was as black as iron with immense weight. It was as if it was suppressing countless gods and devils inside the life wheel. His longevity blood flowed around the mountain while his blood energy was stained with an indescribable evil presence. In just a second, this sky-flooding blood energy turned heavy. It was capable of piercing the heavens and crushing the earth as each strand of blood became incomparably powerful. An older cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory looked at the longevity treasure inside the Heavenly Prince's life wheel and exclaimed in astonishment, Jingwei's Azure Sun. For any cultivator, to inherit a true treasure from people who tread the Tao before you would indeed give them a great power, especially low-ranked cultivators who inherited Heavenly Sovereign, Heavenly King, or even virtuous paragon weapons. However, what belongs to another will never be one's own. Inherited true treasures could only exert 20 to 30% of their true power. For someone like Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, they could attack ancient saints without borrowing anyone's true treasure. However, only with their own true treasures would they be able to unleash the strongest attack from their dual emperor arts, or these emperor weapons themselves. Kill! Zhu Huangwu roared like a qilin coming into being, tyrannical and ferocious, like a hungry tiger leaving the mountain. Everyone's hearts started to beat faster while their legs quivered. The attack of the dual rods collapsed both yin and yang. The Heavenly Prince did not say a thing and directly slashed his saber. An emotionless sharpness that was capable of cutting everything in this world, including the heads of gods. If Zhu Huangwu's style was full of ferocity, then Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's was a severe and heartless style of killing. The saber glints suddenly flashed, rendering all horrified as if this blade was aimed at them. Kill! Li Qie also cried a battle roar as his inner physique moved. At this time, the hell-suppressing godly physique in the sky was capable of crushing all things. All laws were suppressed beneath his feet. His 1,000 hands raised up 3,000 small worlds that were surrounding and protecting the 9 worlds. The boundless energies from all existences poured into Li Qie's body. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them collided recklessly in just a split moment. All spectators lost their minds. This was finally a battle between geniuses. All other geniuses started to breathe faster. They thought that if it was them in this battle, they wouldn't be able to handle any of the 3. Poof! This terrifying battle consisted of domineering rods and an emotionless saber while Li Qie used his body to block them, so he was at a great disadvantage. No matter how tough his godly physique was, the divine saber still managed to slash a wound that was deep to the bone. Although Zhu Huangwu's dual rods were not as sharp as the divine blades, they still managed to stop the 1,000 hands in the most tyrannical manner. Bang! Li Qie was knocked flying away after using his body as a shield against 2 divine weapons. The Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu did not let Li Qie go and immediately soared after him, using an invincible momentum to strike him once more. Boom! Li Qie was struck again, and he slammed straight into the ground. The earth cracked and was stained with blood. Not good. Seeing this scene, the group of Qi Shaodai became horrified and screamed. Just a trivial matter, don't worry. Little Autumn shook his head and said, Young Noble has not yet used his killing moves. The Grand Era students also turned pale and shouted after seeing Li Qie fall. Meanwhile, the disciples of the great powers happily applauded. He alone dared to challenge 2 heavenly princes? Foolish thing, this is his fate. Rumble. With debris and sand scattered away, Li Qie soared up high before he landed on the ground. His blood-stained body consisted of some bone-deep wounds, but he was still full of vitality and had spirited eyes. It is indeed an immortal physique. He's actually capable of sustaining such blows. Even though the hell-suppressing godly physique is not as impervious as the indestructible diamond physique, it is still very tough. Someone exclaimed after seeing how Li Qie didn't suffer any grave injury after such a beating. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince looked at Li Qie in shock. Even their heavens will secret laws couldn't kill Li Qie, his physique was too terrifying. Immortal physiques were indeed physiques coveted by even immortal emperors. Legend has it that a virtuous paragon with a grand completion immortal physique could challenge immortal emperors. Today, it seemed that this was not a completely baseless rumor, it could very well be the truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people wanting to cultivate it since the start of time. It is a shame that my cultivation is still so shallow. This body cannot completely stop heaven's will secret laws. Li Qie smiled and slowly said, "Who will let me borrow a sword and a saber?" "Senior Li, take them." One Grand Era disciple immediately threw a sword and saber at Li Qie. Both of them were quite exceptional weapons. Li Qie accepted the weapons. His right hand wielded the saber while his left held the sword. Then, Li Qie mobilized his 1,000 hands as well. "I also have a heavens will secret law." He grinned and said. Boom! A divine light descended down from the heavens, and this blinding radiance landed on Li Qie's body as it exuded an endless amount of flames. At this time, the stars became circles of light that surrounded Li Qie as the boundless, torrential power of the heaven and earth crazily entered his body. Chapter 324, Invincible Sword and Saber, Daylight Sky Immortal Secret. This is Immortal Emperor Min Ren's secret law, the person who started the Emperor's era, the very first emperor of his era. A person emotionally sighed after seeing the divine flames soaring around Li Qie. Although the cleansing incense ancient sect no longer had any fame, Immortal Emperor Min Ren's prestige still rang like thunder next to one's ear. Many people were moved from seeing the daylight sky immortal secret. Open! Li Qie's scream was followed by a loud explosion. The 3,000 small worlds and the 9 worlds that were supported by his 1,000 hands behind him suddenly opened. Li Qie, at this moment, was like a true god, accepting the worship from billions of existences. The blood energy of his followers was for his usage, and their belief strengthened his body. After becoming a true god, his cold gaze looked at the far distance and everything within his vision became supreme universal laws. As the myriad images true gods defining technique, the 1,000 hands were not a joke. Li Qie exuded the air of a true god and freely accepted the veneration from a myriad of beings. At this moment, Li Qie's godly physique ramped up to its maximum potential as his inner physique exuded an immortal light as if it was opening up a mythical world. All were shocked from Li Qie using his heavens will secret law along with the heavens power to open the mysterious treasure of his inner physique. What was even more terrifying was that Li Qie had pushed his 1,000 hands to a whole new level. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian and Zhu Huangwu looked at each other, and their killing intent became even stronger. Li Qie's immortal physique alone was already abhorrent enough, not to mention his mysterious true god technique. Since they considered Li Qie to be their lifelong rival, they understood that since Li Qie had shown his heavens will secret law, if they didn't kill him now, then they would never have a carefree day again. Kill! Both of them screamed and soared forward to kill. Zhu Huangwu utilized the arts of Immortal Emperor Fu Ma and Immortal Emperor Yao Guang with increasing mastery, one hand Yao Guang and the other Fu Ma. Fu Ma was able to suppress all things while Yao Guang putrefied all existences. The dual rods came together, breaking yin and yang and reversing the 6 Tao. The 2 heavens will secret laws appeared to be so simple in the hands of Zhu Huangwu. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, with his murderous intent, caused spectators to shudder when he activated Qing Xian's secret law that appeared to be an endless world. Sandao's secret law became a sharp brilliance and combined with an actual divine blade that assumed the form of a life and death blade. One blade to slash down, turning everything into nothingness. Even true gods would be decapitated. Much better. Li Qie crazily laughed and said while he stood proudly against two geniuses with dual emperor arts. He raised his sword and saber. Suddenly, the sword turned white and saber turned black. In this instant, the gods were created, one black and one white in harmony. They generated an endless amount of life energy like a lotus in a muddy pond. Under the creation of the two gods, endless existences were created and formed a grand world. One sword creating one world. This was one of Li Qie's trinity swords, the mortal sword. Once this world, that was formed from the sword, lined up with the 1,000 hands 9 worlds, they became a perfect and complete 10 worlds. Under the 10 worlds, all became insignificant as the 10 worlds surrounded the offensive path of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Dual Imperial Summon. Li Qie's attack shocked Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, so both of them screamed out as they exerted the maximum power their secret laws could unleash. Boom! After a loud explosion, it was as if 4 immortal emperors had graced the world with their presence. Immortal Emperor Fu Ma and Immortal Emperor Yao Guang stood by Zhu Huangwu's shoulders. Immortal Emperor Qing Xian placed his hands on Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's shoulders and used his invincible immortal power to protect him. As for Immortal Emperor Sandao, he personally wielded his divine saber to open the way for the prince. Countless legs turned weak with the appearance of 4 immortal emperors. Royal nobles and enlightened beings were shivering uncontrollably with a primal fear since the aura of the emperors suppressed their ability to breathe. How could there be immortal emperors here? This scene was too shocking. The appearance of 4 immortal emperors frightened even devilish geniuses. No, they are only illusions created by the secret laws. They are not even immortal emperor wills. Although they were only illusions, their divine powers still exceeded the 3,000 worlds and suppressed the 6 Tao. Li Qie's 10 worlds could not suppress the 4 immortal emperors, but he gave a wide smile and declared, "Unfortunately, you all are mere illusions." Clang clank. In just a second, an extremely heavy lock made from refined sunfire fell onto Li Qie's body. The moment this sunfire locked Li Qie's body, 9 suns rose behind the 9 worlds to his back. The sunlight illuminated the 9 heavens and boiled the oceans. Rumble. The real sun in the sky poured down an endless stream of refined sunfire. This extremely refined sunfire could incinerate all things and scorch the earth. The 9 suns behind Li Qie devoured this endless sunfire. The moment they absorbed enough, they started to float around Li Qie's body. 9 sun locking heaven law, a supreme technique that was considered to be one of the strongest offensive techniques, and its true potential was revealed in the hands of Li Qie. Seeing Li Qie's momentum becoming more and more powerful, the Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu shouted, "Go!" Their radiant life wheels and longevity treasures pushed their blood energies much higher as their arts became increasingly formidable. Boom! The two of them rushed out of Li Qie's 10 worlds. You want to run? There is no door for you to escape from. The hovering 9 suns and 9 worlds were parallel and intertwined together. The power of the 9 worlds and the endlessly refined sunfire entered Li Qie's body, causing his cultivation to soar. Boom! 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 After 3 loud blasts, Li Qie's cultivation went from royal noble to enlightened being, then ancient saint, and finally heavenly sovereign. At this moment, a divine ring only found around heavenly sovereigns appeared around Li Qie's body. The 9 sun-locking heaven law caused Li Qie to temporarily enter the heavenly sovereign realm. Li Qie slashed down his long sword like a descending meteor, an emotionless sword with unsparing murderous intent. One of the Trinity swords, the heavenly sword. This unsympathetic sword pierced straight towards the heavenly prince. Then, the hymn of a saber filled the sky as a saber slashed horizontally. This saber slash gave birth to 8 intents, and the 8 intents turned into 1 Tao, and 1 Tao turned into 8 Tao that all appeared at the same time. Heaven, earth, true gods, all existences. Everything appeared in this single blade. The heaven-traversing eighth saber was given to Chen Baojiao by Li Qie. However, she had questions for him before, so he also conveniently practiced it. Rumor has it that the martial ancestor created the heaven-traversing eighth saber technique, an unbeatable saber technique from the martial ancestor's era. However, the truth was that it had a different origin. It shared the same origin as the tyrannical immortal saber. Kang, the heaven-traversing eighth saber and the Trinity sword sliced down together. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian used the protection of the two immortal emperors and brought forth his strongest blade technique to stop Li Qie's supreme blow. Meanwhile, Li Qie used his 1,000 hands to pull the 9 words true bow. Buzz! An arrow with the word fighter shot out. This arrow was a bow of the heaven and earth, and it carried the heavenly Tao alongside its trajectory. Universal laws began to form in front of the arrow tip. This arrow was surely unblockable. Li Qie spread out a different palm and small green grass quickly grew from his palm all the way up to the sky. These leaves quickly thrived into giant stars that were capable of shouldering the firmament, and they finally turned into a sword that slashed horizontally forward. Countless stars from the sky fell down as this severing sword headed straight for Zhu Huangwu. Grass sword attacking immortal law. This technique came from immortal Tao City and was traded inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Su Pei had it and had studied it with Li Qie as he taught her its mysteries. Today, this art was performed by Li Qie. One grass sword capable of annihilating the stars and the sky, extremely devastating. The word fighter traveled in the front while the grass sword followed at the back. Both were aimed at Zhu Huangwu. Zhu Huangwu didn't dare to be careless. He used his dual rods to protect his face. 2 immortal emperors, like an impenetrable fortress, blocked the world-destroying grass sword and the fighter arrow. Everyone was sent into a daze as they watched this spectacle. Li Qie, with his 1,000 hands, were able to display many amazing skills while still maintaining their power. This was simply too hard to believe. However, they were also impressed by the dual emperor arts of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Even under the crackdown of Li Qie's multiple great arts, those two were still able to hold on. If it was someone else, they surely would have been killed already. Rumble. In a short period of time, both sides recklessly competed in might. The Heavenly Prince, with his 2 immortal emperors' protection, used the best saber skill with his divine saber to stop the Trinity sword and heaven-traversing 8th saber. Zhu Huangwu swung his dual rods while his 2 emperors sealed yin and yang like a fortress to stop the grass sword and the fighter arrow. 1 versus 2. Li Qie used the daylight sky immortal secret and the 9 sun-locking heaven law to repress his 2 opponents. They were not easy foes with their dual emperor arts. Although Li Qie's offense was fierce, Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince fought on. They were in a stalemate, and no side managed to take it a step further. However, at this moment, an unbelievable thing happened. Li Qie's inner physique suddenly moved. Amongst all the explosions and dazzling lights, the inner physique left his body and suddenly flashed. Boom, boom. The horizon shook twice. The inner physique, with its ultimate speed, bumped against the air and unleashed 2 instantaneous blows. Miserable screams resounded as Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were slammed away. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on their chests. The 2 of them didn't expect that at the most crucial moment, Li Qie's inner physique would activate and use an invincible momentum to shatter their defenses. Their dual emperor arts were occupied by Li Qie's 4 supreme arts, so his inner physique was free to pierce through their chests. Since their chest cavities were penetrated, the 2 of them retreated while their blood crazily spurted about. This is too scary. Seeing this scene, countless people were shivering in fear. Li Qie was originally fighting against the 2 strong geniuses in a stalemate, but at the most opportune moment, his inner physique managed to break through. An immortal physique is too formidable. A pale, old royal lord murmured, a person with an immortal physique, along with several supreme arts, is too frightening. Even dual Emperor arts geniuses are still at a disadvantage. Chapter 325, Emperor Weapons appearing. The two flew in the sky while their blood dyed the blue sky. All the spectators were quite shocked and speechless, including devilish geniuses and previous generation experts. These two were the contemporary heaven's proud sons. Coming from ancient kingdoms with dual emperor arts, countless people thought very highly of them. Some even thought that they could open their own heavenly Tao to eventually aspire for the heaven's will. But today, their combined efforts were still no match for this boy. Good strike. The applause of the Grand Era students erupted like a raging geyser. At this moment, they felt quite proud. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were amongst the strongest in the Sacred Era Hall. Even other devilish geniuses would feel pressured when in their presence. But today, both of them were constantly being suppressed by Li Qia. This was a great honor and glory for the Grand Era Hall. Ho! They exhaled. Even though Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince suffered a severe blow, they quickly soared back in a flash. With a sizzling sound, their pierced chests started to recover at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, the hole in their chests disappeared. If it wasn't for the tattered and bloody spots on their robes, no one would believe that their chests were completely penetrated just a moment ago. Truly dual emperor arts wielders, it is like they are unkillable. Spectators took a deep breath after seeing this scene. Once a cultivator reached the heaven's primal realm, they could refine their true fates into a heaven's will primal soul, allowing their true fates to escape from their bodies. This way, even if their bodies get destroyed, they could still build a new one. However, the actual application of this was very difficult. Royal nobles and ancient saints would have a hard time repairing their destroyed bodies. This was even truer for Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince since their chests were pierced by an inner physique. This could be considered a mortal wound since the divine power of an immortal physique would leave behind permanent damage to the body. Yet, the penetrated chests of these two were able to completely heal as if they were never hurt in the first place. If it was someone else who was wounded by an immortal physique, then not only would their body be hurt, their true fate would also not remain unscathed. Everything ends now. At this point, Zhu Huangwu crazily cried out like a furious dragon. This battle was extremely shameful to both of them. They were the heaven's proud sons, the highest existences amongst geniuses. Today, despite their joint efforts, they were still trampled by Li Qia, so what face was left for them? There would be no place in this world for them to stand unless they killed Li Qia. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook as all existences prostrated themselves on the ground. Countless experts were suppressed, and even ancient saints couldn't stand straight. An emperor's weapon. An ancient saint that had lived for more than 10,000 years exclaimed with a horrified and pale expression. Royal nobles and named heroes soon bowed on the ground due to the invincible emperor's aura. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both took out immortal emperor life treasures. Zhu Huangwu had a battle rod that was capable of sweeping through everything in this world. The moment he swung it, the cry of a black tortoise resounded like a divine beast. The battle rod turned into a black tortoise, and then it seemed as if immortal Emperor Fu Ma was sitting on top of this tortoise to suppress all gods and demon kings in this world. Black Tortoise Rod, this was the life treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Fu Ma for the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Rumor has it that he went into an immortal ground and slayed a divine beast, the Black Tortoise. Then, he used its Dao bone to craft this imperial rod. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, on the other hand, took out a very familiar weapon that had once appeared in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, the Imperial Violet Hammer. The appearance of the two emperor weapons brought everything back to the primordial chaos. Open! Li Qia screamed and unleashed all of his supreme arts to their utmost limit. At this moment, Li Qia's life will exploded with an endless ocean of blood. There was a sanguine moon and a golden sun in the middle, spinning around like the Taijitu. In the end, it was not his cultivation that lost to Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Instead, he was killed by emperor weapons. Ha 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 ha. He was just an ant, yet he still dared to challenge the Tiger's Howl school. What a foolish thing, an insignificant mayfly that tried to shake a giant tree. Look, this is your hero, this is all that he could do. A prince from a powerful country laughed and mocked the Grand Era students. The Grand Era students could only glance at each other, holding on to their anger. Before the invincible aura of Emperor weapons, all was powerless and they simply could not resist. It is all over, Zhu Huangwu said with a deep tone. Both Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qiye's existence caused them to feel a great amount of pressure and unease. But now, after killing him, they were finally able to relax with the weight off their backs. Over? This is only the beginning. At a time when everyone thought the matter was settled, all of a sudden, a calm voice filled with an influential charm appeared. Rumble. Li Qiye got up from the ground. He was covered in blood with his flesh torn apart. He was like a broken vase with cracks everywhere. It was as if his body would instantly shatter into small pieces from just a slight touch. There was a terrifying crack on his head. However, he was still alive. Clank. The inner physique in Li Qiye's chest once again exuded an immortal radiance. Divine chains, that appeared to be like needles, started to sew together the cracks on his body. Eventually, after a ding sound, the giant lock made from refined flames once again covered Li Qiye's entire body as these strings of universal laws wrapped around his wounds. The Kunpeng inside his Tao foundation spread its wings as the heavenly essence entered his body and treated his wounds. The ocean of blood in his life will poured longevity blood back inside as well to accelerate the healing process. An immortal light that was connected to the heavens will descended from the sky, and it illuminated his entire body without any signs of dimming. The daylight sky secret law was able to communicate with the heavenly Grand Tao, and he used its power to heal his wounds. Although this physique is not as invincible as the indestructible diamond physique, it can still endure this much. Healing one's body is not something limited to people with dual emperor arts. Li Qiye calmly spoke with confidence. Unfortunately, your cultivations are too shallow. If you both actually had the power of heavenly sovereigns or were able to use 20% of the emperor weapons, then it might have been possible to defeat me. Only 10% of the weapon's power is not enough to kill me. The immortal physique. At this point, both Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince lost their colors as they took a step back. With the emperor weapons, as long as they could unleash 10 to 20% of its power, they could massacre all things. All fate laws, longevity laws, techniques. Everything became insignificant in the presence of emperor weapons. 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds, 9 sun locking heaven law, heaven traversing 8 saber. In the end, all of these arts could not stop an attack from the emperor weapons and were rendered into dust. Chapter 326, Stealing Emperor Weapons. However, at the last minute, Li Qiye still managed to survive. The minor completion immortal physique. At this time, no matter who they were, they could only mumble this in astonishment. The immortal physique had become a nightmare for all the spectators. It was truly the most dreadful technique. Without forming one's own heavenly Tao, who in the younger generation could compete against his minor completion immortal physique? Even royal lords and sect masters from the great powers were astounded. Today, they all finally learned just how terrifying an immortal physique was. Until now, the world had always preached the horrifying properties of immortal physiques, but very few people saw it with their own eyes. Today, everyone personally spectated its horrifying nature. Yes. Come on, Brother Li. Defeat them. Tonight, all the girls will warm your bed. At this moment, an unknown student from the Grand Era Hall loudly shouted. Yes. This is my brother Li. Suddenly, the Grand Era students erupted with applause. They came from humble origins, and since they were also part of the Grand Era Hall, Li Qiye's time of honor was also theirs, and same with his moments of disgrace. Yeah. Brother Li, defeat them. Then, you can pick any sister in the academy tonight. No, you can pick 8 or 10 of them. The Grand Era students were roaring with cheers. Meanwhile, those from the Sacred Era Hall and Zenith Era Hall were silent, especially the Zenith Era students from the Great Powers who were just shouting at the top of their lungs. Those who showed great arrogance were now as pale as paper. After suppressing the Zenith Era students' smugness, the Grand Era students finally heaved a sigh of relief and let go of the exasperation in their hearts. "It's great that he is okay, truly wonderful," Qi Xiaodai cried from happiness as her eyes were filled with tears. The group of Qi Xiaodao was also at ease. Li Qia actually managed to perform a miracle and survived the attack of 2 emperor weapons. Even a minor completion immortal physique is destined to perish today. Zhu Huangwu took a deep breath and solemnly declared. Even a great divine immortal would not be able to save you today. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian added with a cold intonation. At this point, the two, once again, took out their emperor weapons with a serious expression. Once basked in the emperor's aura, they became invincible gods. "Oh mother, they are about to attack with emperor weapons again, run." A great character from a powerful country realized that both sides were about to go at it again, so he suddenly had a bad feeling and left with his disciples. Everyone understood that both sides were about to unleash their killing moves. Everyone was afraid of the 2 emperor weapons, so in just a moment, countless people escaped from the battleground and the academy to watch the fight from afar in order to avoid becoming collateral damage from the sky-shattering battle. "Let us finish this." Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian roared with determination. Their life wheels rose as their emperor weapons exuded a blinding brilliance. The black tortoise rod unleashed a supreme and sacred black tortoise. It proudly stood on top of the earth, a beast that had once suppressed the devils and gods. The imperial violet hammer's purple energy filled the sky as runes began to move to form a sacred scripture. The immortal hymns opened an entrance to an immortal world, and it was about to use the power of this world to destroy its enemy. At this moment, the 2 weapons frantically sucked on the blood energy from Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince. They turned pale and felt their strength being sapped from them. Immortal Emperor life treasures were much more powerful than Emperor possessions. Life treasures were also called Emperor weapons. Although they were not as powerful as true treasures, but outside of true treasures, there was nothing else in this world more powerful than them. Both life treasures and true treasures were everlasting, they could be used and passed down for many generations. However, controlling a life treasure was not an easy matter. In order to unleash a strike with Emperor power, one must expend a great amount of blood energy, so ordinary people couldn't control immortal Emperor life treasures. "This ends now," Heavenly Prince Qing Xian screamed. They even spewed out their most valuable longevity blood without a care in order to channel the most powerful strike from their weapons. Boom! A blow descended, one that was much more powerful than the earlier attack. Countless universal laws rushed up from the Academy's ground, but they were destroyed by this attack as this piece of earth was completely annihilated. Countless people started to quiver in the eastern 100 cities. Are they trying to sink the Academy? An old undying stared at the Academy from afar and murmured. Things began to quiet down on the battlefield, but all the spectators who were watching from the horizon were still holding on to their breaths. Their eyes opened wide in disbelief since they could no longer trust the scene displayed before them. Eventually, a person rubbed his eyes and incredulously murmured, "This is impossible." At this moment, everyone witnessed an incredible sight. The 2 emperor weapons' descent had been stopped. Li Qia was holding a stone box. Once he opened this box, an immortal light filled the sky, and it stopped the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. This stone box was the great treasure of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom, a supreme treasure that he traded for and obtained from the hands of Middle Continent Princess. Even Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian greatly changed their expressions. 2 emperor weapons were stopped completely. What kind of treasure was this? "My turn." Li Qia loudly laughed and said, "Just like you said, it is time for this to end." A treasure then flew out from the stone box. It was a mirror. It was not bronze nor gold, not silver nor steel, the material was unknown. One half yin and one half yang, and this yin and yang combined together into two yin-yang fish that were swimming around non-stop. It was an immortal light that was shot from these fishes' eyes that stopped the two emperor weapons. Go! Li Qiye was not conservative with his longevity blood as he spewed it into the mirror. The yin-yang fish flew out from the mirror with an aura capable of sweeping through the heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince, while wielding their emperor weapons, were struck flying away as their bones shattered. Both of them sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Another unbelievable thing happened. The yin-yang fish turned into a yin-yang whirlpool and sucked up the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. In an instant, the two treasures fell into Li Qiye's hands, changing owners. In the deepest darkness in the sky, an old undying exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. This is a treasure that had been lost for millions of years. How could it be in the hand of this little demon?" The yin-yang refining immortal mirror. The bulwark treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom. Even some old undyings who had always been hiding in the darkness took a deep breath and said in amazement. Today, there were not only old undyings from the Alliance who wanted to seize the academy, there were also a few undyings hiding outside just to spectate. To them, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian taking out emperor weapons was nothing surprising because they had seen many storms and waves before. However, when Li Qiye took out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror, they were met with shock. This mirror had an extremely mysterious origin, and no one knew the exact details. It was the bulwark treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom, one of the strongest ancient kingdoms during the Desolace expansion era. There was a saying during this era, if there were immortals in the heavens, then the mirror shall refine them. So one could already imagine how frightening this mirror was. Unfortunately, during the era of immortal Emperor Tian II, he destroyed the Middle Continent ancient kingdom. Ever since then, the mirror was lost. Immortal Emperor Tian II himself had always been searching for this mirror during his era. Return. Seeing Li Qiye snatch away the two emperor weapons, the gravely wounded Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were horrified. They then spouted out mantras in order to call them back. They used a supreme chant in order to summon the immortal emperor life treasures in order to seize them back. The hammer and rod were vibrating as they struggled to fly out from Li Qiye's hands. Li Qiye's expression sank as he used a great technique to suppress the two emperor weapons as the yin-yang refining immortal mirror floated above his head. Poof! The yin-yang fish's eyes shot out immortal lights, one yin and one yang, into the two weapons and suddenly locked them. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince couldn't summon the weapons back because their treasures were completely sealed. Now that they have fallen into my hands, don't even think about resummoning them. Li Qiye slowly spoke after he finished suppressing the two weapons. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian were both furious and aghast. They couldn't believe that Li Qiye's mirror could suppress immortal emperor life treasures. Unless it was an immortal emperor true treasure, nothing else in this world could suppress immortal emperor life treasures. Could it be that Li Qiye's mirror was comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure? Even if you took them, it will only be temporary. Emperor weapons have emperor locks. Even if the imperial violet hammer is in your grasp, you are still unable to use it. Every emperor weapon had an emperor lock. This meant that the weapon was tied down to the immortal emperor's bloodline, their descendants. Outside of the emperor's offspring or inheritor, no one else could use the weapon even if they had it in their grasp unless they had a heaven-defying method of bypassing the emperor lock, or if this emperor's heritage was destroyed. Otherwise, they were nothing more than scrap metal in the hands of outsiders. An emperor lock cannot cause trouble for me. Li Qiye revealed a cheerful smile and said. All of a sudden, he solemnly took out a bottle. Then he dripped 2 drops of longevity blood onto the hammer and rod. Snap! At this moment, everyone heard the opening of a lock. The immortal emperor universal laws that were used to lock the weapons were suddenly released. The 2 emperor weapons emitted a bright light in Li Qiye's hands as their emperor power became even more powerful. Chapter 327, Great Calamity, Dumb. At this time, the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod rang in resonance in Li Qia's hands. Their emperor power surged higher and higher. They were even more powerful than when Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian poured in their longevity blood. Preposterous. Seeing this scene, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian became frightened and shouted. Not good. An old undying hiding in the darkness in the sky lost his colors and exclaimed. The group of undyings was alarmed when the two emperor weapons fell into Li Qia's hands. Initially, the emperor locks would have allowed for them to take the weapons back from Li Qia whenever they wished. However, the situation had changed. Li Qia was able to unlock the seals. This meant that the connection between the weapons and the emperor's descendants and lineages was severed. An emperor lock served to tie the weapons to their respective lineages. As long as the lineages continued to exist, then no matter where the weapons went, there was a chance for the lineages to get it back. However, once the lock was released, this meant that from then on, the weapon belonged to someone else, and the lineages and descendants were no longer able to control them. The evacuees from the academy, who were spectating from a faraway location, exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to open an emperor lock, let alone a junior like Li Qia using only his longevity blood. This was simply a fantasy, an impossible thing." However, this impossible thing happened right before everyone's eyes. Li Qia used 2 drops of longevity blood to open 2 emperor locks and easily took over the imperial violet hammer and the black tortoise rod. Amidst the crowd's astonishment and horror, they didn't know that there was something hidden in the 2 drops of longevity blood. The 2 drops appeared to just be Li Qia's blood, but a bit before he took action, he used a sliver of myriad star water and mixed it with his blood. It was just a little amount, not even a drop. However, a single drop of myriad star water was a thing that even immortal emperors craved, thus it was not a difficult matter for it to unlock the seals when combined with Li Qia's 2 drops of longevity blood. The result flabbergasted everyone present. Like you said, it is time to end this. Li Qia pointed his unsealed weapons towards Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince recovered from their daze and quickly turned around to run in horror after seeing Li Qia's pose. Boom! A vast amount of emperor power from the 2 weapons slashed down. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian used all of their merit laws and treasures, but they couldn't stop the onslaught. Junior, you dare! At this moment, an enraged roar descended from the sky. A monstrous hand reached down, giving shivers to all the spectating cultivators. They felt like they were ants under its might. One could only imagine how frightening and powerful this hand's owner must be. Boom! This monstrous hand that slammed down could not reach the academy because multiple defensive layers rose to stop this hand in the sky. Ah! Miserable screams suddenly bellowed. They were from Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince. They were very unwilling to accept their fate of being rendered into ashes by the emperor weapons since they had no chance of blocking this attack. This result was outside of everyone's predictions. Zhu Huangwu and Qing Xian were proud geniuses of this generation with dual emperor arts, but they actually died to their own weapons. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, followed by a collapsing sound. The academy's vast territory started to crack as the mountains and rivers began to split apart. The divine halls and ancient temples began to fall. In just a split second, it was as if a cataclysm had befallen this place. Is this due to the attack from the emperor weapons? The spectators, who were perplexed due to the deaths of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, suddenly screamed in fear. No, the academy's catastrophe is approaching. Everything finally split apart. It is time. In the deepest and darkest part of the horizon, an ancient and cold voice declared. Boom! The sky suddenly split apart as an invincible aura approached. It was as if true gods were tearing the firmaments apart in order to descend to the mortal world, to put an end to the academy. Your heavenly Tao Academy ignored the students, allowing them to kill and steal the immortal emperor life treasures of others. What is this offense? An ancient and authoritative voice came from the sky. The cultivators who escaped outside of the academy heard the thumping of their hearts. Many older cultivators glanced at each other and knew that this declaration was only an excuse. The catastrophe has arrived, and many people were finally tempted to maneuver in order to seize the academy. Having heard this, many Grand Era students felt indignant. Everyone saw, with their own eyes, that Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian wanted to kill Li Qia, but this character in the sky was now twisting black and white. Gentlemen and fellow Taoists, please go back to where you came from. At this point, the Sacred Era Hall Master appeared and said in a serious manner, the Academy will handle its own matters. Handle? This is your way of handling things? The voice from the sky rang again. If your Academy does not give an acceptable explanation today, then this matter will not be waived. If fellow Taoists do not leave, then don't blame our Academy for raising our blades. The Sacred Era Hall Master gravely replied. In the Eastern 100 cities, the Academy's status was no less than that of the Eternal River School. It had surpassed countless winds and waves, since when had it ever been threatened by others? So your Heavenly Tao Academy has indeed succumbed to the evil path. An emotionless and vindictive voice spoke. Today, we will erase this evil for the Eastern 100 cities. Boom! At this moment, the sky was torn apart. A divine altar appeared above the Heavenly Tao Academy. It was extremely mystical and blocked even the heavenly divination. Even the strongest experts who opened their heavenly eyes could only faintly see people standing above the altar, and it was not just one person. The most terrifying thing was that they were all wielding invincible weapons with the most murderous kind of air. Emperor weapons. Even though the divine altar eluded the heaven's eyes, they couldn't completely hide their auras when all the old powerful undyings held invincible weapons. No, there are not only emperor weapons but also immortal emperor true treasures. The escapees turned pale as they all fled as far away as possible from this battlefield. Rumble. The divine altar unleashed an endless amount of sacred aura like the waves from the stomp of an immortal emperor. Slam. Slam. Boom. The defensive layers of the Academy could not stop the sacred power from the divine altar and started to collapse. At this minute, even those far away were suppressed by the altar's invincible aura. Ancient saints, heavenly sovereigns, and even heavenly kings were oppressed down to the ground, for this unrivaled presence was unstoppable. Its power was explosive like the return of an immortal emperor or a true god. The Academy's defensive layers that had withstood numerous attacks in the past shattered like pieces of paper. Boom! In the end, one last attack fiercely slammed into the Academy's ground. 100,000 miles were instantly annihilated. Even countless gigantic universal laws and locks from the ground beneath the Academy were destroyed by this unbeatable attack. These attacks not only rendered the Academy helpless, but even the entire Eastern 100 cities were shaken. Under this peerless offense, the Eastern 100 cities was like a tiny boat amidst a torrential storm and could capsize at any second. Today, countless existences cowered in fear and prostrated on the ground. Several immortal emperor life treasures flew out, and not just one immortal emperor true treasure was summoned. This was a sign of the destruction of the heaven and earth. Is this the end of the Heavenly Tao Academy? An undying in the Eastern 100 cities who was reluctant to enter these muddy waters exclaimed in horror with his eyes wide open. Not just one life treasure, and not just one true treasure. Seeing this scene, many cultivators that had pulled out of the Academy were frightened into a stupor. This was too horrifying. One life treasure was already powerful enough, but true treasures were even more terrorizing. This was a fate weapon capable of exerting an immortal emperor's battle prowess. However, these weapons had always been the sect-protecting treasures of immortal emperor lineages. They would not be easily summoned. Today, there was more than one here, clearly indicating that someone wanted to destroy the Academy. A door opened on the altar that was floating in the sky as shadows jumped down into the Academy. These shadows hid from the heavens' divination so no one could see their true appearances nor backgrounds. When they descended to the ground, they immediately ran to the deepest corners of the Academy where the greatest amount of treasures and manuals were hidden. Defend. The elders, high elders, and the hall masters that had been keeping silence suddenly appeared to protect the divine halls of the academy's ancestral ground. Boom! 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 Explosions came in waves as the halls that contained the most precious manuals and treasures of the academy erected their own defensive lines and universal laws to seal the sky. Chapter 328, Blood Stains the Academy, Kill. Many elders, protectors, and high elders began to fight against the shadows from the sky in order to protect the academy's treasures. In just an instant, blood splashed in the air along with shrill screams. Treasures flew around in the air to slay their enemies. Blood stained the ground red as corpses fell from the sky. It's the same as with the cleansing incense ancient sect. Seeing this scene, the escaping cultivators quietly whispered. In the past, when the cleansing incense ancient sect was defeated by the heavenly god sect, outside of the rumors of its own decline, there were signs that other immortal emperor lineages had a hand in this matter. Rumor has it that at that time, someone covered the heavens' divination so no one knew which immortal emperor lineages took part in the conquest of the cleansing incense ancient sect. I'm afraid the academy will repeat the tragedy that the cleansing incense ancient sect experienced. Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but lament with a sigh. Some people graduated from the academy, but they couldn't do anything in this situation. Against the suppression of several immortal emperor life treasures and more than one true treasure, and not to mention the numerous old undyings hiding in the shadows, even if a heavenly king were to rush in, it would be equivalent to suicide. Stop struggling with your last breath. An ancient voice came from the divine altar. Suddenly, an emperor light slashed down and destroyed the defense of one of the divine halls. Boom! Dozens of protectors and even the Grand Era Hall Master, who were protecting the divine hall, died on the spot. Hall Master. Seeing as how the Hall Master was instantly killed, many Grand Era students cried out with grief and hatred. The Grand Era Hall Master was very friendly, he taught the Tao and dispelled all of their questions, but today, he died in the hands of the enemy. Some students hated themselves for not being able to pounce forward to exact their vengeance. Under the suppression of the floating divine altar, those with a weak cultivation like them could not even stand up. They were completely immobilized by its invincible aura. Boom! The divine altar slashed down with another supreme blow to a sacred peak, revealing an old temple. The ancient desolate temple. It truly is here. Seeing this old temple, a gigantic hand reached out from the divine altar, wanting to grab it. The divine altar consisted of more than just one life and true treasure, and it was personally controlled by a group of undyings. Another supreme slash soared out from the altar towards the academy's peak. Inside this peak, a tiger that towered more than 100 meters jumped out. It was a beast protector tasked to guard the academy's treasures. Grow! This gigantic tiger jumped out with a roar as it pounced towards the divine altar. However, the blow from the altar came down and immediately killed the tiger after it let out a miserable scream. The crack in the peak revealed a mine that exuded blinding divine lights. This was a divine steel ore, extremely precious. It could even be considered priceless. Cloud immortal steel, take all of it. The command came from the altar. Then, more shadows jumped down from the sky to rush to the ore in order to steal the items. Boom! A true treasure attacked a huge river. A flood dragon rushed up, but it was still killed. This huge river was split apart, and inside was an ancient sacred monolith. I'll fight till my last breath. The elders and protectors from the academy defended their ancestral ground with determination, but they still could not stop the altar from above. Who knew how many old undyings, with their emperor weapons, were inside? At this moment, the academy could not hold back the enemy's offense. In a short period of time, the academy's force kept on retreating deeper and deeper inside. The enemy, with their divine altar opening the way, had many shadows running out to seize treasures. Don't go too far. While the elders of the academy were retreating, a roar emanated from the deepest part of the academy. An old man trod on the air as his body was surrounded by lightning. Thunderous crackles appeared as these lightning bolts intertwined together. It was as if he was the god of thunder. The cultivators who stood outside, with hearts that yearned to help the academy but were powerless, became ecstatic when they saw this old man. Ancestor lay. His wooden puppets crazily rushed into the group of enemies without any fear. While the trio was massacring indiscriminately, the divine altar shot out many invincible emperor weapons that could cross time itself and annihilated all things. No one could stop its advance, and a voice came from above, "Junior, don't be arrogant." Boom! A deafening explosion appeared. Li Qie used his 2 emperor weapons to block the strike, but he was still blown away while spraying out blood. An immortal emperor life treasure. Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the altar, slowly uttering these words. "Junior, surrender the emperor weapons and all of your techniques, including the immortal physique law. Only then shall your life be spared." A voice descended from the altar. "Go." Li Qie called out the Tetrawar bronze chariot and escaped with Little Autumn and Sikong Taotian. "There is no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth." A chill-inducing voice came from the altar. Then, an invincible immortal emperor life treasure flew forward with an unstoppable momentum. "Activate!" Li Qie screamed. The 2 emperor weapons blocked the front of Li Qie to ward off the life treasure, but they couldn't stop him from spurting out even more blood. Senior Li. The Grand Era students who already withdrew couldn't help but gasp and scream after seeing this scene. The more capable ones wanted to rush up to help, but the academy was already sealed by the divine altar. Outsiders could not enter. "Junior, be smart. It is not too late to surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death." The voice from the altar emanated across the entire academy. The opponent did not wish to instantly kill Li Qie since they desired his secret techniques. No one knew how many life and true treasures there were. Outside of the one that suppressed Li Qie, another one swept across the academy and pushed towards the deepest part of its ancestral ground. Li Qie wielded his emperor weapons and activated his techniques to fight while retreating at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, Li Qie retreated to the academy's entrance where the stone tablet that was engraved with the names of countless wise sages was located. This was the stone tablet that symbolized the academy's glory. All the powerful existences who graduated from the academy left their names on this tablet. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, the Martial God, Lion Monarch Ba Xian. Li Qie fled to this tablet and then suddenly stopped. Although he was bloody, his spirit remained radiant with high hopes. After seeing the divine altar reaching the deepest part of the academy, Li Qie smirked and slowly said, "Old farts, it is time for me to massacre all of you." Strong words. "Junior, I shall ruin you first and then take your techniques." Although the altar was very deep into the academy's ground, this distance to them was still within reach. "It is time to close the gate to beat the dogs." Li Qie loudly screamed. At this moment, waves of immortal light shot out from the academy's deepest area. Each of these immortal light streaks was like a divine sword that was capable of slaying the heavens itself. They were filled with murderous breath. The moment these lights turned into swords, others felt that this was a grisly scene. It was as if these immortal swords had once drunk the blood of immortals. The hymn of these swords resounded to the 9 heavens. In this second, a monstrous sword formation appeared inside the deepest area, and it sealed the ancestral ground's core. Even the altar that was powerfully forcing its way in was trapped by this sword formation. The God-punishing formation. "You all still have this formation." An emotional cry came out from the altar. Then, a different emotionless voice appeared as well. "Even the God-punishing formation is not enough." Boom! One moment later, the 7 immortal emperor life treasures and 2 true treasures combined together into one unit in an instant. Chapter 329, A Scheme to Bury All Enemies, 2 True Treasures and 7 Life Treasures. In a split moment, everyone knew exactly how many emperor weapons the enemies on the altar brought. Once these weapons combined their power into one, countless strange images appeared in the sky. There was an immortal emperor punishing the heavens and true gods breaking the universal laws, causing the heavens to fall. The appearances of these images caused the mortal emperor world to tremble. Many old undyings opened their eyes inside their coffins, even the sealed ones were stirred awake. Is this the end of the Heavenly Tao Academy? After sensing this invincible power, an old undying that had lived for many years couldn't help but murmur. Could the Academy actually withstand such an attack? No matter how powerful it was, surely it would become ashes after this strike. There were more than 10 undyings with 2 true treasures and 7 life treasures. This was an unbeatable offense, so what could actually stop this? Clang clank clank. The sword hymns resonated throughout the entire sky as the god-punishing formation unleashed its maximum potential. One sword swept by and rendered countless stars into dust. The opening of this sword formation could even refine the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before this formation, any expert, no matter how powerful they were, would still be wiped out. Rumble. The two sides collided as the Emperor Power tried to shake the sword formation that took the form of one sword. The towering sword began to dim down. Even though it was an incomparably powerful formation, it could not garner any advantage against the offense of so many Emperor weapons. The Heavenly Tao Academy is not a place for all of you to trespass as you please. While the Divine Altar side, with the Emperor weapons, was winning, a loud cry came from the sky. Near the 9 firmaments, everything suddenly turned red by the Academy as if the heavens itself was being boiled. In the deepest part of the Academy's ancestral ground, an extremely gigantic whirlpool appeared and immediately incinerated the sky. At this time, everyone clearly saw 7 old men appear on the horizon. These old men were extremely withered and old. It was apparent with a single glance that they were ancestors who were sealed for many years. Their lifespan had already dried out, and they were on the verge of death. But even so, their remaining blood energy was still enough for them to traverse this world. They were able to chase after the mysterious underworld below and the jade heaven above. Each of these old men had the ability to catch the stars, refine the 6 Tao, and rule over the 8 Desolaces. The 7 old men all held onto a gigantic cauldron that was capable of refining the heaven and earth. The moment this cauldron opened its mouth, not to mention all existences, but even time and space were refined. Under the control of the 7 ancestors, the cauldron emitted a boundless amount of divine power. Even true gods would have to retreat against such might. 7 ancient ancestors, shouldn't you all be trapped by the realm god? Seeing these old men, a decrepit voice exclaimed from the altar. Refine. However, the 7 old men ignored this inquiry. The great cauldron poured down an endless stream of divine flames to refine the altar. These flames even suppressed the combined might of the Emperor weapons. Clank. Once the divine altar was suppressed, the god-punishing formation's sword light became brighter and more powerful, and it went on to counterattack the altar. Chaos Cauldron. It was not just the mysterious opponents on the altar. Even several old undyings who were hiding in the darkness to spectate were left aghast the moment they saw the cauldron that was controlled by the 7 old men. Chaos Cauldron. Many old undyings buried beneath the eastern 100 cities woke up and escaped from their seal after feeling the divine power of the endless flames. One of them emotionally said, "Rumor has it that the Academy had lost the Chaos Cauldron many generations ago." The Chaos Cauldron was the sect-protecting treasure of the Academy, and its origin was very primitive and mysterious. Some guessed that it came from the legendary era and it held an unfathomable power. In the mortal emperor world, during the darkest and most arduous era, the Chaos Cauldron was the reason why the Academy managed to persevere. But later on, there were reports stating that the Academy had lost the cauldron. Since then, it never appeared again and the world no longer witnessed its shadow. Today, the Chaos Cauldron suddenly appeared once more. The Undyings, whether they were participating in this battle or not, all felt an uneasy sensation. 7 ancient ancestors, this is a trap. A spectating old Undying coldly said. The Heavenly Tao Academy had many older generations, like Ancestor Lei, someone who was an old Undying of the same era as immortal Emperor Ta Kong. However, existences like him were not the most frightening ancestors of the Academy. Legends say that the Academy sealed 7 extremely terrifying existences. Their lifespan had depleted and they could die at any moment. They were known as the 7 ancient ancestors. Before the Academy faces absolute destruction, they would not appear due to their depleted lifespan. It was very likely that they would meet their ends. Not long ago, the old Undyings in the Anti-Academy Alliance had spied on the Academy. They found that the Academy was splitting apart because of the Realm God turning mad. In order to stabilize the Realm God, all 7 ancient ancestors couldn't afford not to appear. However, not only did they fail, they also became trapped by the Realm God in a different dimension. Because of this, the Alliance then mustered up the courage to take action the moment the Academy had finally split in order to destroy and steal the Academy's resources. However, after seeing the 7 ancestors' appearance today, along with the long-lost Chaos Cauldron, even the most foolish person would understand that this was a trap planned by Academy to bring in those with malice. Old man Zhongli, you tricked us. The hoarse voice appeared once again from the divine altar, and it was angrily directed at Zhongli, one of the 7 ancient ancestors. Go! Another voice shouted. The divine altar was no longer dominant against the god-punishing formation and the Chaos Cauldron. Because of the heaven's ancestral vein of the Academy along with its extremely dense worldly essence fueling the god-punishing formation and the cauldron, the divine altar was now at a disadvantage. Bang! The 7 life treasures and 2 true treasures, with their combined power, no longer attacked the depths of the Academy. Instead, they tried to escape. At this point, they ignored those who were dressed in black, the ones who were trapped in the sword formation. Boom! Once the 9 Emperor weapons that were controlled by the old Undyings wanted to escape, even the god-punishing formation could not stop them. It was just a matter of time. Since you have arrived, don't even think about leaving. Seeing the divine altar breaking the formation to escape, Li Qia's words suddenly appeared. Pluff pluff pluff. At this moment, an endless amount of sacred light covered the entire Academy like a shell encompassing the world. At this time, an unbelievable thing happened. Li Qia carried a huge tablet behind him. At the Academy's entrance, there was a huge stone tablet engraved with the names of many wise sages. Graduates from the Academy, once renowned throughout the world, would come back to leave behind their names. This stone tablet was the symbol of the Academy's glory. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, the Martial God, Lion Monarch Ba Xian. All of these names reverberated throughout the world, and a few names were too ancient to even be traced. For generations, many cultivators only knew that this stone tablet was a symbol of glory, but today, an extremely strange matter occurred. The stone tablet that was carried on Li Qia's back exuded an endless amount of sacred light that contained a marvelous holiness that repelled all laws. This sacred light then caged the Academy. However, this was not the most shocking and horrifying part. The ancient names on the tablet emerged one after another, and figures came out from these names. Each of these figures stepped out with a proud presence that contained an eternity of invincibility. Everyone saw an illusion of a heavenly dragon, the sea god, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, and many others. They were now standing in the Academy's sky. At this moment, these immemorial gods came back to life to protect the Academy. Once these figures stood in the Academy's sky, its defensive line became firm. This defense was capable of blocking a myriad of heavenly armies and trapping all the demons and devils. No matter the type of offense, none would be able to pierce the defensive line created by these figures. This was an extremely ancient defense, one that was capable of stopping both external and internal attacks. Impossible. Needless to say about the dazed outsiders, even the elders and protectors of the Academy were dumbfounded. They never knew that this stone tablet had such an effect. Until recently, they only thought that it was just a glorious symbol. However, today, everyone realized that this tablet was not so simple. All of these invincible beings did not only leave behind their names, but also their marks and universal laws. Chapter 330, Perimeter of the Wise Sages. At this moment, countless people prostrated on the ground, including those who were not suppressed because they saw some of their ancestors amongst the figures. Seeing their shadows, they were lost in the glory of their ancestors. Witnessing the figure with lion-like golden hair, the lion's roar royal lord, Qi Shaodai and Qi Shaodao, and all the other disciples from the Qi clan and the lion's roar gate prostrated on the ground as they emotionally cried out to their ancestor, great ancestor. Seeing their brave and noble appearances, anyone could imagine how invincible and majestic they used to be when they traversed the world while wearing a proud smile. Tears came out as so many of the spectators were excited from reminiscing of the past. The perimeter of the wise sages will end everything. Li Qie carried the stone tablet while being surrounded by the sacred light. He then placed the tablet down and put his hands together to form a seal. Changing the heavens and moving the earth. Everything started to change. Boom! These invincible figures moved their hands and shrouded the sky. Whatever Li Qie's seal pointed at, these huge invincible hands followed and suppressed that direction. Open! The old undyings on the divine altar roared. However, against these invincible hands, even when they sacrificed their longevity blood, they couldn't open a path. These monstrous hands represented the invincible will of these existences. Since the start of time, how many invincible characters came from the academy? Boom! The divine altar collapsed after a deafening explosion. The 7 life treasures and 2 true treasures showed up again, along with 11 old undyings. They were connected together via the divine altar as it concentrated all of their blood energies to condense the unbeatable power of the 9 emperor weapons. Now, the divine altar was broken, so the old undyings were no longer in unison. Boom! The 9 weapons, along with the 11 old undyings, were pushed back into the god-punishing formation and the refinement of the chaos cauldron. No! Unwilling screams resounded. Without the altar, they could no longer join together, so the power of the 9 weapons greatly decreased. The old undyings were trapped inside the formation that was fueled by the maximum power of the Emperor Foundation beneath the academy. In the sky, the chaos cauldron was also refining while the oppressive palms from the wise sages continued their assault. Even the weapons could not shield the old undyings any longer. In just a moment, they turned into a mist of blood all over the sky. Clank! The Emperor weapons also cried out since they suffered a harsh attack as well. Inside the formation, cauldron, and the perimeter of the wise sages, old Daoist Peng came out from nowhere. Come here, my treasures. He took out a magical pouch and shouted, intending to take away the 7 immortal emperor life treasures. Lock! Li Qie also loudly uttered. The yin-yang refining immortal mirror floated above Li Qie's head while the yin-yang fish jumped around. 2 immortal lights, 1 yin and 1 yang, suppressed the 2 immortal emperor true treasures. Li Qie also wanted to take in these 2 true treasures. True treasures were many times stronger than life treasures, for they were directly involved with one's fate and life. Plus, these were immortal emperor true treasures. Rumble. However, at this moment, the 2 true treasures suddenly exploded like the awakening of immortal emperors. The 2 opened up the heaven and earth and tore the fabric of space itself. The 2 true treasures carried along 4 life treasures and jumped through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Qie wanted to control them, but it was too late. He could only watch as the true treasures escaped with 4 life treasures. Crash! Old Daoist Peng was a lot luckier than Li Qie. His magical pouch managed to grab 3 immortal emperor life treasures. This guy is too clever. Li Qie revealed a forced smile and said. He was too greedy. If he used the mirror on the life treasures, then he could have taken 1 or 2 of them. However, it was not possible for the true treasures. True treasures were the fate weapons of immortal emperors, so they were 100 times more difficult to suppress. Next, the god-punishing formation disappeared, and the 7 ancient ancestors also disappeared with the chaos cauldron. Li Qie carried the stone tablet back to the academy's entrance and then placed it down with a shout. The figures then disappeared back into the names engraved on the tablet. At this moment, everyone was astounded. Who knew about the secret inside the tablet that contained the wills of these old invincible sages? Even the elders and protectors of the academy were astonished. They didn't know the secret, but a student from the Grand Era Hall did, and he also used it to defeat the enemy. Perimeter of the Wise Sages. Li Qie touched the tablet and reminiscing of the Dark Ages. Countless great sects and countries of the human race were destroyed, and many people retreated back to the Heavenly Tao Academy. During that war, Li Qie stood here, facing the legion of his enemy. This was a battle that reversed the tide. In that era, Li Qie stood right here and used the perimeter of the Wise Sages to stop the furious attacks from the enemies. The tablet was painted with blood in that battle, some from the generals under Li Qie, but there was also the blood from the ancient Ming. After so many years had passed, Li Qie once again used the perimeter today. Although this battle was far less impressive than the cruel war in the past, it still reminded him of that dark era, causing his mood to plummet with sadness. Seeing this tablet caused him to remember too many people that were lost inside his memories. Long live First Brother. After a long time, everyone came down to the earth again. The Grand Era students excitedly surrounded and cheered Li Qie on. Long live First Brother. They then threw him really high into the air. Me too, I am also a big contributor. Little Autumn couldn't handle being left out, so it rushed into the crowd and smilingly exclaimed. The group of students also threw Little Autumn up high in jubilation. Sikong Taotian, on the other hand, escaped right when the battle was concluded. His identity could not meet the light and he would rather not be recognized. This post-battle joy infected all the Grand Era students as they were lost in the excitement. Of course, some were not very happy, especially the students from the Sacred Era and Zenith Era halls. They could only force out some wry laughter. The battle had ended. The 11 old Undyings from the Alliance had all died, and all the men dressed in black that had entered the academy were also killed. No one managed to escape alive. The academy also suffered some serious losses, but it was a great victory nonetheless. They defeated the powerful Alliance and claimed 3 immortal Emperor life treasures. This news traveled far and wide and the entire Eastern 100 cities became silent. The younger generation and ordinary cultivators knew very little about the matter, but the old Undyings from the great powers knew a great deal. Some of them even participated in this battle. 2 true treasures, 7 life treasures, 11 old Undyings. Such a force meant that there were at least 2 immortal emperor lineages in the Alliance. As for the amount of other powers in this scheme to take over the academy, no one knew the exact details. As the calamity descended upon the academy, many old Undyings secretly thought that such a powerful alliance would be able to take over the academy and then split up the heaven's ancestral vein. But in the end, their entire force was annihilated and they even lost 3 life treasures. All the participating great powers could only try to alleviate their pain by eating bitter yellow lotus leaves in silence, for they couldn't exactly cry about this loss. Now, those who took part in this conspiracy began to worry about the vengeance of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It is not without reason that the Academy had stood strong for so long throughout the ages. A few Undyings who didn't participate said with a tinge of emotion, the Academy did not fall during the Dark Era, so even if a calamity descended today, there would still be a chance that it would be fine. During the battle, some old Undyings were hiding to spectate, and this result greatly surprised them. Although they were neutral, they intended to fish in troubled waters to see if they could gain anything during the collapse of the academy. Now, the alliance was completely wiped out, causing these spectating Undyings to break out in cold sweat. They were glad for not participating, otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the 11 Undyings on the divine altar. Plot, this is a blatant plot. Not only was there a scheme from the alliance, but the academy also had their own. The academy set this trap to bait the snake from its nest, then they closed the gate to beat the dogs. In the end, an old Undying said with a pale face. Even though many people thought that the academy purposely baited this battle, no one dared to criticize it. If the alliance didn't intend on destroying the academy, then how would they have fallen into this trap? Some started to suspect whether the sundering of the academy was real or not as well. The academy could have released this fake piece of news in order to destroy all the enemies that were scheming against them in one fell swoop. In the aftermath, everyone noticed a character with a special role, Li Qia. At this time, everyone understood that Li Qia and the academy were on the same side. Li Qia acted in the light while the academy lingered in the darkness. Li Qia first killed Ba Xia and Hu Yu, then Zhu Huangwu along with Heavenly Prince Qing Xian just to bait out the enemies in order to ignite the conflict. Chapter 331. Aftermath of the battle. Many people thought that Li Qia and the academy had plotted together to sweep through the entire alliance, but no one knew that this battle was actually conducted by Li Qia alone. This scheme of baiting and trapping them was single-handedly set up by Li Qia. The academy was indeed splitting apart, but the rumors about it completely sundering were naturally fake. This was deliberately spread by the academy in order to bait out the alliance. The alliance assumed that the academy was no longer able to bear the burden and would eventually turn into dust, thus they fell into the trap. Li Qia personally presided over this battle while the academy changed from defense to offense in order to kill all the old undyings, allowing them to reverse the tide and grasp the initiative. At this moment, even if the academy was completely divided, other people with schemes would have to think twice, lest they repeat the tragedy of the alliance. After the battle, the Lion's Roar royal lord was very respectful when he met Li Qia again. Before, he really wanted to recruit Li Qia, but afterward, there was only awe in his mind. At this very second, he understood why his daughter was willing to stay by Li Qia's side as a servant. He secretly felt a cold chill and praised his fortune that the Lion's Roar gate did not offend Li Qia. Otherwise, they would have suffered an untimely doom. He also recalled when his daughter told him to not provoke Li Qia, lest they wanted to end up with an unimaginable outcome. After the battle, Bing Yuxia came to him a while later and asked, "Little demon, this plan was probably concocted by you, wasn't it?" Li Qia scanned her up and down, then he said, "Little girl, it is midnight right now. You running here must be because you want to offer your body to me tonight, correct? However, your cross-dressing style is making me lose all interest. If you want to climb up my bed, then change to a ladylike style. Then, I might be in the mood for lovemaking." Having teased her, he revealed a devilish smirk. "Go to hell." Bing Yuxia suddenly turned red from anger and tried to kick Li Qia, but he easily dodged it, causing her to indignantly shiver. "Little girl, my disaster is approaching, but I don't know where to hide. Your loyalty will need to be tested, ya. Later on, if there are any matters that will result in benefits, I will consider about giving you a share." Li Qia ignored her flustered appearance and leisurely said, "Bah, what disaster? Even a fool can see that you are plotting against someone else. Only those knuckleheads think that they can handle everything. I'm not interested in joining your muddy waters." Bing Yuxia opened her fan and said in a cool manner, "Okay, little girl, if there is nothing else, then you may go." Li Qia nonchalantly replied, "Why do you want me gone so badly? Are you hiding girls here in your golden palace?" Bing Yuxia smilingly said, "Speaking of which, I will introduce you to someone. The princess of the Pure Lotus School, not bad, right? You are very famous right now, and I noticed that she is a bit interested in you. I will pull the strings for you. No need to thank me, just keep this matchmaker in mind when you get something good in the future." This battle was personally led by Li Qia. Old Daoist Peng had lived for so long, and the elders of the academy all lamented that this was a world for the younger generation. Against such a calamity, the elders of the academy wanted to avoid dealing with it as long as possible. For example, the 7 ancient ancestors normally would never actively attack, because once they did so, the price would be extremely heavy. However, Li Qia personally led the battle and went against all obstacles, allowing a good opportunity to emerge for the 7 ancient ancestors to take action. Although they suffered heavy losses, the elders of the academy couldn't not admit that they, at such an old age, lacked this courage and hot-blooded boldness. Li Chia took the old box, opened it, and carefully inspected the contents before closing and putting it away. He then slowly spoke, "There is always a price. Besides, this thing had stayed in your academy for too long. Rather than let it become moldy, it is better for me to take it away and actually utilize its true effect. How do you intend to use it?" Old Daoist Peng couldn't help but ask since he was filled with curiosity. "It's a secret. Maybe you will find out later." Li Chia shook his head and said. This treasure affected too many matters, and Li Chia would not easily let others in on his plans. Just like the secret of the stone tablet at the entrance? Old Daoist Peng asked, the wise sage's perimeter. Outside of existences on the same level as the 7 ancient ancestors, very few people knew the secret of the stone tablet. However, as an outsider, Li Chia knew about it and even went as far as actually activating it. This was too incredible. Yes. That is also a secret. Li Chia looked at him with one eye and said. No one from the academy understood the wise sage's perimeter more than Li Chia. Although this perimeter was erected during the Desolate Era, it was improved several times in later generations. Especially after the bloody battles during the Dark Era, the perimeter was improved immensely and its power became even stronger. If it exerted its true power, then the defense of the academy would be extremely fortified. The improvement and fixes were ideas from Li Chia. He also oversaw its implementation. Old Daoist Peng only smiled and didn't inquire further. Li Chia was too mysterious, so even though the old Daoist wanted to get to the roots, he also knew that Li Chia had his boundary. Anyone who crossed this boundary would not have a good end. There is one more thing, maybe you will be able to solve it. Old Daoist Peng eventually said. Li Chia narrowed his eyes and said, the realm god, right? Old Daoist Peng took a deep breath and seriously nodded his head, then he said, yes. The matter of the realm god. The situation became even more serious, and at this moment, we have no way of communicating with it. We lost contact with it after something happened to it. Its state is deteriorating, and if this continues, the academy will truly be destroyed. Chapter 332, Timeless Portal's Secret. I would have to see it for myself. Li Chia touched his chin once before he continued, maybe there will be a solution. That would be for the best. Old Daoist Peng smiled, hee, and said, however, you shouldn't have to demand such a high fee again. In the end, we are returning customers. If you make us pay so much each time, our academy will eventually become bankrupt. I'll do it for free this time, okay? Li Chia angrily glared at him and said. Old Daoist Peng became excited and rubbed his hands while he cheerfully smiled. Nothing would be better. After all, nothing in this world can be more tempting than a free lunch. Let's go and have a look. Li Chia was too lazy to care about old Daoist Peng, so he stood up and walked out. Before reaching the door, Little Autumn excitedly rushed in and shouted, it is time, it is time. What is it? Li Chia narrowed his eyes and said, is it the portal? That's right. The portal is about to open right outside of the 5 grand halls. Hurry, we're ready to immediately set off as the vanguard. Ha. Maybe we will be the first to seize the void gate. It's finally here. Li Chia squinted his eyes and said in a serious manner. When it came to the void gate, even someone who had experienced countless things like Li Chia couldn't stay calm. The void gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, was coveted since time immemorial by even immortal emperors. The world assumed that it did not exist, but Li Chia was certain of its existence since he was aware of its details more than anyone else. Not too many inhabitants of this world had seen the void gate or even any of the 9 treasures for that matter. However, they surely would be driven mad at the mere sight of one. But, old Daoist Peng was quite startled after hearing the exchange between Little Autumn and Li Chia since the business of the void gate had never been a priority. To the academy, the realm god was more important. I will go see the realm god. Finally, Li Chia spoke with a deep tone, then he uttered a command to Little Autumn. You go tell Sikong Totian's group to be ready. We will depart the moment I come back. I will wait for no one. Yes, sir. Little Autumn replied and immediately left in excitement. The Void Gate could be the place of its birth. So how could it not be excited given the chance to return and see the gate? The academy was very vast, and its central area was gigantic. Rolling ancient halls and divine pavilions were deep inside, some were even floating in the sky. Not mentioning the students from the 5 halls, even the academy disciples were not allowed in these places. It was a right reserved to experts of the elder and protector levels. The academy possessed many secrets after having existed for so long, especially in its key underground grand vein in its deepest ground. Once one stepped into this place, they would feel that the worldly essence was extremely dense. Even a person with the worst talents would be able to feel its thickness. Being connected to the heaven and earth along with the grand Tao, this was a wonderful sensation. You guys have kept this ancestral vein for too long. Li Chiye stood here and felt the ground's magicalness. Such a place was indeed very rare in this world. He took a breath of this worldly essence and spoke. After having this ancestral vein for so long, it would be strange if others didn't covet it. Old Taoist Peng wryly smiled and said, we can't be blamed for occupying it for so long. This is because our ancestors had the foresight to build the Tao foundation at this place. As their descendants, we can't just hand over such a treasure ground to someone else, right? That would be an unworthy deed to our ancestors. This is true. The Heavenly Tao Academy in the War God Temple, the ancestors of these great powers were indeed wise and astute. Across the ages, very few people could compare to them. The strength of an everlasting lineage was not just based on the effort of the descendants, it was also from the foresight of the forefathers. After tens of millions of years, countless heritages became ashes. Even a number of immortal emperor lineages disappeared in the midst of the river of time. However, these 2 existences continued on, and this had a lot to do with the locations chosen by their ancestors. Stepping into this ground, one could hear the chants of flood dragons and see sacred phoenixes dancing around along with wonderful fishes playing on the river's surface. Rare and precious herbs, along with strange animals, could all be found in this place. From this, one could see how amazing the Academy's hidden trove was. It had accumulated too many resources throughout the ages. Maybe, it is because your ancestors left behind too many things for you guys, allowing you all to idly eat without any worries. After so many years, the Academy and all of its ancestors still weren't able to cultivate an immortal emperor that belonged to just you. Li Chiye couldn't help but comment after seeing this land of treasures. These words were hard to hear, but old Taoist Peng had to agree with a sigh. This might be the reason. Since the desolate era till now, the resources and secret strength of the Academy and the War God Temple were not any less than other heritages. Although the Academy trained many disciples and students into great, legendary characters, the strange part was that the Academy never groomed an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor Hao Hai and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong did indeed graduate from the Academy, but to be more exact, they were not its true inheritors. Break then reform, this might be a good choice for your Academy. Li Chiye said, there are 2 deadly flaws regarding your Academy and the temple. First is the group of overly conservative old men. There is no desire to start from the beginning, no determination to kill until the heavens fall, no conviction to fight with 2 empty hands. You all have always picked your own world and trapped yourselves inside. Although you have been standing strong, you have lost the bravado and dominance that could pierce the sky, the courage to annihilate all worlds like back then in the desolate era. Secondly, even if you have more hidden resources, then what? There is a harsh saying, people who live in peaceful times will not have the fierceness to compete against the heavens for a bowl of rice. You and your descendants have been spoon-fed too many things. To put it differently, would you ever compete for the worldly treasures right before your eyes, even if it meant becoming enemies with the rest of the world? It's the same with the matter of the portal. You chose to take a step back and open the portal for self-preservation. This manner of doing business seems to be rational, but your Academy does not want to push yourself into a desperate strait. To be more frank, you have no determination to push yourself to a dead end. These two deadly flaws are the same. Having too many things, this was something you all enjoyed from a young age. Once you became ancestors, you would rather make compromises regarding many matters because all of you did not lack anything. Without any risks, without bathing the world in blood, without any determination to go against all odds, how can one climb to the peak, accept the heaven's will, and become an immortal emperor? Since time immemorial, how many immortal emperors, step by step, trod forward in bloody battles and used countless bones to pave the way for their immortal emperor ascension? There are many competitions and an endless amount of slaughtering in this world. One could see the shadows of heritages like the azure mysterious ancient kingdom or the brilliance ancient kingdom behind these matters. Even if they were not directly involved, they definitely had their hands in the matter. However, it's very rare to see the shadows of your academy and the temple. Li Qie took his time speaking, not only for old Daoist Peng to hear, but also to let out his emotions. Could it be because our academy and the war god temple have a peace-loving tradition? Throughout the ages, we have always been protecting the human race. Old Daoist Peng couldn't help but say. Your words are correct, the human race having this peaceful, today, has a lot to do with your academy and the temple. You are successful because of this creed, but you will also lose because of it one day. Li Qie agreed with his sentence. The two of them walked into the depths of the academy. With a vast and magnificent scenery, this was the academy's most mysterious place that spanned for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even though the academy was splitting apart with many mountains and rivers destroyed and buildings shattered, that was only on the outside. Those destroyed locations were the places where the Emperor Foundation's influence was at its weakest. This place was the location with the most fortified foundation in the academy. Beneath the earth was an inerasable foundation, so the signs of the cataclysm were minuscule here. No matter who it was, their hearts would start beating fast after seeing such a beautiful location. The academy occupied a heavenly ancestral vein, and this was the reason for its beauty, along with the lust of many other heritages in this world. As he walked deeper into the ancestral ground, he suddenly stopped and gazed in one direction. This was an elegant peak with a tempting worldly essence that pillared through the clouds. A waterfall ran down from the 9 heavens above the peak like a swirling galaxy. A few old pine trees stood high near the waterfall. They were so ancient that they resembled dragons reaching for the sky. The bark of these trees was like dragon scales. They were basked in this treasure land for countless years. Before the waterfall and the pine trees was a floating pavilion. It was extremely ancient, making others feel a majestic and eternal sensation as if it could exist along with this heaven and earth for all eternity. There was nothing in this world that could shake this old pavilion. Chapter 333, Immortal Su Chong. The closed doors of this pavilion deterred others from approaching. People would not even dare to take half a step closer. The wind would become slow as it blew near this place. The flying birds would not dare to sing their songs as if they were afraid of disturbing the person sleeping within. Countless divine mountains and giant peaks surrounded this area with many old halls and treasure monasteries, but this pavilion caused this space to be tranquil as if it was a quiet night. The elders of the academy did not dare to come near, and the disciples were not eligible to access this area in the first place. They were afraid of disturbing the sleeping existence inside this pavilion. It was an extremely important location to the academy, and it could even be its biggest hope in the future. Li Qie stood there in a daze while he looked at the old pavilion. He was too familiar with it, and it had not changed after so many years. A long, long time ago, Li Qie had lived in this old pavilion as his occasional resting place. Later on, this old pavilion was transferred to the Heavenly Tao Academy. From that point on, he rarely returned to the Eastern 100 cities. And even if he did, he would stay in a different location for a brief moment before leaving in a hurry. Seeing Li Qie gazing at the old pavilion for a long time, old Daoist Peng started to speak. This is the place where our everlasting courtyard's matriarch sleeps. We call it the Everlasting Pavilion. The truth was that the Everlasting branch didn't previously exist at the academy. Only after Magu came did it become a branch. Although the everlasting courtyard had just a single inheritor each generation, it was still one of the strongest branches in the academy, and its matriarch still lives to this day. Li Qie finally sighed with a tinge of emotion in his heart and asked, "How is Magu?" Old Daoist Peng gently shook his head and answered, "The truth is, I also don't know. I met the matriarch once when I was very young, and it was when I joined the everlasting courtyard. At that time, my master took me to pay respects to the matriarch. From my memories, that was the only time she was awake. Very few people in the academy have seen the great ancestor in an awakened state. Even the older people, like the 7 ancestors, very rarely see her. Someone told my master that unless someone destroys the academy and advances all the way to this area, it would be very hard to wake up the ancestor. Very few people knew about the matriarch of the everlasting courtyard, immortal Su Chong. Even the few that did were most likely dead by now. Since a long time ago, many people sealed themselves to survive from an ancient generation to the present, and they used blood-era stones to bury themselves. This was no different than dying, but there would be a day when they would be awakened, or come into being, as the world would call it. Immortal Su Chong was someone who didn't seal herself, yet managed to live to this day. The only thing she needed to do was to enter long periods of hibernation in order to not use the blood-era stone to withstand the withering of time, because she cultivated the eternal physique, the most difficult, the most time-consuming, and the most willpower-dependent physique out of all the immortal physiques. In fact, many elders of the academy understood very little about the everlasting matriarch, and some didn't even know Magu's Daoist title. The upper echelons simply knew that there was an extremely powerful ancestor sleeping in this place. Among them, some considered immortal Su Chong and the realm god to be the 2 gods of the academy, but no one knew who was stronger. "Do you want to see the matriarch?" In the end, old Daoist Peng couldn't help but pry further. He found it strange that an outsider would know not just the matriarch's title, but also her real name. In fact, Li Qie seemed to know of her in great detail. And this only further piqued the old Daoist's interest in Li Qie's origin. Li Qie finally withdrew his gaze and gently shook his head before saying, "No need." To him, it was better to not see her. Magu finally found her own path. She was no longer the young girl of that year, and she no longer needed her teacher's guidance. She could go on her own path, thus his responsibility was finished. Li Qie eventually asked, "To what level has your matriarch cultivated the eternal physique to?" Li Qie had always researched this physique and had attempted to train someone to reach grand completion, but all of it was to no avail. Magu, perhaps, was the exception. To be more accurate, Magu was not someone chosen by Li Qie. It was a case of inadvertently planting a willow tree that eventually became a forest. After millions of years, many determined people had tried, and they ultimately failed. It was understandable that the old Daoist couldn't persevere either. They eventually stepped into the deepest territory of the academy where the realm god was located. It was not strange for the world to not know of immortal Su Chong, but the fame of the realm god was spread throughout the 9 heavens. The mortal emperor world once had 2 great gods, the calamity god from the cleansing incense ancient sect, and the realm god of the heavenly Tao Academy. Although the 2 were not given the title through a formal investiture, the world had accepted the 2 as gods. They were true gods, not false gods claiming to be gods. The realm god had accompanied the academy through many trials and tribulations as its protector. Future generations even said that the realm god had the chance to accept the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor, but it couldn't bear to leave the academy. It chose to stay behind as the academy's protector, so it could not soar out into the world and become an immortal emperor. Before reaching the realm god's place, Li Qie saw more than 10 old men with pure white hair, controlling a gigantic Tao platform that created a grand formation. This dozen old men were busily chanting true words and immortal scriptures, causing the grand formation to send down sweet drops of dew. As the sweet dew descended, immortal sounds emanated from the inside of the grand formation, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Even a butcher would be forced to put down his knife and have the vicious thoughts in his heart washed away. Since the realm god was uneasy and was on the verge of going crazy, the elders tried their best to calm it down. They intended to wash away the evil in the realm god's heart, but the results were not clear. Old Daoist Peng went to these elders first, then he spoke to Li Chia. You and I will go to see the realm god, but I'm afraid we won't be able to communicate with it. No, I will go in myself. Li Chia said with a serious tone. Old Daoist Peng discussed this with the elders before nodding his head and replying, but you have to be careful. With the realm god's current state like this, I cannot guarantee anything. Make sure to immediately leave once something bad happens. The realm god's dwelling was more than 1,000 miles wide. This place had not been so vast prior to it entering this problematic state. Because of its maddened rage, the Academy had to vacate this area and seal the realm god in order to contain and minimize the damage caused by it. This was an extremely delicate situation for the Academy. With something at the realm god's level, one sweep of the hand could destroy the heaven and earth. The Academy managing to persevere for so long was not only due to the realm god trying its best to not descend into depravity but also because of the Academy's indispensable efforts. Many sealed elders came out and built this great formation, and they used a supreme heart-calming technique to chase away the madness so that the realm god could calm down. A stream of hot air immediately smashed into his face the moment Li Chia stepped into this place. A burning atmosphere filled the entire sky. Keep in mind that the deepest area of the Academy was an ancestral ground filled with the essence of this world. It was an extremely rare and sacred ancestral ground. However, the scene before Li Chia's eyes did not resemble a sacred ancestral ground at all. He could only see a barrenness that spanned for 1,000 miles with cracked earth and a lack of lush vegetation. The land before Li Chia was dead without the slightest signs of life. Chapter 334, Realm God. Li Chia took a deep breath. He clearly understood that this was not what this heaven and earth was initially. This should have been a vibrant place filled with life. There was no doubt that this world of death was caused by the realm god. Burning the sky and boiling the ocean was not a difficult matter once one reached the realm god's level. If it truly went mad, then it would absolutely destroy the entire Academy. Treading on this barren land, it became hotter and hotter as the earth became even more damaged. Once Li Chia reached a certain place, the entire surroundings were fragmented as if a powerful force was tearing the earth apart. Li Chia saw the realm god, one of the two gods of the mortal emperor world, and something comparable to the calamity god. Both of them were more than powerful enough to be venerated by future generations. However, if you thought that the realm god was an invincible expert that looked down on this world and reigned over the six Tao, then you were completely wrong. The realm god was a pine tree, not a human. It was an extremely old and sacred pine tree. Legends say that this tree grew up in the Void Gate, and an ancestor of the Academy later took it to the outside world. No outsiders knew whether this was the truth or not because the world also thought that the Void Gate did not exist and that it was only a baseless assertion. This was not Li Chia's first time meeting with the realm god. As the dark crow traveling everywhere, he had met the realm god several times. One could say that at that moment, the realm god's aura was peerless. Even when it maintained a regular pine tree form, everyone would know that it was a pine tree enlightened in the Tao. However, its appearance had changed from before by this meeting between the two. As a pine tree growing on this scorched earth, it was withered and was without any leaves on its broken and cracked branches. Li Chia carefully looked at the realm god and became startled the moment he saw its wound. The withering body was not important, the key was that there was half a branch that was burnt as if it was struck by lightning. This was a calamity brought down by the heavens. Li Chia could tell, with a single glance, whether or not it was damage caused by a tribulation. He meticulously looked at the location of the scorched wound on the pine tree. The area of this wound seemed to have lost all of its vitality as if it was cut off by the lightning strike. This was a fatal injury. Even an existence like the realm god would have a difficult time healing such a wound. After looking at the wound over and over again, he finally pulled out a black needle from the wound. There was a scintillating blackness as if it was devouring time, instilling fear straight into the hearts of others. It was more accurate to call it a black shimmer rather than a black needle. Time-space chaos glint. Seeing this black shimmer in his hand, Li Qie murmured in surprise. Little Autumn had once brought this black shimmer back, so Li Qie had seen it before and understood its significance. Is the world tree really about to appear? Li Qie uttered while looking at this black light in his hand. This blackness was involved in things unknown to man, but Li Qie knew that it had something to do with the realm god's origin. After a while, he put away the black light and quietly called out to the pine tree, realm god, can you feel it? Can you feel yourself being devoured? However, despite his calls, the realm god did not respond, as if it had lost its vitality. It was like an ancient pine tree that was struck by a heavenly tribulation, awaiting death. Realm god. Realm god. Li Qie called out once again, but he was met with no response. However, Li Qie did not give up and continued to gently call out to the realm god. He knew that the realm god purposely suppressed itself into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, during Li Qie's trip to the depths of the academy, brilliant immortal lights suddenly covered the sky right outside of the 5 great halls. The encompassing radiance gave the academy the appearance of a land of immortals. The light floated around for a while before it eventually fell down and turned into an extremely ancient portal in the 5 great halls' territory. The immortal lights then continuously created many great, shifting visuals. One could see a plethora of sceneries right through the portal, including majestic mountains towering to the sky along with deep valleys and rundown ancient temples. The timeless portal is opening. This astonishing piece of news spread throughout the academy and all of the Eastern 100 cities in just a single day. An uproar from the excited multitude of cultivators emanated after the news propagated. People quickly rushed towards the academy, since this was the reason why they traveled here from all 4 directions. Clank, clank, clank. Right when everyone was rushing towards the academy closed its door to block everyone off. Before, nearly everyone escaped from the academy while only the students remained, especially those from the Grand Era and Idle Era halls. The great powers withdrawing from the academy was understandable. The academy set up a trap and captured the alliance, so many great powers felt a chill in their hearts. The academy's method was too vicious, so those who were part of the scheme became even more frightened and quickly left the academy. They stood right outside just in case the academy became angry and decided to kill everyone. If it actually came down to that, then who would they cry to for help? What is the Heavenly Tao Academy trying to do? Many cultivators were discontent after the academy closed its doors to everyone. The timeless portal has opened. An academy elder with a bright appearance announced to everyone in a deep tone, outside of a few great powers that are on a ban list, others can enter the portal to find their own fortune. As long as one's age is below 300 years, all are eligible to enter without any distinction regarding one's origin nor sect. Why are only less than 300-year-old cultivators allowed? Many older cultivators were immediately dissatisfied after hearing this announcement. The academy elder explained, to leave the opportunities to the youth. If predecessors also went in, then how could the younger generation, especially those who are vagrant cultivators, compete against them? I agree. If the experts of the previous generation also go in, then we won't even have soup to eat. Many cultivators of the younger generation supported the academy's decision. Needless to say, older cultivators were more powerful and had more resources. The younger generation was at a complete disadvantage. Your academy is going back on your words. A dissatisfied cultivator spoke up. Before, your academy announced that everyone could enter the portal, but now you went back on your promise. The older generation can send their disciples in. The academy elder calmly dealt with the unhappy older crowd. Fairness is intrinsic to our academy's actions. I feel that the academy's choice is correct. Old people like us running rampant inside is no different from bullying the young. Many older cultivators from the small sects agreed. The academy's decision was very beneficial to the smaller sects and vagabonds. The older cultivators from the great powers were too powerful. At that time, not mentioning heavenly kings, but even some old undyings might come out. How could the weaker sects then compete for fortune against these great powers? The younger generation was different since their cultivation gap was not as great. Geniuses were indeed amazing, but they were only the minority. This decision from the academy was great for those of the younger generation with ordinary talents. Since they had direct gains from this, the group of minor sects and vagrant cultivators agreed with the academy's decision. Disciples from this list of great powers are not allowed to enter. The academy elder read a long list before he eventually redeclared this rule. The list was very long and included great powers and immortal emperor lineages. Even the brilliance and azure mysterious ancient kingdoms were no exceptions. Why are we not allowed to enter? Experts that were listed strongly protested by loudly clamoring, "We can accept not allowing older cultivators so that there will be opportunities for the younger generation, but now, even our younger generation cannot enter? If your academy goes back on your words, just what do you think will happen to your reputation? The reputation and honor of our academy is only for our friends, allies, and even neutral powers. It's definitely not for our enemies. We're already being extremely merciful since our academy didn't use our victorious momentum to kill to the last man, yet you still want to enter our portal? In your dreams." The academy elder firmly spoke. "Don't accuse us of such things." An expert from a great power loudly protested. Against such a retort, the academy elder calmly replied, "Since you have such confidence in your sect and can boldly pat your chest to say that it didn't attack the academy, then you can come inside the academy and identify the bodies to see if they belong to your sect or not." The elder's words greatly shocked the screaming experts from the great powers. Chapter 335. Keep in mind that the alliance was completely captured in the battle 2 days prior. All the men dressed in black were trapped in the god-punishing formation before being killed. Not even one managed to escape. Without a doubt, it was no secret to the academy regarding those who participated in this alliance. The bodies in the academy's possession were irrefutable evidence. So even if the academy decided to maneuver against these sects, righteousness was still on their side. Now, since the evidence was in the hands of the academy, it would be strange if it allowed these sects to enter the portal. The fact that they didn't outright attack their enemies was already kind enough. To any sect that has any objections about this list, our academy welcomes you to speak up. The academy elder's attitude was extremely tough. The academy decided to change its policy and no longer chose to compromise. The disciples of the blacklisted powers were present, but they didn't dare to say a word at this moment. The Heavenly Tao Academy had the power to destroy the Alliance's plot, and it also had the ability to slaughter all of them at this moment. At this time, who would dare to touch the Academy's inverted scale? Or, let the Realm God return to the timeless portal? Who can move the Realm God? Outside of the Realm God itself, no one can move it. Plus, we have no way of communicating with it at the moment. An old man couldn't help but say with a wry smile. An existence as great as the Realm God had rooted itself inside the Academy's ancestral ground, so even an invincible character in this world would have difficulty moving it. It might be possible if there was someone strong enough to uproot both the ancestral vein and the Realm God, but such a powerful being most likely did not exist in this world. There is another way. Li Qie leisurely spoke. My little ancestor, please, just tell us. If you keep on scaring us like this, our old bones will not be able to handle it. An old man started to beg after seeing Li Qie's confident attitude. It's very easy, we just have to harmonize the two forces. I have a prescription. Li Qie smilingly continued, however, these two things are very rare, myriad star water and a young leaf from the world tree. 1 leaf, and 1 drop of water. Myriad star water? Old Taoist Peng pitifully smiled, impossible. We cannot find myriad star water in this world. Yes, I heard that since the beginning of time, whenever any myriad star water appeared, immortal emperors would personally take action. This is something that even immortal emperors lust for. The elders shook their heads in lamentation. Well, I have 1 drop of myriad star water. Li Qie said with a wide smile. After hearing such words, the elders and the old Taoist became spirited once more. The old Taoist immediately asked, "Little ancestor, what do you want in exchange for the myriad star water? Please, do not be too cruel, or else our academy will be completely robbed by you. I can provide a drop of myriad star water, and I will not need anything from your academy. However, I want a promise from the realm god. I can save it, but I need a promise from it." Li Qie calmly spoke. The elders were caught off guard, but having thought about it more carefully, this demand was not too unreasonable. In the end, although myriad star water was a priceless treasure, the realm god was also an existence that could dominate the heavens above and hell below. A drop of myriad star water for a promise was not unfair. The old Taoist and the rest of the elders talked it over. It could be said that all of the most powerful old men from the academy were here. After their discussion, old Taoist Peng agreed, "Our academy can accept your condition on behalf of the realm god. This is for the best." Li Qie smiled and said, "One thing for sure is that the world tree will appear inside the portal in this generation. Plucking a young leaf from it is harder than reaching the heavens, but your academy has something that can accomplish such a task. I want this thing from the academy." "What thing?" Old Taoist Peng and the elders glanced at each other and asked. "Old man, don't play dumb with me. Regarding the amount of hair the academy has, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than you. Don't tell me that Immortal Emperor How Hai didn't take this thing back from the world tree that year. Don't tell me that your academy didn't make a deal with Immortal Emperor How Hai that year. Without this thing that was brought back by him, it would be impossible to pluck a young leaf from the world tree." Li Qie looked at the old Taoist with one eye and said. Chapter 336, Oh. There seems to be such a thing. Old Taoist Peng forced out an awkward laugh. Why did the Thousand Emperors Gate have 4 emperors? How did they manage to have 4 emperors in a row? Your academy dares to say that you do not know? Li Qie said with a smile, "In the past, Immortal Emperor How Hai once promised that as long as the Thousand Emperors Gate existed, then it would continue to open a path for the academy. There is no need for me to tell you guys about this transaction, correct?" The old Taoist could only awkwardly smile while the other elders started to sigh. Immortal Emperor How Hai graduated from the academy and created a miracle that would be difficult to surpass even for many eons. Unfortunately, the Thousand Emperors Gate eventually met Empress Hong Tian. "We'll give in to your demand." Finally, the elders reached an unprecedented consensus and said, "As long as the realm god can be cured, we will do whatever it takes. Then we shall go and prepare." Li Qie nodded his head. The timeless portal of the academy had always been around, and rumor has it that it was already there even before the academy's inception. The academy couldn't tell when the portal would open, but each time, it would surely bring about a storm that carried great opportunities. Numerous wise sages from the academy researched the thing that was known as the portal for millions of years, but they couldn't come up with a definite answer. People who had the chance to enter the portal would meet different fortunes. Some would get an ancient scroll or a divine stone while others would obtain immortal items. Of course, there were those who returned empty-handed, and this was the case for the majority. The specific circumstances were attributed to one's insight and luck. Each time the portal opened, everyone would be met by different things, but there would always be great adventures with rich rewards. Of course, the one who obtained the biggest fortune would be the biggest winner. Since time immemorial, those who obtained the greatest fortune inside the portal all became famous in the future, and the most famous person was Immortal Emperor How Hai. Legends say that he was a student at the academy at that time, and he obtained something great from the portal, but no one knew the exact details. To sum it up, his treasure or adventure must have been extremely amazing. What happened after this event was known to all. Immortal Emperor How Hai accepted the heaven's will and became the ruler of the world. This was not the most illustrious deed. What was even more exceptional, above all else, was the creation of the Thousand Emperors Gate, one sect with 4 continuous immortal emperors. This was a never-seen-before achievement and perhaps, it would never be repeated again. Regarding the Thousand Emperors Gates miracle, many people formulated many different hypotheses. Some said that immortal Emperor How Hai was so great that, with his supreme wisdom as deep as the sea, he erected an eternal foundation for the gate. Regardless of what others speculated, in short, each time the portal was opened, others would salivate from greed. This time, the Academy relaxed its requirements. Outside of the great powers involved in the alliance, young disciples from any sect were allowed to enter the timeless portal. This piece of news caused countless cultivators and sects to become excited. All the young people carried a dream to enter the portal, and they all had a desire to become the second immortal Emperor How Hai. And naturally, the sects wished that their disciples could become the second How Hai. No matter if they had peerless talents or pitiful aptitudes, as long as they were young and on time, these sects would let them enter the portal instantly. To them, the more people, the better, since this would mean that they would have a better chance at gaining riches. After squeezing so many disciples into the portal, one or two of them must be able to get something good. Once these young disciples entered the portal, they started to stare in awe at the scene before them. The only things that met these yearning eyes were ruins. These ruins were extremely vast as they covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Despite their age of countless years, they still continued to exist with many collapsed walls and broken tiles. Although these ruins were tattered beyond words, one could still see that this place was once a gigantic citadel, or rather, it was a divine city. Seeing these broken walls that towered to the clouds and surrounded the vast vicinity, it was apparent how huge this ancient city used to be. Some people were able to tell that these destroyed walls had been made from a black and extremely precious treasure metal. After so many years had passed, this black treasure metal had turned into scrap metal. The divinity was no longer present. Even so, the metal still instilled fear in the hearts of others. Who was it that spent so many resources to build such a gigantic city? Could this be a legendary city of gods? The young cultivators were shocked by the scene after they stepped inside. It took them all a long time before they were able to calm down. Great fortunes, here we come. A youth with his boiling blood shouted as others quickly rushed into these vast ruins. As they calmed down, they began to spread out. Some went south while others flew to the north. Some stayed behind in these ruins to meticulously explore to see if there were any treasures that remained. In just a minute, young ones from all over the world scattered to the four directions like the tide. They all had great expectations as they explored this mysterious world. Once they reached the deeper parts of the ruins, they discovered that this world was much larger than their imagination. There was no end to this endless place. There were divine mountains that pierced the horizon. They were too high for one's sight to enjoy. Some were entrenched horizontally in the earth like a coiling dragon, and there were mighty rivers flowing non-stop for 1 billion miles. Judging from the degree of destruction, they became ruins due to the chaos of war. These young cultivators could not stay calm after they saw this earth. Many of them had huge questions in their hearts. What is this place? What happened here? No one had an answer, but they were sure that there was an apocalyptic war that took place here. I found the first portal. Efforts were always rewarded, and eventually, someone found a portal. After hearing this news, many people quickly flocked to the location. An ancient Tao platform stood there. Although the Tao platform was destroyed, the Tao portal remained intact. Its color was faint, but it was still able to take someone to a different dimension. Seeing this broken portal, the group of young cultivators that were the first to find it glanced at each other since they weren't sure where this would take them. Screw it, how can we obtain a great fortune without taking risks? A person didn't care and shouted before they rushed into the portal. With someone taking the lead, those left behind were unwilling to linger for long, so they all soared into the portal as well. A Tao platform was excavated from the first ruins. However, the people at the entrance also found something. They engraved refined jades into the Tao platform and immediately rushed into the portal without any hesitation. Very suddenly, many Tao platforms were found. They all had unknown destinations, but this didn't deter the young ones from rushing inside in order to not miss out on any opportunities. One after another, Tao platforms were found. Those who didn't find any began to frantically dig around, hoping that they could find treasures or a Dao platform that led to different secret dimensions. This place became very rowdy with people digging holes everywhere. These youths were extremely enthusiastic and were anxious to flip over this land. While these young ones were happily digging in full swing, Li Chia took his time entering with his group. He didn't bring too many people. There were only Sikong Taotian, Little Autumn, and Qi Shaodai. The truth was that Qi Shaodao also wanted to go with Li Chia. However, Li Chia did not return at that time and Qi Shaodai didn't want to decide for Li Chia, so in the end, Qi Shaodao and the Lion's Roar disciples went into the portal with the academy's Lu Yi and some other disciples. Those who went along with Li Chia were also amazed by the vast ruins before them. What is this place? Sikong Taotian looked at the scene ahead and couldn't help but murmur. Qi Shaodai was completely dumbstruck. This scene was completely different from what they expected. Chapter 337. Amongst them, only Li Chia remained calm. Not even Little Autumn was able to contain his excitement. Oh grandmother, I finally made it here. It still had enough self-control to not say, I finally returned here. It actually was not sure whether it originated from inside the portal or not because it was in its infancy stage when the myriad images true God took care of it. After taking in a deep breath, Sikong Taotian turned and asked Li Chia, just what is this place? I'm afraid this has always been a mystery. It could be a place for gods or a city for immortals. Li Chia shook his head and continued on, no one can answer this question. Let's go. Great fortune, here we come. Finally, Little Autumn excitedly shouted. Lead the way. Li Chia commanded and Little Autumn immediately went to the front, sniffing and smelling every direction as if it was searching for something. The rest of the group followed right behind it. Despite hiking for quite a while, Li Chia still didn't show any signs that indicated he was going to dig anywhere around here. This perplexed Qi Shaodai. Are we not digging for treasures? I heard that someone dug out a portal that led to a secret dimension yesterday. We will dig up a huge treasure. Li Chia calmly answered. Of course he wanted treasures, but ordinary treasures couldn't get into his horizon. Only two things would interest him, the Void Gate and the World Tree. Li Chia wasn't sure whether the Void Gate would appear or not, but he was confident that the World Tree would appear since its secret was hidden in this realm. No one was more suitable to find this secret than Little Autumn since it came from this place and was very sensitive to the changes of these portals. It would surely find the most valuable portal. Little Autumn continued to lead the group forward. Qi Shaodai and Sikong Taotian were similarly shocked by the very same war-ravaged scenery that was witnessed by the students earlier. They could imagine the terrifying scale of the battles that had occurred in this place, battles of the god level. While they were astonished, Little Autumn stopped at a nondescript mountain and said, right here. There were so many small mountains similar to this one in this realm. Treasure seekers would not put such a mountain in their eyes, let alone dig it up. Little Autumn circled around it and dug beneath the surface. After a while, it climbed back out and told Li Chia, yes, it is right here. Li Chia smilingly nodded and said, okay, we shall wait. Once everyone is here, we will start immediately. Finished speaking, he sat down and quietly waited. Without asking anything, Sikong Taotian also found a place to sit down. He only knew one fact, the fact that he would never be at a disadvantage as long as he followed Li Chia. However, despite the passage of time, no one had arrived. Qi Shaodai, sitting next to Li Chia, couldn't help but ask, are we waiting for young Master Bing Wuxia? Bing Wuxia had said that she wanted to join Li Chia inside the portal, but she still had not appeared. Qi Shaodai believed that she was the one Li Chia was waiting for. That tomboy? Li Chia shook his head and answered with a smile, the opportunity is within her grasp. Whether or not she wants to let it go, that will be her business. I will not wait. However, right when Li Chia denied that he was waiting for her, two figures came by from afar and landed on the small mountain in just the blink of an eye. It seems that I'm not too late. It was Bing Wuxia, still dressed like a man with her supreme presence. She folded her fan in the most gallant and carefree manner. Li Qia looked at her with one eye and said, "If you were late, then it could only be said that you wasted the best opportunity possible." Bing Yuxia ignored Li Qia's attitude and smiled. "Hey, don't speak such harsh words, I was only late because of you." She then pointed at the girl by her side and continued with an introduction. "I brought along a beauty for you. Look, this is the inheritor of the Pure Lotus School, Princess Yi." This girl was around the same age as Bing Yuxia, but she was a lot more mature and calm compared to the carefree tomboy. Her appearance alone would brighten the eyes of others. Her light green dress indicated that she came from a country south of the riverside, as her entire body was filled with the spirit of nature. She was modest and elegant. A single glance was enough to tell that she hailed from noble birth. However, she was not arrogant, nor was she snobbish with an oppressive aura. Instead, she was polite and had great manners befitting of a lady. There was no room for criticism. With soft brows and charming almond eyes, she had gentle features. She was tender and as soft as water, the definition of an alluring beauty. If Qi Xiaodai was a golden canary, then this girl was a yellow oriole. The beauty of this girl was only more, not less than Qi Xiaodai. The Pure Lotus inheritor. Qi Xiaodai exclaimed with surprise. The Pure Lotus School was a great sect from the southern barren earth, and its power was no less than the furious immortal Saint country. Rumor has it that this school had great ties to immortal Emperor Yen Wu. It was not considered the orthodox lineage of immortal Emperor Yen Wu, but everyone knew that they had something to do with each other. Li Qia also smiled and replied, "It is indeed a joyful occasion to meet such a lovely lady. Yo, you guys are already in full swing after having just met. If you stay together any longer, then wouldn't it be a flame igniting on firewood, a romantic affair?" Bing Yuxia burst out in laughter and declared. She then hugged Yi Chuyan's shoulders and said, "Sister Yi got something new and instantly abandoned me. It really makes my heart ache." Yi Chuyan was very embarrassed from Bing Yuxia's teasing and her face became quite red. She glared at Bing Yuxia, but despite her anger, her protesting whispers were still very soft and pleasant to the ears. Bing Yuxia noticed that Li Qia was still sitting there, so she urged, "Can we start now? At this moment, many people have already dug out a lot of treasures. If we keep on lingering here, we will only be able to pick up the scraps left by the others. Don't worry, we will begin once the others arrive. Who would dare to rob our things?" Li Qia declared with nonchalance, yet it still sounded very domineering. "Don't tell me you are waiting for your mistresses?" Bing Yuxia looked at Li Qia and continued, "Little demon, you have Miss Qi next to you, yet your eyes still hover toward Sister Yi, and now you are waiting for your mistresses. Eating from the bowl but still looking at the pot. You are too greedy, this will not do. I ask this world, who is the most unloyal lover? It is someone who loves too many." Bing Yuxia and Li Qia were already quite close, so she bore no scruples and freely teased him. However, Qi Xiaodai and Yi Chuyan were not as unrestrained as Bing Yuxia, so they became quite embarrassed and awkward from her words. Li Qia slowly glanced at Bing Yuxia and said, "Little girl, stop playing around like a young master all the time. Watch it or I'll strip off your male clothing one day. You dare." Although Bing Yuxia was fearless, her beautiful face still blushed as she glared at him. Li Qia comfortably retorted, "There are not many things that I do not dare to do in this world, and taking off your clothes is definitely not one of them. Little demon, one day, I will teach you a lesson." In the end, Bing Yuxia exasperatedly said, for she didn't know how to deal with Li Qia. While Li Qia's group was waiting at this insignificant mountain, many pieces of news spread inside this realm. Like Bing Yuxia said, the number of treasures found was increasing. A disciple from the Willow River School found a portal to a mysterious realm and obtained a divine river stone. The first message came from somewhere near the timeless portal's entrance. Sacred child Bao Xian from the Zenith Era Hall found an ancient fruit in a valley. Inside, one can find the essence of a thunder tribulation. It is a fruit of an ancient thunder god. Chapter 338. Chapter 338. Gathering of Geniuses. 3 Grand Era disciples entered some ruins and found a damaged immortal throne. After this throne was excavated, it actually emanated a hymn from an immortal scripture. The 3 disciples became much more profound after listening to this immortal scripture. In just a short 1 or 2 days, many young cultivators who went inside this space had obtained great harvests. Some were geniuses and some were just ordinary students. Having heard this news, those who had not gotten anything became even more spirited and carefully explored more and more. They all hoped that a big fortune would belong to them. Li Qie and company continued to wait on this small mountain. Bing Wuxia and Yi Chuyan's presence also caused many passing-by cultivators to take another look. At this moment, one could say that Li Qie was a famous person, someone who was known by everyone in the Eastern 100 cities. People became quite curious when they saw Li Qie's group sitting on this mountain. They weren't digging nor searching for treasures. People found it strange and wondered if this tiny mountain actually contained a great treasure or something. Before, someone would tease Li Qie for picking this trivial mountain, but no one dared to provoke him now. Many secretly took note of Li Qie since they felt that Li Qie wouldn't be staying there without a reason. Nevertheless, no one dared to step forward to ask him. Slaying Ba Xia and Hu Yu, ending Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, working together with the Academy to kill countless experts from the Alliance, including 11 old undyings. In the eyes of many people, Li Qie was a vicious man who kills without batting an eyelid. Who would mess with such a character? Those who Li Qie was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Instead, a different group came in their place. A woman flew by treading on a moon without being stained by the flaws of the mortal world. She was as ethereal and ephemeral as a goddess, causing the hearts of others to beat faster when she arrived. Goddess Mei Suyao, the descendant of the Eternal River School and their current representative. She was completely renowned in this world, and she caused many young men to throw everything they had away in order to court her. Many followers were right behind her. In fact, there were far too many. Some were from the great powers, some were from a few minor powers, and there were even ordinary vagabonds. The reason she had so many followers was not just because of her charming beauty, but also because of her great wisdom. They aspired to contribute to her greatness. She came into this world in order to teach the Tao scripture to many people, especially in the Eastern 100 cities. Countless people were taught by her, both gifted and ordinary disciples all gained great benefits after listening to her lectures. Slowly, Mei Suyao had gathered a force to be reckoned with. It was an organization erected by her followers from all over the world. Some were in love with her while others were there for her vision. There were also those who were willing to be her followers in order to hear her lectures and understandings regarding the Grand Tao. Some even considered her followers to be part of a separate Taoist practice, Suyao's own doctrine. This time, her trip to the timeless portal was filled with adventures in many grounds and secret realms. Mei Suyao only took a couple of things while the rest of the great treasures all fell into the hands of her followers. Because of this, her group became bigger and bigger. Even though she did not organize these people, it did not matter. Regardless of their reasons, they went wherever she went as if they were part of her shadow. Amongst them, Saint Child Xian Yu was the most determined. He was the one who had followed her the longest. He had even pledged his loyalty, but he was ultimately rejected by her. Mei Suyao stopped by the small mountain occupied by Li Qie. She observed this mountain and read the Grand Tao before she eventually spoke to Li Qie. Brother Li, Suyao is here for a great opportunity. If Brother Li and other Tao friends are willing to depart, Suyao will open this mountain. Her words caused those who had been paying attention to Li Qie to become shocked. Her followers were also surprised and excited at the same time. Every time she did something like this, she had always opened a secret realm with treasures. She never took everything and only collected 1 or 2 items, so many people enjoyed following her. Outside of her pious followers, there were also those who found that following her was not a bad thing, for there would always be a big harvest. Li Qie glanced at her and smilingly shook his head. Unfortunately, I do not intend to move. I found this place first, and it will be up to me to decide whether or not to excavate this land. If you want to probe into the mysteries inside, then wait on the side. This realm belongs to everyone. Do you want it all for yourself? A person declared in indignation after hearing Li Qia's response. Some became incensed, especially Mei Suyao's followers. They felt that Mei Suyao was number one amongst the contemporary younger generation, so Li Qia was out of line. So what if I want it all for myself? If you are not convinced, then come and bite me. Li Qia was too lazy to stare at the discontent crowd as he continued on. I found this place first. What I do with it is up to me to decide. However, I welcome all of those who disagree to step forward. This lazy tone was filled with an incomparable ferocity and contained an aura that looked down on the rest of the world with disdain. These domineering words from Li Qia forced many to halt their breath as they glanced at each other in anger, but no one dared to step forward. Who didn't know about Li Qia's viciousness? He dared to kill the descendants from 2 ancient kingdoms, and he even stole their immortal emperor life treasures. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? No matter how tough one's neck was, it would still not be enough to prevent this vicious man from chopping it in half. While many were silently enraged, a person descended from the sky. These words are too overbearing. Suddenly, an aura of a solitary tyrant filled the heaven and earth. His appearance was accompanied by myriad laws. One step created one world as the moon and sun became faint while the mountains and rivers shook. His visit caused the Grand Tao to sing as if a god had descended from the heavens. Deity Jikong Wudi. Seeing the descent of this man, Mei Suyao's followers and those who were watching Li Qia were shocked to see him in person. Thunderous noises also arrived along with his entrance. Chariots and divine ships that were dragged by fierce animals carried many young geniuses who were following Jikong Wudi. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be the apex existences amongst the younger generation. No one dared to stand beside them. They instead followed these two. Compared to Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao's followers were a lot more complex and had a great variety as they came from all 4 directions in this world. They also had different goals. Some were in love with her, some were loyal to her, some wanted to help her preach to the world, and for some others, it might have been a combination of everything. Mei Suyao personally did not want to have this formidable force. Her trips around the world to preach the Tao was only for her own Tao heart, it was not to attract the talents of this world. Jikong Wudi's followers were completely different. The majority were geniuses from the great powers, and many were experts of the previous generations. The reason for them to follow deity was very simple. They thought highly of him and believed that he would shoulder the heavens' will to become an immortal emperor this generation. To his followers, the moment he becomes an immortal emperor, they would also become divine generals with illustrious achievements. Jikong Wudi, himself, directly or indirectly controlled this powerful force. It had to be said that this force also had great potential in the future. His arrival took many breaths away. Mei Suyao's followers were no exceptions. Jikong Wudi had triple saint talents and came from the Space Trample Mountain. In this generation, countless people greatly valued him. They were sure that he would become an immortal emperor to follow the footsteps of his ancestor, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. No matter how talented one was, they all felt inferior in Jikong Wudi's presence. Deity is the only person who was accepted into the Emperor Era Hall in this generation. During this academy's recruitment period, his reputation was great because he became the only student of the Emperor Era Hall. Rumor has it that this hall was very different from the other 4. It hid big secrets and had great opportunities. It had been speculated that he obtained something extremely amazing to calm his mind and learn the Tao during his stay at the Emperor Era Hall. They believed that this was enough to pave his future path towards becoming an immortal emperor. Mei Suyao remained calm and at ease despite Jikong Wudi's arrival. As fellow apex geniuses of this generation, Mei Suyao was very quiet and indifferent. Despite the fact that she came into the cultivation world from her reclusive sect, it seemed that she never wanted to compete for anything. Chapter 339. Li Qia only gave him a languid glance. He had no interest in replying. Li Qia's arrogant and overbearing attitude caused everyone's hearts to beat faster as they took in cold breaths. Someone who dared to reject Mei Suyao in person and didn't care for Jikong Wudi had appeared. This was the birth of an existence comparable to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi within the younger generation. After careful thought, many people felt that his arrogance was not unfounded. Killing all of those geniuses and attacking the divine altar of the 11 old undyings, such a battle record was enough to flaunt to anyone from the younger generation and shock even those from the previous generations. Deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of starlight flashed across them. Although he didn't physically retaliate, his invincible aura was still as apparent as ever. Many geniuses who followed Jikong Wudi were quite annoyed with Li Qia, especially those who had a good relationship with Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. One of them looked at Li Qia just sitting there on top of the small mountain and couldn't help but sneer, such an arrogant person. What, you want to pick a fight? Li Qia remained motionless and didn't speak. Instead, Bing Yuxia retorted in her free and elegant manner while swaying her fan, "Little Li is protected by this young noble. If you are not convinced, then step forward." Bing Yuxia's words were arrogant enough to cause this genius to become speechless. Everyone knew her strength. No matter how great one's talent was, they couldn't dare to bluster in front of her. 9 Palaces ancient saint, a supreme saint. Having 9 palaces was extremely venerable, and having 10 palaces would be a perfect circle. Bing Yuxia's cultivation was enough to trump over everyone since no one had heard of someone with 9 fate palaces in the younger generation. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet as Li Qia proudly sat on top of the mountain. Even the powerful army before him could not shake him. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi were also unable to do anything, so they had to stand to the side. Even those who didn't like Li Qia had to respect his domineering attitude. Eventually, the people who Li Qia had been waiting for finally arrived. With a loud explosion, many young cultivators rapidly approached. A glance was enough to tell that these were young cultivators from some sect. These cultivators only had average cultivations, but the 2 women leading the pack were extraordinary. One was as cold as ice while the other exuded an unparalleled charm. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the small mountain. These disciples were extremely excited to see Li Qia, and one of them even shouted, "First brother." Li Qia revealed a smile after seeing this group. The 2 women went in front of Li Qia and cupped their fists together, "Young noble." The 2 women greeted him at the same time, one with a cold and melodious tone while the other used a gentle and alluring tone. The 2 beauties' respectful attitude towards Li Qia surprised many people. Just in time. Li Qia nodded his head and gave a smile from the bottom of his heart. The 2 then stood right behind Li Qia, one carried a long sword while the other had a divine saber. 2 supreme beauties, one had an emotionless arrogance while the other was like a blooming peony in spring, very pleasing to the eyes. Who else could they be besides Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan? With the appearance of the world tree, how could Li Qia let his most trusted followers miss out on such a great opportunity? Many were envious of Li Qia's domineering air while having 2 peerless beauties as his maids. A young cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory recognized these 2 women and emotionally said, "That's the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. She was once one of the most promising heaven's proud daughters in the Grand Middle Territory. The other lady is the princess of the Jade Valley country, someone who could be described as brilliantly amorous." They were once the focus of many young geniuses' admiration and love. If the young male cultivators were jealous, then the female cultivators would find themselves with a sudden absence of thought, especially the female students from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Who could compare to Li Qia's style by having such supreme maids? Li Qia looked at the cleansing incense and 9 saint disciples who ran day and night to get here in time. Once the portal opened, Li Qia sent a message to the cleansing incense ancient sect to bring all of their disciples here. Of course, the cleansing incense ancient sect, with its current strength, was not able to teleport so many disciples to the eastern 100 cities. They needed help from the academy and the 9 Saint Demon Gate to make this trip possible. The chance is right in front of you, but whether or not you can grasp it will depend on your own skills and luck. Li Qie looked at these disciples and continued, in this space, you will be able to find hidden fortunes beyond your imagination. Do your best. When he was finished, all the disciples let out a roar in excitement. Luo Fenghua and Chu Daily divided the disciples from both sects into many groups to head for different locations. At this moment, many people were already exploring this place, so time was money. No one was willing to waste even a single second. Amongst them, only Nan Huairan remained. He was the only one thick-skinned enough to smile and speak to Li Qie, young noble, I want to go with you. Li Qie glanced at him and nodded his head in approval. Li Qie was quite generous to Nan Huairan since he was the first to join him. Nan Huairan was also very self-aware of his own capabilities. He considered himself Li Qie's henchman and was willing to do whatever tasks Li Qie wanted him to do. As a talkative person, it was not long before he started to chat with Sikong Taotian. These two were specialized in socializing, so it could be said that they were birds of a feather. Qi Xiaodai was quite surprised due to the arrival of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. She now understood why Li Qie would only accept her as a maid, even Bing Yuxia was no exception. Both Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were extremely brilliant in the current generation. If women as great as them were willing to stay by Li Qie's side as maids, then other people would not even be worth mentioning. She felt sadness in her heart. She realized that she was quite conceited in the past, and in this regard, she had completely lost to Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. Oh, both of you big sisters are quite beautiful. Seeing Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan, Bing Yuxia closed her fan and displayed her young master mode once again by smilingly saying, your beauty is at the top of this world. You're causing my heart to beat faster by just staring, pop. Before she could finish, Li Qie had already smacked her buttocks as he laughed, little tomboy, don't aim for the women around me or else I will take off your clothes. Li Qie's obscene and bold action shocked everyone present. This was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace, a supreme saint. No one dared to tease Bing Yuxia like this in the current times. Little demon, touch me one more time and I will cut off your hands. While blushing, Bing Yuxia jumped up and glared at him as her chest rose up and down from anger. Chen Baojiao, who was standing right behind Li Qie, chuckled and said, opposing young noble will only result in a miserable end. Her beauty was at such a supreme level that it could incite calamities. When she smiled in such a flirtatious and charming manner, all existences were swayed. Their souls escaped their bodies as they could only intensely stare at her. She stopped smiling after she saw so many gazes focused on her. However, her unique charm did not diminish one bit. Li Qie ignored the angry Bing Yuxia. He stood up and looked towards Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi to calmly speak, since you two came to this place, do you know what this place is? A great opportunity lies here. Deity Jikong Wudi spoke in a deep tone. His words were accompanied by the resonance of the Grand Tao. It was as if his response was an awe-inspiring decree from the heavens itself. Goddess Mei Suyao's pair of pure eyes looked straight at Li Qie as she said, my guess is probably the same as Brother Li's. If I am not mistaken, then it is the World Tree. The Eternal River School is truly impressive. Extraordinary. Li Qie couldn't help but praise Mei Suyao. Very few people knew what the World Tree was, but deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed and became more focused when he heard these words. Boom! Suddenly, Li Qie stomped down and the small mountain instantly shattered. With a buzzing sound, a huge ball of light abruptly appeared before everyone from the destroyed small mountain. Everyone could see a huge tree residing inside this ball of light. This tree stood tall and strong, and stars and other celestial bodies could be found orbiting it. Although this ball of light was not of an outrageous size, everyone felt that this was the largest tree in this world. They felt that this tree was capable of blotting out the sun and covering the earth. The World Tree. Mei Suyao emotionally murmured when she saw this tree. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Hao Hai once climbed the World Tree. Deity Jikong Wudi also exclaimed with a great change in expression. Rumble. Many eyes brightened from excitement after hearing deity's words. At this time, a person suddenly rushed forward and heavily slammed into the ball of light, but they were bounced back. Chapter 340. After they heard that immortal Emperor How Hai climbed the world tree, a person quickly reacted in order to grab the great fortune, but how could it be so easy to climb the world tree? They were immediately repelled by the ball of light. This is only a projection of the entrance. Goddess Mei Suyao explained, the true entrance is located where there is both a change in space and time. One would also be able to find an aggregation of incomparable power at this place. Without a secret treasure, one would not be able to enter this space and time. A person did not believe these words and shouted, "Open!" He attacked with a virtuous paragon weapon. Boom! This person was immediately blown away after he let out a miserable scream. Open for me! In a short period of time, many impatient people took action in order to open the ball of light. But needless to say, they were all deterred. In contrast to these people, Li Chia, Mei Suyao, and Jikong Wudi were not in a rush. They only quietly stared at the world tree inside the ball of light. After attempting many times to no avail, the rest of the cultivators were quite alarmed while the geniuses from the great powers immediately left. They did not leave due to giving up. Instead, it was because they wanted to borrow ancestral weapons. After witnessing so many failed attempts, they understood that this ball of light could not be opened by force. It was just as Mei Suyao said, it needed a secret treasure in order to open this spatial area. No one was willing to miss out on the world tree no matter who they were or what their background was, thus everyone went to bring out their great treasures. To many great powers, unless it was a time of distress, they would not easily take out their defining treasures. However, no matter would be of grave importance in front of the world tree. Everyone knew what happened after immortal Emperor How Hai climbed the world tree. Who didn't hope for their sect to become like the Thousand Emperors Gate, a miracle throughout the ages? Even for those without ancestral weapons, they immediately went to find allies to see if they could work together. Girl, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I will bring the two of you to climb the world tree, but it is now the time for you to perform. Li Chia calmly stood there and glanced at Bing Yuxia. The world tree was such a great opportunity that no one was willing to share it with others. Li Chia actually had the ability to open this door, but he brought along Bing Yuxia not because she carried the Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure with her, but because he liked her. Every time he saw her, it reminded him of immortal Emperor Bing Yu in the past. The always carefree Bing Yuxia became serious and took a deep breath. She slowly took out an item and threw it at the warping space entrance below and uttered with a serious tone, "Open." This item was not an old gate, and it was also not large, only the size of one's palm. The moment this gate came into contact with the shifting space, Bing Yuxia's vast amount of blood energy and her 9 palaces appeared. Countless Tao runes descended like an ocean that encompassed the tiny gate. Heaven-cutting gate, the Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure. Mei Suyao saw this gate and emotionally exclaimed, "The heaven-cutting gate." Deity Jikong Wudi also uttered with a profound gaze. Those who didn't know what it was found the whole thing to be strange. The defining treasure of the Ice Feather Palace should be immortal Emperor Bing Yu's true fate treasure, so why was it this unknown heaven-cutting gate? However, this was indeed the case. The heaven-cutting gate's origin was extremely mysterious, and even the palace's elders couldn't clearly explain it. Its future generations only knew that immortal Emperor Bing Yu brought the heaven-cutting gate back from a foreign realm. As for how she did it, this was an unknown mystery to the world. Her numerous Tao runes turned into laws as the lock on the gate slowly opened. An entrance the size of an ordinary door appeared by the ball of light. At this point, Bing Yuxia turned pale. Opening this portal had expended a lot of her blood energy, even a 9 palaces supreme saint like her couldn't withstand such a toll. "Let us go." Li Chia swung his sleeve and entered with his group. Then, the entrance disappeared. Others couldn't follow them even if they wanted to. After stepping inside, they could feel an endless amount of life. It was as if they were bathing in a sea of life back in their nascent stage. They found that they were standing right below a cliff, and there was nothing else in sight. However, once they lifted their heads to observe with their heavenly gazes, they found that this was not a cliff at all. Instead, it was a huge tree of immeasurable size. Above the horizon, one could find countless sections of giant mountains crossing together, each of them were millions and millions of miles long. These are tree branches, Li Qiye slowly said while all the others were in a daze. Right now, standing at the base of the world tree. It was like a dream. In a generation from long ago, it had appeared once before. Unfortunately, due to Li Qiye's hasty arrival, he could not climb to the top and missed a good opportunity. At this time, the group of Qi Shaodai understood why this was called the World Tree. There was no other tree comparable to its incalculable majesty. This tree was shouldering a world by itself. It could be said that it was able to prop up the 3,000 grand worlds. It towered at an unimaginable height. If there were the 9 heavens, then this tree was taller than the 9 heavens. The tree trunk was of an unbelievable size, and each of its branches was a separate world while each of its leaves was a continent. What was even more shocking was that the leaves of this tree were supporting the stars and giving birth to many things. These leaves could become their own country or world with galaxies and celestial bodies between the gaps. Bing Yuxia, Li Shuangyan, Qi Shaodai, and Shen Baojiao were stunned. They were unable to even speak for a very long time. How long does it take to fly up there? Sikong Taotian, who had seen many wonders, still murmured in astonishment. You can give it a try. Li Qiye replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Sikong Taotian then shouted and turned into a beam of light to rush up at an incredibly fast speed. Amazing! No one could resist praising his flying technique, and Nan Huiran even exclaimed. However, while Sikong Taotian was soaring above, thunderous noises started to emerge around him. With his speed, he could travel 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye, but at this time, he was flying countless times slower because he felt an unbearable force suppressing him from above. This made him feel as if there were numerous divine mountains bearing down upon him. Compared to the unreachable height of the world tree, Sikong Taotian's speed was slower than a snail crawling. It would require countless years for him to reach the nearest branch. He gave up and landed to say, I won't reach it even after flying for 1,000 years. Flying to the top. Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to do it. Li Qiye laughed and shook his head. This requires the help of treasures. If you want to use your own strength to fly up, then only virtuous paragons are qualified to do such a task since they can handle the suppressive force from above. However, as for how high they can go, it would be hard to say. Where are the fortunes and treasures? Nan Huiran greedily asked. Each branch and each leaf is a fortune. The greatness of these treasures depends on how high one can fly. The higher ones are usually better, but this is not always the case. In order to obtain the greatest fortune, one must have sharp insight along with enough luck. If you apply these two things correctly, then even if you can't fly high enough, you can still reach a mysterious place and obtain a great fortune. Each branch and each leaf is a fortune, even the dignified Yi Chuyun emotionally murmured. Each of them is a separate world. There is fortune everywhere, but it is up to you to find it. Li Qiye smiled and said. Ha ha ha. I will surely find the greatest fortune. Immortal Emperor How High is nothing. My fortune will greatly exceed his. At this time, the never-quiet little autumn was ecstatic and declared with arrogance. At around this time, Mei Suyao also arrived. However, the treasure she used to come in was not known. A moment later, deity Jikong Wudi also came in. As the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain, he definitely did not lack treasures. One of them was surely capable of opening the gate. They couldn't escape from being astonished when they directed their gazes up to the horizon. I'm going. In the end, Jikong Wudi was the first to take action. In just a blink of an eye, he flew up into the sky and disappeared amongst the leaves the size of continents. This kid really has a lot of treasures. His first move is not ordinary at all. Sikong Totian's mouth became watery after watching Jikong Wudi. He wanted to steal his stuff. Brotherly, shall we go together? At this point, the peerless Mei Suyao smiled at Li Chia and asked. Chapter 341, Climbing the World Tree. When Li Chia heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile. People walking on different Dao will not tread on the same path. Little girl, don't tempt me, you are still inexperienced regarding schemes. Don't use your little methods against me, lest I become angry and carry you back naked. The group of Qi Shaodai was silent, but they all started to blush. This was Goddess Mei Suyao. Who would ever dare to speak like this towards her? I agree, little demon, I like doing stuff like this the most. Bing Yuxia smilingly added, a goddess in the contemporary times being stripped naked, how amusing. She put on a lustful appearance. Those who didn't know her would actually think that she was a perverted womanizer. Pop. Li Chia patted her fragrant butt again and lightly said, you are a fake man, so this matter has no room for you. You! Bing Yuxia jumped up in anger and glared at him, but Li Chia met her eyes without a care in the world. Li Chia's attitude really shocked the others because of how great Mei Suyao was. As the representative of the Eternal River School as well as being in existence standing at the peak of the younger generation, even an expert of a great power would be apprehensive towards her. However, Li Chia acted as if teasing her was something natural. Mei Suyao did not become flustered. She kept her pure appearance as she answered, I won't force it if Brother Li doesn't want to. We're going. Li Chia smiled and said. He then called for the Tetrawar bronze chariot to take the group of Li Shuangyan up. The chariot crushed space itself and flew into the sky at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. It emitted so many explosions as it flew. The world tree was bigger than one's imagination, so as the chariot was climbing its trunk, there appeared to be an endless amount of land. Even a piece of cracked old bark could be considered an entire continent. The chariot, with its fast speed, resembled an insignificant speck of dust. If one were to spectate the world tree from a distance, they would find a pitifully small chariot with a man on top, like a drop of water in the ocean. A corner of the world tree was even larger than the entire mortal emperor world. Rumble. Explosions kept on ringing as the chariot crazily rushed forward. The 4 bronze stallions became 4 running streams as they left behind only golden glitter and hoofprints. It was as if these marks were engraved onto the tree trunk. The suppression from the world tree did not slow down the chariot despite having the weight of myriad mountains. Each hoof stomp was able to crush the earth. The world tree's bark was countless times tougher than even divine steel. It was near the point of being impervious. However, the stallions still left their marks, which was indicative of how powerful the overhead suppression was. Seeing the prince left behind by the chariot along with the explosive noises, all of the passengers were quite alarmed. If it was them being suppressed like this, then they would not be able to maintain such a fast speed. So this bronze chariot was absolutely a rare divine treasure in this world. The chariot had been running for an unknown amount of time and the suppressive force became increasingly stronger. As they traveled further up, many strange phenomena and images began to appear, but the chariot managed to break through the void. It tore through the stars to overcome this suppressive force. In just a second, a countless amount of debris from the stars was scattered in the sky. As the chariot managed to overcome all these obstacles, unrelenting sounds of thunder emerged as lightning started to gather above as if the heavens was about to unleash its retribution by destroy the 4 stallions. However, the 4 stallions were heaven-defying to an unbelievable level. Their radiant bodies were the most invincible things in this world. Despite the thunderous lightning, they kept on pushing forward and even shattered the lightning bolts themselves. Qi Xiaodia's group was completely amazed. This was going against the world tree suppression along with a punishment from the heavens. They would not have the strength to accomplish such a task. Even heavenly kings would not be able to do this, yet the 4 stallions had done it. Tetrawar bronze chariot, a legendary existence. Bing Yuxia's mind was lost as she murmured. She then thought about a legend that was written down in the Ice Feather Palace. This was a secret recorded by her patriarch, immortal Emperor Biyao, a secret of the palace that only the descendants of each generation were allowed to read. The chariot's speed kept on increasing as an unknown amount of time flew by. The pressure from the heavens became even stronger, and eventually, the 4 stallions were no longer able to bear it as their speed slowed down. Go! At this time, Li Qie shouted. He spewed out a true mantra and formed a seal with his hands, and then he stamped it onto the chariot. Boom! With an explosive blast, the chariot ignited with an invincible power like the awakening of a god. The true dragon soared above, the white tiger pounced at an extreme speed, the phoenix flew beautifully, the qilin stomped on the heavens. At this moment, the 4 divine beasts that were carved on the chariot appeared and tore apart the pressure from the heavens. With the help of the 4 divine beasts, the 4 stallions became spirited once more and quickened their hooves, resulting in regaining their initially fast speed. Rumble. The heaven and earth roared out in protest as all laws broke loose. However, even the maximum pressure from the heavens was unable to stop the chariot's penetrating advance. Not to mention Qi Shaodai, even the ones that were usually more calm, like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, were shocked. They felt the awakening of the divine beasts as the chariot exuded a power on par with immortal Emperor true weapons. Qi Shaodai had seen it before, but she didn't think that this bronze chariot would be so powerful. When the 4 divine beasts unleashed their power, it was as if nothing in the 9 heavens and 10 worlds could stop them. With this treasure, there would be no need to fear immortal Emperor life treasures, Sikong Taotian quietly muttered in amazement. Little Autumn loudly laughed and said, life treasures are nothing. Young noble's carriage is number 1 in this world. Back in those days, when the bronze chariot appeared, before Little Autumn could finish, Li Qie knocked on its head so it immediately shut its mouth. Little demon, with such a great treasure, why did you have to go through so much trouble that day? Against great child Yao Guang and the others, you could have just used this chariot to kill all of them in one go. Even unobservant people would be aware of this chariot's power. They're not qualified for me to use this chariot. After all, it has its own life. This time, climbing the world tree is taking a huge toll on it. In the 9 heavens and 6 Tao, one would be hard-pressed to find more than 3 items that could take one to the peak of the world tree. Li Qie caressed the bronze chariot and then glanced at Biyao. Little sister, despite the fact that you have a lot of treasures, your chance of reaching the top is very slim. Me taking you to the top is already showing enough love to the Ice Feather Palace. Without a doubt, Li Qie's bronze chariot was absolutely invincible. In the past, it carried him to fight all over the world. During the darkest era, Li Qie arrogantly rampaged and, in the end, swept away all the darkness. Amidst all of these events, this divine chariot deserved a lot of credit. If it wasn't for an old general who contributed many great merits across numerous battles and eventually died in the final confrontation, Li Qie wouldn't have given this chariot to his daughter out of consideration for his arduous deeds. The chariot was not a treasure and was more of a living being. This was why Li Qie didn't freely use it, since exerting its most powerful strength placed a great burden on its life force. Which is why, in order to show my gratitude, I introduced Sister Chuyun to you. Biyao said with a grin. Yi Chuyun's face became hot from these words. She didn't say anything, and she still had a shy and dignified expression despite her displeasure, still as charming as ever. Pop. Li Qie slapped Biyao's sweet buttocks and said, little sister, don't act like this with me all day, or else I will make you warm my bed. Little demon. The indignant Biyao stepped on Li Qie and angrily said, if you molest me one more time, I won't leave you alone. Are you not a man? Why is this considered molestation all of a sudden? Li Qie glanced at her and retorted. Biyao was too angry to say anything and could only glare at Li Qie. Even the cold Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling. Qi Shaodai also wanted to laugh, but she managed to refrain from doing so. Sikong Taotian, Nanhuiran, and Little Autumn crowded together and acted as if there was nothing to see. Rumble. A long while later, the bronze chariot leaped up high like a fish jumping out of the water. At this moment, as it could do as it pleased, it was like fishes swimming the vast ocean and birds flying in the free sky. After traveling even more for an unknown period of time, the chariot finally reached the top of the world tree. At this point, the 4 sweat-stained stallions and 4 divine beasts were extremely fatigued. Their brilliance became faintly dimmer. Seeing this scene, Bing Yuxia's group realized that Li Qia had spoken the truth. The chariot was indeed in existence with its own life essence. When Li Qia heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile. Wait for Biyao to release the next chapter to know the answer. Chapter 342, Choices Above the World Tree. Li Qia dripped 4 drops of myriad star water on the chariot and said, "This is your reward." The 4 droplets were immediately sucked in by the stallions. Nay! The 4 stallions jumped up high as their fatigue immediately disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a bronze beam that resembled starlight. The 4 divine beasts also roared and flew around. In just a moment, the chariot became extremely bright as its life essence absorbed the myriad star water. The one who was most informed was Bing Yuxia. She was completely awestruck and couldn't believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. This is myriad star water. A while later, she regained her composure and shouted at Li Qia in a very exaggerated manner, "You are insane. This is myriad star water. 1 drop is enough to tempt even immortal emperors, yet you fed 4 drops to a horse carriage. So what?" Li Qia nonchalantly answered as he stroked the chariot, "This is my baby." At this time, the others became shocked. Even though there were ones who didn't know what myriad star water was, they knew the priceless value of something craved by even immortal emperors. "Motherfucker, you are a wastrel." Bing Yuxia couldn't help but curse even though she was a girl. "Pop." Li Qia slapped her butt again and angrily scolded, "Little girl, don't swear or else I will have to teach you a lesson." However, Bing Yuxia forgot to become angry. She wanted to bang her head against a wall. This was something that could make everyone salivate with greed, not to mention that old undyings, legendary experts, eternal existences, timeless untouchables, and unbeatable beings all wanted it as well. Yi Chuyan of the Pure Lotus School was also about to go, but before that, she bowed towards Li Qia and said in an elegant manner, "Thank you, brotherly, for leading the way. Goodbye for now. We'll meet again should the opportunity arise." Li Qia quite liked Yi Chuyan, so he gently nodded his head and smiled. Yi Chuyan chose a leaf filled with lightning and jumped inside. The lightning surrounded her body as she disappeared all of a sudden. "I feel that this girl isn't bad. Why don't you take her in?" Chen Baojiao alluringly smiled and asked. "Everything is up to fate. If it is destined, then we will meet again." Li Qia laughed and then coolly said, "I'll go this way." "No, I'll go over there." "Nah, I'll still go this way." Little Autumn was the most troublesome. It kept on circling around not knowing what to pick. "Little Autumn." Li Qia signaled for it to come over. Little Autumn excitedly jumped around and smiled. "Will young noble choose for me?" "You are right." Finished speaking, he threw Little Autumn really far away. Whoosh! Li Qia threw it onto a green leaf with a dazzling timespace. In just a second, it was immediately enveloped by this timespace. "Young noble, you cannot treat me like this." Little Autumn bellowed out before disappearing inside time itself. "Is this okay?" Chen Baojiao said with her mouth wide open. It didn't look too happy. It was afraid. Li Shuangyan was a meticulous person, and she answered with a cold voice, "Earlier, when we reached the top, it kept looking over there. It obviously wanted to go, but it didn't have the courage. Little Shuang is truly the most observant. That little guy was once tricked so it was not willing to face its destiny, but timespace is definitely its most suitable choice." Li Qia grabbed Li Shuangyan by the waist and smilingly said, "Who is your little Shuang?" I'm older than you. The blushing Li Xuanyan patted his hand away and snappily said. Li Qie didn't mind, he only shrugged his shoulder with a smirk on his face. The remaining Qi Shaodai gently lamented in her heart with a sigh, then she softly said, I will pick this branch. She chose a faint golden branch. You can stay behind with Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao. Li Qie shook his head and said. These words suddenly froze Qi Shaodai. Once her thoughts returned, an indescribable feeling filled her heart. There were sweet and happy feelings as if she was floating in the clouds. At this moment, she felt as if there couldn't be anything in the world that could make her happier than this. After being in a daze for a long time, she recovered and noticed that Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling at her. She blushed and quickly hid her head before she happily stood behind Li Qie. The quite embarrassed Qi Shaodai couldn't help but to look up a bit later to see Li Qie staring into the far distance. He didn't seem to notice her feelings, but she didn't seem to mind, for her heart was quite satisfied. Credit to Salanti on the WW Discord for tonight's teaser. Chapter 343, Karmic Flame Scissors. A bit later, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and asked, why didn't the sect master come? This time, he intended to focus on training the group of Li Xuanyan, including even his master, Su Yonghuang. She was afraid she wouldn't make it in time. Prior to this, she took a trip to the Heaven's Edge and she still hasn't come back yet. Li Xuanyan explained. Going back to the Heaven's Edge Su clan? Li Qie was a bit surprised, but he didn't inquire any further. Su Yonghuang was the descendant of the Su clan, so after leaving for a long time, it was understandable that she had to return for a visit. At this time, Li Qie suddenly became serious and directed his gaze downward. The group of Li Xuanyan also followed suit. Li Xuanyan's heavenly gaze was extremely formidable, so she quickly said, someone is coming. This girl is indeed not bad. Li Qie gently nodded his head and said, it is time to pluck the young leaves. Finished speaking, he took out a box and opened it as a wave of heat rushed onto his face. There laid a pair of scissors not crafted from divine steel nor treasure metals, but from two divine flames created by universal laws. These divine law flames were not the unbearable and dazzling type. Instead, it was more of a tranquil flame, as if it had successfully undergone 3,000 great tribulations. Next thing they knew, she was already standing to the side without being tainted by the flaws of the mundane world, as wonderful as ever. Li Qie's shout was like a divine bell. It immediately woke up the three who were affected by Mei Suyao. The three of them were startled and surprised at the earlier occurrence, for they almost fell to Mei Suyao's Tao. Little girl, your Alea heavenly fragrant Tao is only an insignificant skill to me. Li Qie squinted his eyes at her and said, don't think that your minor art can become a Tao. You better play nice, otherwise, don't blame me for stripping you naked and destroying your eternal river school. How fierce and bold was this declaration! Mei Suyao was a heaven's proud daughter who stood at the top of the current younger generation. She was known as a goddess by others, so who had ever dared to talk to her like this? As for the Eternal River School, it was even more unnecessary to explain. The school was one of the strongest heritages in the contemporary times. One sect, 3 emperors, who would dare to say that they would destroy the Eternal River School? Mei Suyao was not angry. She maintained her transcendent aura like a goddess. No need to be angry, brotherly. I only wanted to test your willpower. Li Qie peered at Mei Suyao like a wild beast. At this moment it was as if he was an entirely different person. He seemed to be an eternal evil exuding a terrifying aura that refused to disperse. Test me? Li Qie narrowed his eyes and looked at Mei Suyao, then he slowly said, girl, do you think that I won't just eat you right now? When I take you in for my personal use, don't blame me for not being considerate towards your patriarch. At this moment, Li Qie was like a ferocious wolf staring at Mei Suyao, a naked, vulnerable lamb. Her heart started to beat faster from his gaze. She felt a dangerous sensation for the first time ever. As the representative of the Eternal River School, she had gone on many adventures and met many characters, but at this moment, Li Qie gave her an inexplicable dread, as if a fierce monster from the ancient past was staring straight at her. Coming from the Eternal River School and having an immortal bone, she was usually filled with confidence. However, she felt that she was but an insignificant lamb in Li Qie's sight. Please calm your anger, brotherly, goodbye for now. Mei Suyao gave a smile with an unspeakable charm that was capable of toppling all existences. The very next second, she disappeared into a branch filled with auspicious purple clouds. What a demoness! After Mei Suyao left, Chen Baojiao angrily said, she seemed to be all pure and holy, but that was only a means to bewitch people. Li Qie then replied with a smile, who can be more of a demoness than you? You are the most charming, pretty, and flirtatious in this world. Your misty eyes are the most enchanting things. I'm nothing like that, why are you defending that demoness? Chen Baojiao coquettishly spoke. This expression was indeed charming to the bones, causing others to lose their minds and souls. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but smile, then she said, Mei Suyao's technique is indeed extraordinary, we all inadvertently fell into her Tao. If she wanted to gather all the heroes in this world, very few would be able to escape her grasp. Alea heavenly fragrant Tao, this girl is applying it for the wrong things. Li Qie calmly said, although this Tao has a great origin, in the end, it was because you were careless. Your void imperfection physique is very amazing, it is untouchable by all universal laws and impregnable by all demons. What in this world could compare to its defensive capabilities? The 12 immortal physiques are not famous for nothing. If you were a bit more careful, then the Alea heavenly fragrant Tao would not have been able to do anything to you. Li Shuangyan silently nodded and memorized Li Qie's words. Meanwhile, Qi Shaodai was quite surprised. Void imperfection physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. Although she had not seen its power, she had seen the might of the hell-suppressing godly physique, so she could imagine just how strong the void imperfection physique was. Li Qie analyzed the area around them. Eventually, he selected a location and called the other three over. He grabbed Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan with both of his hands while Chen Baojiao grabbed Qi Shaodai. This is embarrassing, but I made a mistake with the teaser. Are both Jian in Pinyin and Han Viet, so I thought it was an arrow. It should be a scissors instead. Chapter 344, Above the Top. Li Qie spoke to the girls in a very serious manner, wait a bit. Then, we will jump down from here. Remember, when I say, jump, you guys must use all of your strength to jump. The higher the better. We will repeat this 3 times, got it? Li Qie showed a solemn expression that was never before seen, taking the 3 by surprise. They finally managed to climb to the top of the world tree. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. But now, they were asked to jump down. This was too hard to believe. Why do we have to jump down? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jump. However, Li Qie didn't answer her and immediately jumped down. The girls were also dragged along. In just a split second, a blinding darkness encompassed their vision. Hush! There was only the sound of wind assaulting their ears as they rapidly fell down at an incredible speed. Ah! The 3 girls couldn't help but scream. Even though cultivators were not afraid of heights, they were jumping down from the top of the world tree. This was a height even greater than descending from the 9 heavens, so how could they refrain from screaming in fear? They were falling down at an extremely fast pace, but there was only darkness in front of their eyes. There was no world tree nor was there an endless horizon, only pure pitch-black nothingness was present. They kept on falling as if there was no end. The girls' hearts were high-strung from anxiety. Theoretically, with their cultivations, there would be no fear of falling to death even if they were to fall from a very high point. However, the world tree was of an unimaginable height. No one could say for certain whether they could survive a jump from the top of the world tree. Their descent kept on going and going as if there was no final destination. The initial screaming eventually turned into surprise, then amazement, before turning into complete silence. They fell for what seemed like an eternity before the group felt their feet meet something. At this moment, they didn't even have the time to feel relieved. Just a second later, an amazing force from the ground below propelled them upward. The sound of wind came again as the four of them bounced up at an extreme speed. After an unknown amount of time, their surroundings suddenly became bright as the world tree appeared before them. Jump! Amidst all this chaos, Li Qia loudly roared. In this moment, he didn't hold back as his blood energy soared in the form of a jumping Kuanpeng. He borrowed this momentum to leap upward. The three girls also channeled all of their energy into their most powerful jump. Bang, bang, bang. At the time when they jumped, explosions continuously rang out. Strange images emerged as 3,000 worlds appeared right on top of them. At this moment, these worlds created a suppressing force and rendered them breathless. Nevertheless, their jumps propelled them to a height dozens of feet higher than the peak of the world tree. However, they were suppressed by the 3,000 worlds above, so they fell down at a rapid speed. The group repeatedly jumped 3 times. Each successive jump would bring them a few dozen feet higher. On the third jump, Li Qia shouted, "One last time. The opportunity is within your grasp." Having said this, his yin-yang sea of blood erupted as a blood energy drowned out everything. The girls also used their most heaven-defying means to jump higher. If they were outside, then these jumps would reach millions of feet high, but at this moment, they could only manage to leap dozens of feet up. Li Qia jumped the highest and he suddenly disappeared. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan also disappeared. Qi Xiaodai was the weakest in the group, so her jump was 10 feet lower than Li Shuangyan's. At that time, Chen Baojiao couldn't continue pulling her any further. The powerful suppression from above pulled on Qi Xiaodai, so Chen Baojiao had to let go. At that instant, Qi Xiaodai couldn't advance any further as her body started to fall down. She was quite aghast because she knew she had let go of the greatest opportunity in this world. Up you go. In this delicate moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed her and pulled her up to escape from the suppression of the 3,000 worlds. The moment their feet touched the ground, everyone, including Li Qia, were weak in the knees. They all sat down with their butts on the ground. Qi Xiaodai was still in a panicked state when she also sat right down. After a while, they managed to calm down and found themselves standing on a sparkly surface that looked like floating scintillating jade. Before them, there was no world tree, no space, and no galaxy. There was only an ancient temple made of bronze. Its size was quite modest, but its magnificent aura was as high as the 9 heavens. It was the ruler of all things, the tyrant of the 9 worlds. It commanded respect and fear from all. It was casted entirely from bronze of an unknown era and had an azure glow with a complex ancient architecture. The 3 girls were frozen in place since they didn't expect a bronze temple to be on top of the world tree. Keep in mind that just a few moments earlier, they were already standing at the peak. To the inhabitants of this world, climbing to the top of the world tree was an extremely arduous and difficult matter. Even the descendants of immortal emperor lineages would not necessarily be able to complete this feat. The 3 of them wouldn't even dare to dream about it without Li Qia's tetrawar bronze chariot. While standing on top of the world tree, anyone would think that it was already the highest location, a place with no higher destination. The truth was that when they looked up, there was nothing but emptiness. They didn't expect to exceed the top of the world tree after jumping several times with a temple appearing before their very eyes. What is this place? Qi Xiaodai asked in astonishment. Reaching the peak of the world tree was a dream to her. If it wasn't for Li Qia, then she wouldn't have been able to even come close to the tree, let alone reach the top. However, today, she not only reached the top, but she arrived at an even higher place as she stood before this unknown temple. This is what Mei Xiao mentioned before, the greatest fortune was not the world tree itself. Li Shuangyan emotionally said. Her meticulous and shrewd mind recalled Mei Xiao's words. While looking at the bronze temple, Li Qia couldn't help but emotionally say, "World Temple," just like what the legend stated. No one had seen it before since the start of time, but the World Temple truly exists. Is this place an even greater fortune than the world tree? Qi Shaodai looked at this bronze temple and asked in surprise. Well, not necessarily. Li Qia answered, this is up to each person's luck. In theory, those who climb the world tree can meet different fortunes. How great these fortunes are depends on the person. However, some do come back empty-handed. The higher one climbs, the lower the chance of not meeting any fortune. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the fortunes still depends on one's own fate. And as for the world temple, Li Qia looked at the temple before him and smiled. As long as one reaches the world temple, this would already be an opportunity, a complete blessing. Once again, the magnitude depends on the person. Maybe you will obtain the greatest fortune in this world, but it might also be a fortune not as great as one you could have gotten back at the world tree. For example, the 3 young leaves at the top of the world tree are one of its greatest fortunes. How do you know so much? Mei Xiao wasn't sure of the temple's existence, so how do you know? Moreover, how did you know that such a method could take us to the world temple? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Qi Shaodai also wanted to know the answer to this question. Mei Xiao came from the Eternal River School. Very few people could match her vast knowledge. This is the consequence of not reading often enough. Li Qia tapped Chen Baojiao's head and said, a lazy reader will amount to nothing. One must read more to know more. Chen Baojiao, who was tapped on the head, indignantly retorted, I have never seen you read before. On the other hand, Li Shuangyan simply smiled. She had heard these words too many times. Of course, she didn't believe that reading would make one omniscient, but if Li Qia didn't want to reveal the truth, then she wouldn't pry any further. Li Qia had studied and researched the world tree for more than just one generation. He had missed an opportunity before, so he had spent even more time later on to understand the world tree even further. It could be said that no one in the contemporary times has a better grasp on the world tree than him. Even back then, when immortal Emperor Hao Hai was still in this world that year, he did not know more about the world tree than Li Qia. It was out of sheer luck that he was able to obtain such a supreme fortune. To Li Qia, as long as the world tree appeared once more, he would absolutely not miss this opportunity again. Chapter 345, Fortunes in the World Temple Enter. The opportunity is right there, but it is up to you to determine how great it is. I can only help you so much. Li Qia smiled and said while the other 3 were still in a daze. He took the lead to enter the temple while the other 3 excitedly followed behind him. To them, this perhaps could be their greatest opportunity in their lifetime. No one in the world knew about this temple's existence, but they managed to reach it. This was the most tempting and mysterious fortune. Once they got inside, they discovered that this ancient temple cast from bronze was completely empty. The entire place gave an impression that no one had entered for tens of millions of years. They also found that the temple's dome was open like a patio. They looked above only to find a vast and indiscernible nothingness. Beneath the dome was a bronze crane that was exceedingly vibrant. It was as if this bronze crane existed all alone by itself, modeled by the ravaging of time just like the rest of the temple. Besides this bronze crane, nothing else could be found inside. The 3 girls were quite stunned because they didn't expect to only find this crane at this place. Where are the fortunes? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but look around and say, is there only this bronze crane? I thought that there would be countless immortal treasures and divine weapons stacked on top of each other like a mountain. This bronze crane alone is not enough to be shared among the 4 of us. Immortal treasures and divine weapons, these things are too common. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. To us, immortal treasures and divine weapons are only external things. We came here to ask for a chance of self-improvement, a new fortune. We do not need to come to this place for immortal treasures and divine weapons. After all, this world is extremely vast and has so many places that we can rob these items from. How do we ask for a new creation? Qi Shaodai couldn't contain her curiosity. However, entering did not mean that they could climb the tree, and climbing the tree did not mean that there was a sure chance at obtaining a fortune. Sure enough, some disciples with ancestral weapons were able to open the way into the time-space, but these ancestral weapons did not help them climb up the world tree. They could only muster their own strength to ascend. Unfortunately, many people did not make it very far before the suppression forced them back down. Of course, these disciples were not discouraged. It was quite difficult just to enter, so how could they give up? They kept on climbing and falling. In the end, a few of them barely managed to reach the nearest branch from the ground. Those who had no methods of climbing racked their brains. Some of them decided to cut down the world tree. They thought that even if they couldn't climb any higher, they could chop off a piece of bark or two and take it back. This would still be a great merit. However, the world tree's toughness was far beyond their imaginations. They had ancestral weapons with them, but even after using every last bit of strength, they couldn't cut off a big piece of bark. One or two of them, with extremely powerful ancestral weapons, were able to scrape down a piece of bark the size of a fingernail after using all of their blood energy. It goes without saying that the great fortunes of the world tree were not so easily obtainable. Even a successful climber would not necessarily be able to meet any fortunes. The first unlucky person was the descendant from a great power in the western desolate wasteland. He made it to the first branch and stepped inside its world, but he was kicked out not too long after and was without any benefits. After being sent outside, he was no longer allowed to enter. After learning the lesson from such a hapless fella, many experts realized that the chance for a fortune increased with how high they ascended, so they risked their lives to reach greater heights. Can anyone make it to the top of the world tree? While many were eager to climb, there were also countless people who were excited from anticipation as they waited. Since so many great powers sent their disciples here using the fastest means without caring about the waste of refined jades, spectators were discussing this matter with great interest. I'm afraid to do so would be very hard. Someone replied, rumor has it that even immortal Emperor How Hai did not reach the top during his climb. Although immortal Emperor How Hai did not reach the top, he obtained the greatest creation. A few ancient predecessors said that reaching the top was not a prerequisite to obtaining the greatest creations. An older expert said, the first to enter were Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao, and Li Chia. Perhaps those three have already taken the greatest creation. A person said with admiration, I heard that Li Chia even brought many people along with him. This brat is too heaven-defying. Deity and goddess only went by themselves, but Li Chia actually brought others with him. This person is devilish beyond all heavenly laws. As time passed, more and more people wanted to enter this changing time-space in order to climb the world tree. Many descendants from the great powers gave up on investigating within the timeless portal and focused solely on the world tree. Chapter 346. Worldly Prime Liquid. As a result, many young cultivators that came from weaker sects enjoyed a lot of benefits since a lot of the strong competitors were no longer present. For those who hailed from weaker sects or were vagabonds, they didn't have the ability to climb the world tree, so they chose to look for fortunes inside the timeless portal instead. Those with these reasonable thoughts actually managed to obtain quite a harvest. As time went on, more and more sects from all over the world arrived while bringing along most of their disciples. Crossing over domains required a large amount of refined jades to use the Tao gateways. Normally, sects would not accept such a loss, but at this time, they were willing to spend even more than they did to send their capable young disciples over. The Heavenly Tao Academy stayed true to its words. Regardless of whether these sects were early or late, as long as they were not part of the list, their young disciples would be allowed entry. Since older experts could not enter, many great sects chose to employ the tactic of strength in numbers and brought many teenagers inside. One extra person was another sliver of hope. Meanwhile, as the news traveled, even more sects arrived, including a few ancient hidden lineages. In just 6 months, many formidable characters arrived, and one of them was particularly famous. The Heaven Protector Goddess has arrived. A message shot across the eastern 100 cities. Heaven Protector Goddess. Many hearts dropped with a thump as the younger generation turned pale. The northern Grand Sea was extremely far from the eastern 100 cities. matters at the eastern region rarely made it to the northern Grand Sea and vice versa. However, there were some people and places that always garnered a lot of attention and interest, and the Heaven Protector City was one of them. As the descendant of the palace, the Heaven Protector Goddess had always been watched over by many heritages, especially those who intended to obtain the current heaven's will. Regarding discussions about the last 3 generations, no one could refrain from talking about the Black Dragon King and his Heaven Protector City. 3 generations of prestige alongside immortal emperors without having to halt his blood force or enter hibernation. The Black Dragon King was an unbeatable existence, someone who was absolutely part of the greatest individuals throughout the sea of time. This was now the 4th generation. Although the Black Dragon King was no longer alive, the Heaven Protector City still warranted dread from others. No other heritage, including immortal emperor lineages, would dare to underestimate the palace. As the current descendant of the palace, rumor has it that the Heaven Protector Goddess inherited the essential arts of the Black Dragon King. She was accepted by the elders and obtained the qualifications to carry the heaven's will. If the eastern 100 cities had goddess Mei Suyao, then the northern Grand Sea had goddess Zi Queening. Her fame was no less than Mei Suyao's. There is a rumor that the Heaven Protector Goddess was the successor personally chosen by the Black Dragon King. When he was still alive, he already divined her appearance, so, on that very day, he made a decree to declare her as a successor even though it was still a few generations early. Older cultivators were alarmed at the arrival of Zi Queening. Who would not be in awe when they listened to the stories of the Black Dragon King, who was prosperous for 3 generations even with the existence of 3 immortal emperors? Even they had to take the long way to avoid his path. No immortal emperor lineages were willing to challenge the Heaven Protector City when the Black Dragon King was there. Even though he did not become an immortal emperor, he still soared over the 9 worlds and was worshipped by its inhabitants. Later on, he fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will, sending the world into the difficult Tao era. Since that day, the world no longer saw the Black Dragon King nor immortal Emperor Ta Kong. What kind of terrifying existence could cause the disappearance of an immortal emperor? In this world, no one even dared to imagine the great power of an existence capable of such a feat. Deity will finally meet his match. Many young geniuses were gloating after they heard of Zi Queening's arrival. Deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation, overshadowing all other devilish geniuses. To the younger generation, they would never be in the limelight as long as Jikong Wudi existed. Today, Goddess Zi Queening had arrived, and even characters like Jikong Wudi would not dare to underestimate her. The Heaven Protector City and Space Trample Mountain were old enemies. Today, when their descendants meet, a great battle would be inevitable. After arriving, Zi Queening immediately entered the area of altering time-space and climbed the World Tree. No one knew how far she managed to climb. The World Tree possessed an incomparable amount of allure that ignited countless people's desire to swarm to its location. In a mysterious location, Li Qie sat cross-legged by the empty pool that was now without a single drop of worldly prime liquid. A long time had passed and the pool that used to be filled with liquid has now been completely absorbed and refined by Li Qie. Worldly prime liquid and myriad star water, ultimately, their value would depend on the individual. Myriad star water was indeed rare and incomparable, but such a thing was not usable by just anyone. It was too powerful, and even heavenly kings would not necessarily be able to enjoy it. Li Qie had a peerless formula to dilute the myriad star water, but he himself did not dare to use it because it was too overpowering. Think about it, just a diluted drop of myriad star water was enough to unlock the seal of immortal emperor life treasures. From this alone, one could already imagine its terrifying power. To immortal emperors and eternal existences worthy of being deified, the value of the myriad star water was much greater than the worldly prime liquid, especially for immortal emperors. At their level, they no longer needed the worldly prime liquid and instead desired more myriad star water. To weaker cultivators, the value of the liquid was much greater than the myriad star water. It was capable of turning something rotten into something magical, changing oneself completely. The current situation was very appropriate for Li Qie. This time, the fortune of the worldly prime liquid had changed Li Qie a lot. At the very least, his future path became even smoother. At this time, Li Qie was wrapped in an extremely dense primordial chaos, just like the time before the formation of the heaven and earth. Anyone with great insight and the capability to see through all things would be startled if they knew Li Qie's situation. His entire body was dazzlingly transparent. Its supreme image, without any blemishes, was like a body from the heavens. Li Qie's bones and muscles were priceless treasures that could be utilized with its endless potential for the rest of his life. What was even more terrifying was that Li Qie's main palace had become very mysterious. Filled with the breath from the primordial chaos, his main palace became something that was crafted by divine jade, giving off an extremely sacred atmosphere. The true fate that presided inside the main palace exuded an immortal breath. It felt as if this breath would last an eternity from now till the end of the world. The Tao foundation erected by the Kuan Peng's 6 variants became crystal clear without any defects. This was an impeccable Tao foundation close to the Grand Tao. Li Qie's Tao foundation was the Tao of the heaven and earth, the Tao of the heaven's will. When this Tao foundation turned into a Kuan Peng, there was a heaven-shattering transformation, as if the great beast was no longer a divine Kuan Peng, but something even greater. Inside the Fate Palaces, even the 4 images underwent an earth-shattering change. The tree of life pierced the sky with its verdant freshness. The water surged through the spring of life. No one could stare straight into the ignited flame inside the cauldron of life. The pillar of life created endless Grand Tao as if it was about to turn into a heavenly Grand Tao. At this moment, the 4 images created a startling scene as if they were about to give birth to a new world as a result of deriving the last profound mystery of myriad Tao. One could faintly make out divine items floating inside the 4 images, and they all transformed into something entirely different. Clank, clack, clack. Noises of something breaking suddenly appeared as if something was about to break out of its shell. Pa! A fate palace flew out from Li Qie's meridian via his forehead and floated above his head. Boom! At this time, the cauldron of life started to burn and the spring of life's water flooded this new fate palace. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would be extremely aghast. 6 fate palaces were floating above Li Qie's head, 1 main palace and 5 vice palaces. The 5 vice palaces floated around the main palace to form a seamless, perfect unit. Having 6 fate palaces would be the limit of the royal noble realm. They would be a royal noble standing at the summit. In this period of time, Li Qie opened his 6th fate palace to become a supreme noble. Once a royal noble opens their 4th palace, their level inside this realm was no longer important. The reason was very simple. Once they reached the mysterious fate realm, or became a royal noble, this would be their life's limit if they couldn't surpass their fate calamity. Some of you guys are reading too much into the teaser. Stop it. During this short period of time, regardless of whether it was inside or outside of the timeless portal, both true and fake news was flying all over the place about who got which treasure and who lost a great opportunity. Nevertheless, the rumor about Jikong Wudi was the most astonishing. No one knew who started the rumor that Jikong Wudi followed the footsteps of immortal Emperor Hao Hai, but this shocked both the younger generation and all the great powers waiting outside. Could it be that Jikong Wudi also met a fortune on par with what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found? Even the experts of the previous generation were jealous of him. In present times, he was already extremely formidable. As someone nearing the point of invincibility amongst the younger generation, if he actually obtained something like what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found, then it would be too terrifying. Don't tell me that Jikong Wudi will become the immortal emperor of this generation and turn the Space Trample Mountain into the second 1000 Emperor's Gate. After this piece of news traveled to the outside, countless experts from the great powers were jealous to the extreme. Sigh, my son once found immortal Emperor Hao Hai's footsteps, but he lost sight of it in the end. A grand sect master from the southern barren earth lamented with incomparable remorse. People had heard that a few young geniuses with heaven-frightening origins were capable of finding the marks left behind by immortal Emperor Hao Hai on the world tree, but alas, they were not able to follow them like Jikong Wudi. I wonder what goddess Mei Suyao, who also went with him, encountered. One couldn't help but bring up Mei Suyao after having talked about Jikong Wudi. A person who tried to find out more information replied, I heard that goddess Mei Suyao aimed for the top of the world tree. The top of the world tree? Having heard this, even heavenly kings took cold breaths while one of them said, too difficult. I heard that due to the world tree's suppression, even virtuous paragons cannot reach the top. However, a lord who had some understanding of the Eternal River School emotionally said, I'm afraid she really can do it. The Eternal River School's power is very great. They have a few immortal emperor true treasures, and they might have even given her something that could help her reach the peak. Chapter 348, The Void Gate. What kind of fortune could be found at the top of the world tree? A person became absent-minded as they murmured about this matter. Maybe the fortune at the top will not be any less than immortal Emperor Hao Hai's fortune. This year, the Eastern Hundred Cities was extremely lively, allowing many people to see the prosperity of a grand era. After the battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong that resulted in the destruction of the Heaven's Will, the Nine Worlds' connections were severed. The world was sent into a deep silence since the 5 domains were far away from each other while all the experts lived in seclusion. The difficult Tao era had ended more than 10 years ago. Now, the 5 domains were boiling with excitement, allowing spectators to see the coming of a new age of prosperity. Prodigies will come into being and geniuses will traverse the heavens. This will become a brilliant era. There were both happy and sad folks in this one year. There were those who were flushed with success and others who were downtrodden with bad luck. All of this was due to the opening of the timeless portal, allowing a chance for great fortunes to fall into the hands of all the disciples and geniuses. At this moment, in a mysterious place, Li Qia's body was emitting Tao hymns like an exalted god sitting in a meditative pose. Although he was only a royal noble, his breath was extremely frightening, especially the inner physique by his chest. Its air was capable of trampling the heavens and killing gods and devils. A bright light shot out from his body as his true fate suddenly became bright. During this split second, an evil energy hovered around as if his true fate had fallen into an evil state. However, this only lasted for a brief moment. This sudden emergence of evil energy was immediately destroyed by the true fate. Under the bright light of the true fate, this evil energy was like an insignificant candle, not enough to reach the apex. After all the trouble, Li Qia's mind returned from a seemingly immortal state. He stroked his chin and then smilingly murmured, the fate calamity has finally come, how should I cross this? To the current Li Qia who had 6 palaces, surpassing his fate calamity was not difficult at all. The challenge lied with how to go about it in the most perfect manner in order to avoid any imperfections or evil remnants in his true fate. Even those who cultivated saint and immortal physiques couldn't avoid their fate calamity and life reduction. The fate calamity was a demon of the heart, and the life reduction was the withering from the heavens. These were the 2 great disasters that troubled cultivators. To many geniuses, surpassing the fate calamity was not an issue, but it was an ambitious challenge to not leave behind any heart demons. Throughout the ages, countless heroes and wise sages defeated their fate calamities, but their heart demons still reappeared many years later. These heart demons were a nightmare to cultivators. These demons were things that could haunt them for life. The life reduction was perhaps even worse. Many prodigies were helpless in the face of their life reduction. Li Qia had very high personal standards. The day he severed his fate calamity would be the day he completely obliterates his inner demon, not leaving behind any potential troubles. A heart with an inner demon was not a good thing for cultivators. In fact, he could sever the calamity right at this moment, but he still used his true fate and powerful Tao foundation to suppress it instead. He was waiting for a chance to slay the inner demon in its entirety. A trembling sound appeared while Li Qia was contemplating. The spatial area was shaken and a surprising scene occurred. Not only was Li Qia caught off guard, but everyone else in the timeless portal were struck with astonishment by the unfolding scene. At this time, anyone who was inside this realm, no matter if they were digging underground or somewhere on the world tree, could see this amazing scene unravel before them. With a flashing light, a gate appeared inside the timeless portal. This gate was faint to the point of being non-existent, creating a vague and unclear image for the spectators. When many people saw the subtle sheen of this gate, their first reaction was to rub their eyes. Someone asked the people around him, "Do you see it?" "I see it." The person standing next to him answered. Now, the questioner knew that it was not just him imagining it. The subtle light was very mysterious since anyone inside the timeless portal could see it no matter where they were. The gate was in front of them, but when they wanted to touch it, nothing would be there. In fact, it was never in front of anyone at all. The sudden appearance of this mysterious and fleeting gate perplexed many people since they didn't know where it was actually located. At this point, people stood frozen in place as they stared at this mysterious gate, this gate. How do we go inside? However, no one could provide an answer to this question. This mysterious gate was before their very eyes and well within their reach, but once they tried to touch it, the portal would simply not be there. Many people quickly began to try different methods. One person attempted to store the portal in their treasure pouch, someone else used a supreme method to try to enter, and others wanted to see through this gate. Alas, despite their methods, they could not get close to this mysterious gate that was right before them. The Void Gate. Li Qiye immediately stood up and exclaimed after seeing this gate that exuded a faint light. He, who always managed to stay calm and composed, couldn't contain his surging emotions. The Void Gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures recorded in the eternal legends. Many have attempted to find them, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. Eventually, the world no longer believed in the authenticity of their legends. For millions of years, people assumed that the 9 grand heavenly treasures were just rumors and that they did not exist. Later on, many people didn't even know what they were. However, Li Qiye was more certain than anyone regarding their existences since he had seen a few of them more than once. It could be said that in the contemporary times, he was the supreme authority when it came to these mythical treasures. The Void Gate was an existence that Li Qiye had searched for over many years throughout the ages. Today, the dreamlike gate had appeared right before him. This was the reason for his uncontrollable excitement. He put on a serious expression to gaze at it. The 9 treasures had always been mysterious, and some people didn't know what they were nor what they were called. The Void Gate was just as enigmatic as the other treasures despite the numerous legends surrounding it. Some said that the Void Gate would lead to eternal life. Others believed that it would lead to a world outside of the 9 worlds. Another theory was that it was a path to the past or the future. Its destination and secrets remained unknown as there weren't any credible findings. At a certain spot on the world tree, goddess Mei Suyao stood up in astonishment. Even her holy and unblemished face showed signs of emotions. The legend was real. As someone who came from the Eternal River School, she knew more about the 9 treasures than many others. The school had always been searching for the 9 treasures. The school's 3 immortal emperors searched for them and all 3 came back empty-handed. They never even saw these fabled existences. Generations of wise sages and 3 immortal emperors suspected that the Void Gate was inside the timeless portal of the academy. Some Eternal River immortal emperors had went in, but they still couldn't find it. This was the reason why Mei Suyao couldn't contain her excitement after seeing its sudden appearance. This is the true big fortune. Somewhere on the world tree, Jikong Wudi gazed at the gate before him as his expression constantly changed. He couldn't help but to recall a certain legend. The Void Gate truly exists? Lu Yi, who was also on the world tree, took a deep breath and murmured. The academy had written down tales regarding this gate, but it was described as a mere legend. In fact, for millions of years, their ancestors could not enter the Void Gate, so it was only baseless speculations. In a short period of time, countless people became stunned, especially those from immortal emperor lineages or ancient clans. They became nervous due to the gate before their eyes. Chapter 349, Contesting for the Void Gate. Li Qiye took a deep breath. While looking at the void gate before him, he held up a talisman in his palm. This was an inconspicuous piece of yellow paper. Who in this world would know that this yellow piece of paper was an extremely rare immortal writ, one of the only 3 left in existence? At this time, he dripped a drop of longevity blood onto the talisman while chanting a true mantra: use my soul to build a bridge, unblockable by even the gods and devils, to myriad domains. The talisman immediately sucked the blood dry. The moment the chant concluded, the talisman burst out in flames. Before its ashes hit the ground, clanking noises suddenly appeared. A divine lotus law and supreme immortal orders combined together to build a bridge that pierced the sky as it headed towards the void gate. In this very moment, all became insignificant before this immortal bridge. Whether it was billions of miles or millions of years, nothing would matter before this bridge. Once it pierced the spatial sky, the void gate actually appeared as the bridge carried Li Qie towards it. As Li Qie was walking on the time-space bridge towards the void gate, another person appeared. With extreme speed, she also headed towards the void gate and the 2 of them met. Little girl, I want this thing. Li Qie turned around to find Mei Suyao, who also relied on a supreme treasure to come here. Brother Li's words are too unreasonable. This is an item without an owner, it should belong to whoever it is meant for. Mei Suyao replied in her sacred and transcendent tone. The fateful one will take it? Li Qie narrowed his eyes and then slowly spoke. That depends on what the item is. I do not compete for ordinary things, but for this. Even if immortal monarchs arrive or the heavens' wrath descends, they will still not be able to compete with me. If they decide to hinder me, I will slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens. At this moment, Li Qie's aura towered. His terrifying glare gave the impression of an extremely ancient existence who had just been reborn. Slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens, such big words. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to bluster like this. In just an instant, Jikong Wudi also arrived with a brilliance surrounding his body along with a mysterious and powerful force. Anyone could tell that he was carrying something terrifying. Everyone inside the timeless portal saw this scene. Countless people wanted to fly towards the gate ahead, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach this location of altering time-space, let alone the mysterious gate. Nevertheless, they were still able to see the event unfold. They became quite startled when they saw Li Qie, Mei Suyao, and Jikong Wudi. Jikong Wudi used a supreme treasure to come to this place. With the air of a deity from the heavens, he exuded a presence as if he was the sole ruler of this world. Li Qie glanced at him and coldly said, "The Emperor-era ancient talisman is just a little toy, it's no big deal." Jikong Wudi's expression sank. As Jikong Wudi was studying the Tao in the Emperor-era hall, he obtained the Emperor-era ancient talisman, a supreme item. This ancient talisman caused countless people to drool with desire. So even the ancient talisman is not worthy of being in your sight. It seems that Tao friend really thinks that you are unbeatable in this world. Deity Jikong Wudi's eyes shot out a divine glimmer as he spoke. Li Qie was too lazy to take another look at him as he answered, "If I went into the Emperor-era hall, then I would have taken everything from it, not just an ordinary ancient talisman. Right now, I want to take this thing. Be smart and scram, lest I personally kill both of you." Having said this, his eyes fell upon Mei Suyao. He bore no weight in killing Jikong Wudi, but Mei Suyao was another matter. However, if she didn't know any better, then he would no longer be considerate towards immortal Emperor Xiu Shui. Anyone who stood in his way shall be slain without mercy. In that case, Miss Mei, we should take care of him first and then collaborate to get inside. Deity Jikong Wudi told Mei Suyao. He wanted to work with her to kill Li Qie before taking the void gate. You want to kill him? With a meager strength like your own? At this time, a beautiful voice appeared. A woman rode a wave in the air. The wave fluttered back and forth beneath her feet like a true dragon. This woman was like a sea goddess, the master of the oceans. The heaven protector goddess. Seeing this woman, many people in the portal were alarmed. Heaven protector goddess Z Queening also used a supreme treasure to come here. Mei Suyao became quite surprised. Miss Z also came? Although others referred to her as a goddess and despite her natural immortal bone, she didn't dare to underestimate Z Queening. Rumor has it that Z Queening was the successor chosen by the Black Dragon King himself. No one would dare to treat her lightly. When the Black Dragon King was alive, even immortal emperors kept their distance. Despite the fact that the invincible Black Dragon King was no longer here, as his chosen inheritor, Z Queening carried considerable prestige. Jikong Wudi became more serious after he saw Z Queening's arrival. His eyes squinted as he focused his thoughts to unleash a terrifying aura as if a god had possessed his body. After witnessing this awe-inspiring scene with these four gathered at one place, someone quietly whispered, "Brutal Li Chia, Goddess Mei Suyao, Deity Jikong Wudi, and Heavenly Protector Goddess Z Queening." All four of the top geniuses in this generation finally came together. Jikong Wudi and the Heaven Protector Goddess are irreconcilable enemies. There will surely be a fight to the death. A prince couldn't help but murmur. Everyone in the 9 worlds knew about the story between immortal Emperor Ta Kong and the Black Dragon King. After that battle, both of them disappeared along with the Torn Heaven's will, and the two sects swore that they would never coexist in harmony. Jikong Wudi was the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain while the goddess was the descendant of the Heaven Protector City. As the saying goes, one's gaze would be especially reddened from the meeting of one's enemies. Jikong Wudi and Z Queening, they would surely fight to the bitter end. While riding her majestic wave and wielding the Black Dragon Spear, she pointed straight at Jikong Wudi and Mei Suyao and declared, "The both of you can come together." Such domineering words intimidated countless spectators. This was Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, yet Z Queening wanted to take on both of them at the same time. She had such a supercilious aura that allowed for one to sweep through the world. "I am not interested in fighting." The pure Mei Suyao spoke. Taking an unbelievable stance, she suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the scene, heading for the Void Gate. The Heaven Protector Goddess wanted to take action but Li Chia was a step faster. He slightly shifted his body and used the immortal bridge to chase after Mei Suyao, only leaving behind a "Leave her to me." Jikong Wudi also wanted to go, but Z Queening soared to the sky and blocked his path in an instant. "Today, you will not be leaving. Do you think my Space Trample Mountain is afraid of trouble?" Deity Jikong Wudi uttered a cry as universal laws opened up the heavens with an oppressive immortal power. "The Space Trample Mountain is nothing." Z Queening attacked with the Black Dragon Spear that issued continuous dragon roars. Everyone saw an illusion as if the Black Dragon King had come back to life. This single spear strike annihilated all the bright stars and a myriad of Tao. The face of any genius would become discolored from this terrifying strike. One was a deity while the other was a goddess. One was the 6th-generation grandson of an immortal emperor while the other was the chosen inheritor of a paragon. The two attacked at the same time and shattered the earth in order to compare their techniques. Even the heavenly kings from the previous generations were taken by surprise before their arts. On the other side, Mei Suyao rushed into the Void Gate as Li Chia followed right after her. The two of them both disappeared into the gate. When Li Chia stepped into the void, it did not teleport him to a different location. To be more exact, after having stepped inside, one would find that this was a dead end. This place was like a room without any doors besides the entrance. The entire Void Gate was built by a supreme law that was naturally formed as if it was created from the primordial beginning. There were no dazzling lights nor gorgeous colors. The Void Gate consisted of simplicity, returning to the beginning of all things. There was only one thing inside, a rune the size of a fist. It was a simple and ancient rune, however, even the most knowledgeable contemporary runemaster would not understand its meaning. This rune's head and tail were connected together, the right and left hugged each other while the top and bottom were interlinked. The entire rune was just one seamless existence without a beginning nor an end. It was apparent that this rune was not the common type found in the present times, ones that were left behind by the immortal monarchs. It was born from the heaven and earth and came together naturally. Such a simple rune represented the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth and the knowledge from endless years. Li Qiye was mesmerized by this rune. He immediately understood its significance from his own understanding of the heaven and earth. This was absolutely a priceless treasure. However, Li Qiye was not the only one enthralled by this rune. Mei Suyao, who came before him, was also astonished by this wondrous rune. Chapter 350, Profound Mysteries of the Void Gate. At this point, Mei Suyao looked back and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile as she asked, "Does Brother Li want to examine this rune with me? If we were to research this rune together, it will benefit both of us." "Is that so?" Li Qiye smilingly answered, but before he could finish, a bright brilliance shot out from Mei Suyao's forehead. The moment it hit Li Qiye's body, he became frozen in place. At this time, Li Qiye was frozen as if he had been petrified. Mei Suyao then said as she revealed a transcending and uniquely beautiful smile that would cause the hearts of others to flutter, "Brother Li, I do not want to hurt you, but I must bring this rune with me. I must inconvenience you for a moment. Wait a bit and you will naturally recover." After sealing Li Qiye, Mei Suyao focused her attention on the rune before her. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Collect." Finished speaking, her 10 fingers unleashed a net capable of encompassing the entire world. As the Eternal River School's representative, naturally, she was extremely capable. This action of hers immediately devoured the heaven and earth. Her long and slender fingers could take the mountains and rivers into her palms. But no matter what, her myriad laws and strongest techniques couldn't move this rune. She did not give up and quietly uttered once more. Suddenly, the heir of an immortal emperor appeared as Mei Suyao wielded a weapon to suppress this rune. It was as if an immortal emperor actually appeared. She carried an immortal emperor true treasure that made the gods and mortals bow down in worship. Once this weapon appeared, only she would be invincible across the ages. Boom! However, something incredible happened. Even her true treasure could not suppress this rune and was bounced back. Her face greatly changed as she caught the true treasure, but a whisper as soft as the wind appeared by her ear. Being so direct isn't the correct method. Li Qiye had been standing next to Mei Suyao for who knew how long. He was smilingly observing her. The always pure Mei Suyao suddenly became frightened and her forehead shot out another immortal light. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Li Qiye's finger reached out. This was a finger capable of exceeding eternality. Even the immortal light could not catch up with it. Mei Suyao's immortal light was a supreme law, but Li Qiye's finger easily evaded the immortal light and then touched the most vulnerable spot of her immortal bone. Bang! Mei Suyao was blown away and crashed into a wall. Her face became pale as blood dripped down from her forehead. While being completely out of breath, she struggled to stand up. Li Qiye had sealed away her entire cultivation. Eventually, she managed to breathe again. Her always transcendent self, at this time, had become frightened as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She was born with the best immortal bone in the world, and it was located inside her forehead. She was very confident in it, and even heavenly kings were powerless against her petrifying immortal light. She had clearly subdued him earlier, but now, he was moving just fine. What shocked her, even more, was that Li Qiye's finger struck the weakest part of her immortal bone. Keep in mind that her immortal bone was the hardest of them all, but she was heavily wounded after just one strike from his finger, rendering her breathless as if she was on the verge of death. What is not possible about it? Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "Being locked by the immortal light? I was just playing with you, little girl. In my eyes, the immortal bone on your forehead isn't much. Have you ever heard about a certain someone during the dark ancient Ming era? There was someone from the ancient Ming tribe that was much more amazing than you. The legendary invincible bones." Mei Suyao emotionally exclaimed. Li Qiye's words reminded her of a legend, a once invincible person with immortal bones. Li Qiye calmly continued, "That is correct. That year, the person with immortal bones was a lot stronger than you. He had a natural immortal skeleton. Do you know what his ultimate fate was? Each of his immortal bones was broken and pulled out from his body. Mei Suyao was startled by this revelation since she had once heard of this invincible being with immortal bones. He was famed as a person who was capable of reaching Immortal Emperor Tian Tu's level, but he went missing instead. During the darkest times, there were two immortal emperors who served as the bringers of dawn. One was Immortal Emperor Buzhan, and the other was Immortal Emperor Xuexi. During this era, Li Qie was the pillar that upheld the overall situation. He spent a countless amount of effort along with the mysterious bamboo mountain to groom Immortal Emperor Xuexi. With his grand scheme, the human race's light was in sight. Unfortunately, at that time, a person with natural-born immortal bones came into being within the ancient Ming race, and he swept through the 9 heavens. Wherever he trod, countless geniuses of the 9 worlds would be killed, including many young human geniuses despite having amazing creations. With his immortal bones, the genius was invincible from birth. Countless ancient Ming dynasties placed a huge amount of hope on him. They thought that he could become the second immortal Emperor Tian Tu, so they became his Tao protectors. This genius with immortal bones swept through the 9 worlds, leaving miserable screams in his wake as countless humans were killed by him. This enraged the Dark Crow, Li Qie. As a result, he mustered all of his might, resulting in him killing countless dynasties and shaking the heavens. After losing many generals and defeating many ancient Ming dynasties, Li Qie finally captured this person with immortal bones alive. You have a natural immortal bone on your forehead. Li Qie smilingly spoke as he gazed at Mei Suyao. Even though a Dao bone is indeed the rarest and most precious type of immortal bone, to me, it is nothing. If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't matter even if you possessed an immortal skeleton, would still break through it. After capturing the invincible person with immortal bones that year, he thoroughly studied the immortal bones. It was needless to expand on the process since one could already imagine it. Li Qie ignored Mei Suyao and instead looked at the ancient rune while slowly walking around it. While Li Qie was doing so, Mei Suyao calmed down to regain her usual posture and charm. Do you know what this is? Mei Suyao asked. Oh. You still want me to reveal it despite being under my control? Li Qie smilingly answered. If that is what brotherly thinks, then there is nothing I can do about it. Mei Suyao continued on, I am willing to divulge everything I know regarding the Void Gate. This rune is the key to opening the Void Gate, and only the master of this rune would be able to become the master of the gate. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. Little girl, you don't know much. Your understanding regarding the Void Gate is still too shallow. Mei Suyao was speechless. She was clearly older than Li Qie, but he kept calling her little girl, making further deliberation difficult. Li Qie did a lap around the rune. He kept on looking at the old rune while stroking his chin. This rune is one with the gate, so trying to seize it is harder than reaching the heavens. How about we work together? I have an immortal emperor true treasure along with a supreme technique. Only through our joint efforts would it be possible to take it down, otherwise, I'm afraid we would have to go back empty-handed. Mei Suyao spoke to Li Qie. Little girl, sometimes immortal emperor true treasures are not omnipotent. Look carefully at how I will take it down. Li Qie turned around to face Mei Suyao as he smilingly responded. With that, Li Qie put a stone egg in his hand as he gazed upon the ancient rune. His gaze became fixated on it as he shouted, "Open." He then used his mightiest force to throw the stone egg directly towards it. Bang! After a deafening explosion, the stone egg heavily smashed into this ancient rune. Suddenly, the entire gate shook as the light extinguished. The unbelievable happened, this ancient rune was blown away by the stone egg. Come! Li Qie shouted again as his 6 palaces appeared and turned into a domain that immediately encompassed this rune. Within this split second, his main palace devoured this rune, disappearing inside. This scene stunned Mei Suyao. She tried to use a true treasure to suppress this ancient rune, but it did not move one bit and even repelled her weapon. However, Li Qie actually used a stone egg to blow away this ancient rune. Just what was the origin of this stone egg? Unfortunately, her immortal bone was sealed by Wuxia. Otherwise, the technique given to her by the Tao bone would have allowed her to see through the mysteries of the stone egg. At this time, Wuxia's main palace exploded with a boom as his pillar of life rose up high. It sucked in the ancient rune, and strange images appeared alongside noises. The ancient rune then hovered above the pillar of life, resonating in a way that lit up all of the pillar's runes. Countless runes rushed into the ancient rune as if they had their own consciousness. Chapter 351, Teasing the Goddess, Boom. With a deafening noise, the ancient rune immediately became stretched as the runes on the pillar of life entered it in order to solve the profound mysteries contained within. This scene resembled that of the opening of an ancient treasure. With this, the pillar became even brighter, and it even underwent an incredible change. Not long later, due to being channeled by the pillar, the rune became a profound truth and disappeared inside the pillar as all of its mystical meanings were absorbed. After the successful absorption, Wuxia's body suddenly vibrated as he felt an inexpressibly wonderful feeling. Eventually, he took a deep breath and smiled. This feeling was great since he understood the void gate even more at this moment. Mei Xiao watched as Wuxia sucked the ancient rune into his fate palace. She could only gently sigh. One wrong move lost her the entire match. However, Mei Xiao was still a peerless individual, so she smiled and congratulated Wuxia. Congratulations, brotherly. You are the first to obtain the 3 young leaves from the world tree, and you even obtained the ancient rune from the void gate. This time, you have gotten creations far beyond that of what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found. Wuxia laughed and then stared at Mei Xiao in an imposing manner. Now, how should I deal with you? Ruthlessly pluck the flower? At this point, his eyes narrowed as he said in a serious manner, but to you, dying is not the worst fate. How about I strip off your clothes? Or maybe I should eat you, then imprison your true fate and confine your body. Maybe this would be the most terrible thing for you. Mei Xiao's expression slightly changed, but her sacred and noble grace remained. An immortal light encompassed Mei Xiao as if she was a transcendent goddess from the heavens. No one would dare to taint her. She then slowly said, Brother Li is a hero of the contemporary times, the exemplar of our generation. I'm sure you would be opposed to doing something so vulgar. The calm voice carried a mysterious rhythm. Although she was confined by Wuxia at this moment, her aura prevented others from having dirty and disrespectful thoughts towards her. Only thoughts of reverence would remain. Little girl, you really don't know life from death. Wuxia focused his gaze as it became extremely frightening. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia's true fate floated up and down as if it was about to open an ancient portal that would extend to everlastingness. He had completely changed. He now showed a pair of eyes that gave the impression that he would devour the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before his eyes, all in this world became trivial, the heaven and earth was meaningless and all existences were mere dogs. Before his eyes, everything changed. There was no longer a distinction between beautiful and ugly nor rich and poor. What was considered sacred and pure all became smoke dissipating in the sky. Mei Xiao was horrified. She was not only smart but also someone amazing in this generation. In this instant, she understood what was considered to be real danger, ferocity, arrogance, and cruelty. All the prodigies, geniuses, brutes, all were trivial before Wuxia's sudden change of persona. She felt that she was stripped naked to her bare jade-like body. And it was not just her body, she even felt that her true fate and soul were laid bare before his eyes. Right now, a goddess, a heaven's proud daughter like Mei Xiao became a lamb that was helpless in the face of slaughter, and Wuxia was the most terrifying butcher this world had seen across the ages. His gaze could devour all things in this domain. Right now, he was the heavens. He indifferently and emotionlessly said, Girl, you are still so naive. You still want to use the Alaya Tao to influence me at this moment? You want to become sacred so that others would not dare to taint you, but you cannot affect me. Instead, you are simply asking for trouble. Today, I'll let you have a taste of fear. Li Qie spoke like a ruler from the heavens above as his hands reached into her dress. Don't, Mei Suyao shouted out in shock. Despite all of her peerless qualities, she was unable to stop Li Qie's approach. Li Qie's large hands grabbed her twin peaks and carefully played with them as Mei Suyao quivered. She closed off her mind and tried to retain her firm heart, but Li Qie's devilish eyes seemed to be imprisoning her soul and mind. Under the caress of his untiring hands, the beautiful pair of breasts felt as supreme as Mei Suyao's appearance. A bit more was too large, but a bit less was too small. The breasts that were being caressed by Li Qie's hands were the most perfect masterpiece in this world. They would garner countless gasps of admiration. At this moment, Mei Suyao was frightened with a strange feeling. As a venerated goddess, no one had dared to even come close to her, let alone touch her in such a licentious manner. As the representative of the Eternal River School, her Tao heart was as firm as a stone. Worldly feelings, such as the 7 emotions and 6 desires, could not affect Mei Suyao. The mundane world was like a river flowing by a talc stone. Her heart would not be tainted in the slightest. But at this time, her heart was filled with turbulent waves, her true fate was imprisoned and her heart had fallen. In this moment, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were affecting her Tao heart. After playing with them carefully, Li Qie's hands slid further down, which made Mei Suyao's heart quiver with ripples. A strange and numbing feeling caused her mind to flutter. No! Mei Suyao screamed in a panic. This was the biggest crisis she had ever faced in her life. Death was nothing to her. Instead, having her Tao heart struck down by Li Qie would be the worst possible outcome. The always sacred and transcending Mei Suyao, at this moment, appeared to be quite delicate and pitifully lovable. While she was lost in horror, Li Qie withdrew his hands. He then patted his hands together with a disinterested expression. Then, he fixed Mei Suyao's dress together for her and casually released her from the imprisonment. The horrified Mei Suyao suddenly became lost in a daze for a long time. Li Qie imprisoned her true fate, so if he kept on attacking, her Tao heart would not be able to hold out as she descended into debauchery. However, Li Qie's sudden retreat left her confused, for she couldn't see through him. Don't stand there in a trance. I am not someone who shows mercy to women, especially enemies. Li Qie casually spoke. I'm not taking you because I was just bored of the dry task. If I wanted women, then even if they were the fairies of the 9 heavens, I could still make them submit and hurl their bodies into my embrace. Even though I don't mind forcefully taking someone, but you? You are not at the level that would force me to do so. If I take you forcefully, then that would drop my fine taste by several grades. Li Qie's words almost caused Mei Suyao to vomit blood. She didn't know whether this anger stemmed from embarrassment or shame, because there were countless overwhelming feelings running rampant in her heart. Little girl, I have a lot of different methods to employ if I wanted to take you in. I can make you willingly stay by my side as a maid, so there is no need for force. Li Qie leisurely said, however, I don't have such a twisted hobby. Instead, I am someone with fine taste. Forcefully taking you would only be a smear on my record. Then, in this case, wouldn't I be the victim here? In the end, Mei Suyao could only bitterly smile. No matter how pure and transcendent she was, it was impossible for her to remain calm. She didn't care about external appearances, but she was still extremely confident in her beauty and charm. With her rare features and temperament, she was absolutely an unparalleled genius in the contemporary times. It was not a stretch to call her the #1 beauty in the Eastern 100 cities. Countless people adored her, and countless geniuses did not mind traversing millions of miles just to follow her. To them, just to see her smile would be the biggest harvest of their lives. However, Li Qie's words had twisted it all around. After taking advantage of her, he actually said that he was the victim. Was there any justice in this world? Don't feel so indignant. Li Qie glanced at her and said, it is not easy for the Eternal River School to train an inheritor like you, so out of consideration for your ancestor, I will give you a little warning. If you make a move on me again, I will strip you and sell you to a faraway place, understand? The urge to vomit blood rose inside Mei Suyao. When did she want to make a move against Li Qie? It sounded as if she was the perverted woman who wanted to take advantage of him. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the void gate suddenly rocked back and forth. Its light became faint as cracks began to form. So in the end, it is still going to collapse. Li Qie looked at the gate and murmured. Boom! The void gate suddenly cracked and instantly broke apart. At this time, no matter if they were in the timeless portal or on the world tree, or even in the strange space inside the void gate, all were blown away. The timeless portal was the next to collapse as everything disappeared. Chapter 352, Saving the Realm God. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on, so they could only stand still. The moment they regained their minds, they were already standing inside the Heavenly Tao Academy. Many of them had been digging in full swing while others were in other dimensions to study the mysterious Grand Tao on the world tree, yet they were suddenly ejected from their respective locations inside the timeless portal. No one was exempt from this sudden and confusing ejection. What happened? Many people looked at each other and couldn't help but ask. However, no one could give a definite answer. At this point, many people turned crazy from indignation. Just a moment ago, they were excitedly digging to see if they could find a supreme treasure, so how could they not become enraged from this sudden eviction? However, whether it was anger and craziness, it was meaningless at this time because the timeless portal had already collapsed. Sudden roars and unwilling howls resounded inside the academy. One student angrily shouted, "Oh heaven, give me back my jade pond. I only saw it and didn't get to bathe in it. Motherfucker, my heavenly compass. I only got to dig halfway and didn't get it out in time." Another crazily screamed. "Good heavens. Are you messing with me? I finally managed to get in and had only just started to climb the world tree, yet you already kicked me out? I'm going to die from anger." A descendant from a great power blurted out his unwillingness. In just a short moment, countless cries that were capable of garnering sympathy resounded in the academy. Some were in tears, and a few people were truly too pitiful. Li Qie and Mei Suyao landed at the top of a peak since they were also ejected. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and spoke without any surprise, "Void Gate, I shall await the day when you open again." Mei Suyao simply stood to the side without saying anything. Although she was still outside of the mundane boundary with her holiness, she now wore a tint of unnaturalness. "Cultivate more diligently." Li Qie glanced at her and said, "Don't waste your time with these kinds of things all day. Although your starting point is not wrong, being a saintess is not suitable for you, and it is especially not suitable for the Alaya Heavenly Fragrant Tao." Immortal Emperor Xiao Shui didn't leave behind this divine technique so that her descendants could run around to be saintesses. If you don't change your ways, you will one day find that you have already ruined your chance at reaching the apex. Mei Suyao looked back at him. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but at this time, a thunderous explosion suddenly emerged as the Heavenly Tao Academy shook while the earth began to crack. "Not good." Li Qie became serious and said. He ignored Mei Suyao and disappeared into the depths of the academy. Mei Suyao could only silently gaze at Li Qie's back as he departed. Eventually, she sighed softly and floated away. Rumble. The academy quaked here and there with cracks appearing all over the earth. The mountains were collapsing, the rivers began to dry. Not only did those who were expelled from the portal become alarmed, many experts of the great powers outside were also startled. Could it be that the collapse of the timeless portal destabilized the academy? A person jumped from being frightened and immediately fled from the academy. What if the academy also broke down like the timeless portal? Then all of them would have to die a miserable death here. However, some great characters also thought about a different matter. Could it be that the divine protector of the academy can no longer hold on? One of them spoke as a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Before this, there was a rumor that the divine protector of the academy had succumbed to its inner demon and was about to destroy the academy. This news created huge waves, resulting in many people scheming against the academy. What happened afterward was known to everyone. The academy destroyed the alliance's plan and killed all of their troops. Along with the loss of 3 immortal emperor life treasures, 11 old undyings died inside the academy. The plotting alliance suffered heavy losses from this battle. They gave away a bride and also lost their army on top of it. If we can't make it, then I'm afraid the billions of miles of our academy will turn into ruins. Old Taoist Peng bitterly said. Li Qie calmly said, frankly speaking, your academy brought this upon itself. You should have made a choice earlier, either find the right time for the realm god to die or let it go back. Unfortunately, your academy used all of its heavenly treasures and immortal essence to prolong its life. The realm god has been rooted in your ancestral vein, but one day, it will no longer be able to bear it. If it cannot maintain control of itself, then the result would be an explosion. All of you can imagine the consequences at that time. Old Taoist Peng could only awkwardly smile at Li Qie's scolding. The academy understood this very well. The realm god shouldn't have lived until now. Because of the academy's efforts in prolonging its lifespan, it caused the realm god to be embedded within the academy's vein. The realm god once said that it will be problematic in the future if it was rooted in the vein, but how could the academy let its invincible divine protector die from old age? With its protection, it meant that no one could touch the academy. Even a living immortal emperor would find it difficult. The realm god, in its pine tree form, was dying when Li Qie arrived to its rooted location. Its condition was much more serious than what it had been during their last meeting. Its entire body was now burnt to a black crisp as if it was struck by thunder. The flames were still blazing. Begin. Li Qie took a deep breath and said. Old Taoist Peng didn't dare to be careless as he quickly took out a treasure bowl. Li Qie poured the already prepared medicine into the bowl and carefully took out a box to take out a young leaf from the world tree. The moment he took it out, a majestic and endless vitality appeared. This leaf was filled with youth that would cause others to feel as if they were 1,000 years younger just by breathing in this fresh scent. A young leaf from the world tree. Legends state that only 3 of them would come into being every time the world tree appears. It is a priceless and unique treasure. Li Qie carefully placed this young leaf into the medicine bowl. Then, he took out a drop of myriad star water from inside a bottle. In the past, Li Qie turned an immortal writ into a cup capable of storing the myriad star water. Later on, he went to the war god temple to take away an actual bottle capable of storing the water. Myriad star water. Old Taoist Peng became breathless after seeing this drop of water. Even one drop would be craved by immortal emperors. It was something rarely seen in this world. He wanted to see just how much Li Qie had, but unfortunately, Li Qie already put it away before he had the chance to find out. Chapter 353, Realm God's Recovery. Once the myriad star droplet fell onto the world tree's young leaf, the leaf began to slowly melt into medicine. Rumble. At this time, the old Taoist raised the treasure bowl up high as it spewed out immortal water, like a spring, onto the pine tree body of the realm god. At this time, the blackened pine tree emitted sounds that resonated with the Tao. The initially dead branches began to send down orderly divine chains, like little waterfalls, that began to siphon the medicine very quickly. As this siphoning process continued, the blackened layer of bark began to slowly change. It was peeling like a snake shedding its skin. The pine tree drank more and more medicine, and the changes became even greater. Eventually, all of its blackened bark fell down as new leaves appeared while the old branches emitted a renewed vitality. Finally, all of the medicine was absorbed by the realm god. Now, a lush, verdant pine tree appeared before Li Qie and the old Taoist. No one would ever think that this old pine tree was the invincible realm god. Boom! With a blast, the pine tree shot out endless green lights into the sky. The green lights were filled with life, just like the ocean, as it encompassed the entire academy. Many people were amazed at the green brilliance up in the sky. They were enveloped in this feeling as if they were just a drop of water amidst the vast sea. Outside of the academy, even amongst the vast territories of the Eastern 100 cities, countless people felt this boundless vitality at this moment. Underground, countless pairs of eyes opened as sealed old undyings awakened from their slumbers. In this moment, many powerful existences felt this endless vitality that was capable of covering the entire domain emanate from the academy. The realm god. At this moment, numerous people were shaken with fear. They all had shocked expressions no matter how strong they were. The invincible realm god, these were not just empty words. The realm god and the calamity god were the two great gods of the mortal emperor world. They did not need to be bestowed titles because they deserved the titles of true gods. Is this a ritual to renew one's vitality? An old undying who was buried underground murmured as he felt the inexhaustible vitality. If the realm god obtained a renewed life, then who in this world could touch the academy? Even immortal emperors would not be successful. Rumble. At this time, a heaven-changing development occurred at the academy as the cracked earth began to come together. The broken rivers began to flow again, and the collapsed mountains rose once more. It was as if the earth itself was being rebuilt. Such an invincible power horrified others, and experts felt their legs giving out before this unraveling scene. Destroying mountains and rivers was not difficult for great characters. However, changing the earth or rebuilding the world was something only god kings, true gods, and the legendary immortal emperors were capable of. The realm god's dwelling changed its appearance completely. The scorched earth that spanned thousands of miles had now been rebuilt along with the other geographical features and vegetation. Seeing this scene, Li Qie stated with some feelings, "This is not only due to the great power of the realm god, the peerless ancestral vein found underground also played a huge role. This ancestral vein is the origin of a huge amount of heavenly essences. Who would not want such a vein?" It was not just mere words when people said that the realm god could defend the academy against immortal emperors. However, it was not due to just its own power. The magicalness of the ancestral vein greatly contributed to this. As long the realm god's real body did not leave the ancestral vein, even immortal emperors personally taking action wouldn't be enough to destroy the academy. This was the reason why so many different people since time immemorial lusted after the academy's ancestral vein. It was because this vein accumulated so much heavenly essence in the mortal emperor world. Anyone who established their sect above this vein would allow for future generations to enjoy this benefit for countless generations. Okay, we shall leave so that the realm god can rest. After seeing the satisfactory end of his business, Li Qie told the old Taoist. Maybe it is time for you to return the karmic flame scissors to our academy? The old Taoist rubbed his hands together and gleefully smiled. Li Qie looked at him with one eye and nonchalantly said, "Oh? Why are you so alarmed? One can say that this time, your academy has greatly benefited. The realm god absorbed so much vitality from the world tree. If the realm god cannot personally absorb all of it, then it will be channeled back to the ancestral vein. Not to mention, the realm god was also saved." Old Taoist Peng rubbed his hands as he smilingly said, "Of course. Our academy is very grateful towards young noble Li." Then he awkwardly continued on, "But that is a different matter, right?" This old Taoist had patted my chest confidently before my brothers and guaranteed that, after seeing the old Taoist's appearance, Li Qie laughed and threw the treasure box that contained the karmic flame scissors to him. "Take it, I was just joking with you. If I wanted the academy's treasures, would not have picked the scissors. To me, if I wanted to take something, then it has to be something on the level of the Chaos Cauldron or something from the Emperor-era Hall. In fact, I would take all of them. Such an ordinary pair of karmic flame scissors is not worth it for me to act unreasonably. That would be an affront to my character." Having said that, Li Qie rubbed his chin while revealing a contemplative look. This remark froze the old Taoist's expression. Eventually, he responded with a mirthless smile, "Ha ha ha. Young noble's jokes are too funny. My academy is only a small place, so how could we get into the sight of young noble? Li Qie glanced at the old Daoist and said in a relaxed manner, not necessarily. Maybe when the void gate opens again, I will have to borrow a few secret weapons of the academy to use. This made the old Daoist's scalp tingle. Although the academy was indeed powerful, Li Qie gave him a strange feeling as if the academy could not suppress him. Don't worry, if I borrow your treasures, then I will return them in a timely manner so that it wouldn't be difficult to borrow more in the future. Li Qie said with a laugh. The old Daoist busily smiled back to meet Li Qie's banter. Yes, giving them back after borrowing them will make future transactions easier. My academy will definitely try our best to help you. Young noble Li, since the void gate was brought up, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask you. I hope you will dispel my confusion. With that, the old Daoist assumed an appearance that was thirsty for knowledge. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly answered, You really know how to push the matter. Wait until that day, then we can talk about it again. Right now, I don't know anything. Finished speaking, Li Qie turned around and left. The old Daoist couldn't do anything about it, so he could only smile. He knew that Li Qie knew something about the void gate, but Li Qie didn't want to tell anyone. Old Daoist Peng and the academy did not know a lot about the void gate. How could the academy not be tempted by one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures? Many wise sages from the academy researched it, but they all came back defeated without any results. The party ended after the timeless portal's collapse. The calamity of the academy was over, so it began to welcome back the students who were previously evacuated. Many young cultivators from all over the world left with their seniors and sects, and many students also left since they only came for the timeless portal and not to beseech the Tao. Now that the party was over, they made their way back home. However, there were also a large number of disciples from the great sects that decided to stay at the academy. Some were happy and some were sad now that the timeless portal event was over. Some were successful while others lamented with grief. Nevertheless, this event had changed many people, especially those young cultivators with humble beginnings. After obtaining their own fortune, their fate had changed and some would tread on the long and unending path of the Tao. Of course, this sort of thing was not uncommon. The timeless portal of the academy had opened many times across the numerous generations and had changed the fate of many people. However, some matters were far from over, such as the unknown void gate. Although the younger crowd did not know about it, they told the story to the big characters and ancestors in their sects after they returned. Those who knew bits and scraps about the gate were shocked and started to inquire about this matter. Something from the legends actually appeared, so how could these big shots not be moved? Only 4 people made it to the space of the void gate, and they were Li Qie, Mei Suyao, Jikong Wudi, and Zi Queening. However, Zi Queening and Jikong Wudi fought right outside of the gate. Chapter 354, Everyone's Creations. At this time, many people speculated that the creations inside the void gate were obtained by either Mei Suyao or Li Qie, and it most likely had something to do with the timeless portal's collapse. After the timeless portal event was over, Mei Suyao left the academy and went back, alone, to the Eternal River School. Her actions incited even more suspicion and guesses from the great powers. Many assumed that Mei Suyao obtained a great creation that had a great connection to the void gate. The majority did not dare to ask due to fear from the Eternal River School's strength. However, there were those who did not give up and used different methods in order to obtain more information, especially the old undyings. Li Shuangyan and the other girls also returned safely along with many cleansing incense disciples who were kicked out from the timeless portal. After the event was over, Li Qie didn't let the cleansing incense disciples nor the 9 saint disciples stay behind in the eastern 100 cities. This was not the territory of their sects, so Li Qie told the academy to open a Tao portal so that the disciples could return. Only Li Shuangyan and Shen Baojiao stayed behind by his side. This trip to the World Tree left all of them with creations. The most excited was Little Autumn. It came back and immediately chattered the moment it saw Li Qie. Holy shit, I can't take it anymore. I will go back to my realm to hibernate. Having said that, it immediately faded away into nothingness. Its entire body was golden as if it was wearing a suit of armor. Others couldn't tell that it was a worm at all. Li Qiye nodded his head and understood that little Autumn had obtained a great creation. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. It was a qualitative leap forward in its quintessential essence. Sikong Taotian did not come back to see Li Qiye. Rumor has it that after being blown out of the timeless portal, he didn't have time to put on a disguise so others recognized him. A group of experts from the eastern 100 cities chased him out of the academy. Li Qiye could only shake his head after hearing this message. This little brat stole and swindled from everyone all over the place, and he even dug up the ancestral graves of others. One day, Sikong Taotian would definitely fall into the hands of others. Bing Yuxia also came back to say goodbye along with Yi Chuyun from the Pure Lotus School. Bing Yuxia looked at Li Qiye and arrogantly declared, "Little demon, I found a great creation, so I will go into secluded meditation now. Wait until I come out. Then, I will definitely put you down so bad that you would not be able to enter the reincarnation cycle." Pat. Li Qiye slapped her fragrant butt in place of an answer. Then, he said with a smile, "You want to put me down? In your lifetime, it is out of the question. Next time when you meet me, you better be wearing female clothing, or else I will strip you." After being teased by Li Qiye, Bing Yuxia angrily glared and left in annoyance. Compared to Bing Yuxia's arrogance, Yi Chuyun was much more gentle and considerate. Before leaving, she especially invited Li Qiye to the Pure Lotus School as a guest. Another notable thing was that the Lion's Roar Gate left overnight, so it was too late to say goodbye. Qi Xiaodai never met her grandfather, she only got a message from another disciple. Li Qiye planned to meet with Qi Xiaodia's grandfather, but he lost the chance due to their sudden evacuation. It turned out that Qi Xiaodao also obtained a sizable creation inside the timeless portal. The Lion's Roar Royal Lord was afraid of being followed, so he took Qi Xiaodao and a group of disciples to secretly leave overnight. After all, in the Royal Lord's eyes, the gate was still very weak. If anyone wished to steal Qi Xiaodao's creation, the gate would not be able to protect him, so this triggered the secret overnight evacuation. Qi Xiaodai obtained a grand Dao inside the World Tree after she was transported to a place where an immortal voice was preaching the grand Dao. After listening, a scripture formed within her mind. After coming back, she quickly copied it down and consulted with Li Qiye so that he could help her. Compared to Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, she clearly lacked self-confidence. She was not to blame since she was extremely confident before in both her beauty and talents. But after following Li Qiye and broadening her horizons, she found that the world was vast and unimaginable. This mysterious place had left her in marvel. Before, she was only a royal canary in the Lion's Roar Gate. Despite having been subjected to this realization, she did not become discouraged and yearned for change. She put in even more effort to study the Tao in order to follow Li Qiye's footsteps. Her aspiration was to catch up to Li Qiye one day. Even if she could not walk with him shoulder to shoulder, she didn't hope that she would stay in the same place as he trod further forward. This is not an ordinary Tao, it is a divine Tao. You have found a great creation. As long as you push on forward, you will one day be bestowed the title of God King just like your ancestor, someone comparable to true gods. When that day comes, your achievement will be much greater than those fake gods. Li Qiye perused Qi Xiaodia's copy of her grand Tao and praised. Qi Xiaodai was extremely excited after hearing his praise. To her, nothing was comparable to praises from Li Qiye. Finally, he corrected a thing or two for her along with explaining a few mysticisms, resulting in great benefits for her. A divine Tao as wonderful as this was nothing to Li Qiye. Throughout the ages, Li Qiye had seen too many grand Tao, whether it was Tao of immortal emperors, Tao of the true gods, or even mysterious grand Tao from the legendary era, all had been read by him. However, Qi Xiaodia's visible effort and progress earned Li Qiye's favor. If she still acted as a golden canary like before, then Li Qiye would not waste so much effort to teach her. One tried her best to progress while the other happily taught her in hopes that she could reach the peak just like her ancestor, the 100 Battles God King. Eventually, Zi Queening also visited and met Li Qie in a room with just the two of them. She took a deep breath and solemnly took out a box. This box was locked up with a black dragon that occupied the space above. Zi Queening knew that this box was personally sealed by her ancestor, the Black Dragon King. Logically speaking, in this world, only her ancestor could unseal this box. Li Qie accepted the box and opened his fate palace to reveal his true fate. Within his sea of memories, a ripple suddenly appeared. His eyes shot out two immortal lights onto the box. After this, the black dragon on the box suddenly came to life and coiled around Li Qie's arm. Zhang, Zhang, Zhang. The black dragon turned into mantras, and all of the mantras wove together into a page of immortal scripture. Suddenly, this page entered Li Qie's sea of memories. An immortal scripture emerged in his sea of memories, and a previously erased memory surfaced in its entirety. Next, this scripture entered the depths of his mind. After absorbing this completed memory, Li Qie's mind held an incomparable tinge of emotion, causing him to softly sigh. The past was too heavy and Li Qie didn't want to remember it, thus he didn't like keeping the spear by his side. Zi Queening put away the spear and silently left. However, before she departed, Li Qie asked, "How was your battle with Jikong Wudi? He is indeed worthy of being immortal Emperor Ta Kong's descendant." Zi Queening answered, "It was a shame that before the victor could be determined, we were expelled from the space. He had already left when I landed outside. If we fight again, I will surely defeat him. That is a matter of course." Li Qie smiled and said, "Your immortal's blood spear can even pierce the throat of an immortal emperor, so a mere descendant is nothing. Next time, use the immortal's blood spear instead of the black dragon spear." Zi Queening nodded her head and left. However, she was still staying at the Heavenly Tao Academy. When it came to attracting attention, she was right behind Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi. And after the two of them left the academy, Zi Queening became the center of the limelight. However, contrary to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, Zi Queening was a person who trod on a solitary path with a terrorizing aura, so no one dared to go near her. Mei Suyao came into this world to cultivate and preach the Tao. It could be said that wherever she went, such places became lively. Jikong Wudi had the will to rule this world, so he purposefully recruited many followers. His path always had the presence of a great force. However, Zi Queening trod alone. Anyone who wanted to get close would become breathless from her aura. Her title suited her very well. Outside of meeting with Li Qie, she rarely showed herself during her stay at the academy. Although she was arrogant, no one dared to mess with her. Not to mention the younger generation, even the great lineages wouldn't want to mess with the Heaven Protector city. After Zi Queening left, Li Qie stayed in his room to meditate. His 6 palaces appeared to form a domain led by the Master Palace. His true fate inside the Master Palace was like the tyrant of this domain, noble and unreachable as it encompassed these 9 heavens. It could be said that within his domain, this true fate was the pinnacle of all existences, and its one thought was capable of deciding life and death. The Tao Foundation built by the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was majestic and boundless. Sometimes, it would turn into an immortal citadel, a divine palace, or a gigantic Kuan Peng. It flew around and protected the true fate. This was different from the previous Tao Foundation. Universal laws became divine orders that were able to create a divine world and channel the ultimate profundity of myriad Tao. The more shocking matter was that this Tao Foundation was filled with primordial energy as if it was created before the formation of the heaven and earth. This Tao Foundation was much more perfect and mystical. It showed the signs of becoming one. It was as if Li Qie's grand Tao was also turning into one solitary truth that was without any flaws or defects. This Tao Foundation did not look like it was created after the heavens, but more like it was naturally formed. Anyone would be shocked after seeing such a Tao Foundation. No matter how great a genius was, they would have certain flaws when cultivating on the path to the Grand Tao. In the end, the Grand Tao was long and arduous, and no one could guarantee that a problem would not occur. The teaser tonight is the title along with one phrase. Li Qiye remained silent for a moment before answering, "I've grown weary." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.